Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Calandra. Deadlines smell like peonies and panic. At least they do today. It's barely 9:30 and already my studio smells like high-end stress. Espresso, expensive candles, and the unmistakable musk of fresh anxiety. My kitten heels click against the polished concrete floor as I pace, cell wedged between shoulder and cheek. A pen tucked behind my ear, and 3 open client folders, fanned out across my desk like an altar to overcommitment. Tabitha. I need the mother of the bride confirmed by noon, or she's getting placed next to the bartender. Yes, I'm serious. No, I don't care if she's at Pilates. I end the call, not waiting for a goodbye, and slap my phone onto the desk. It buzzes the second it touches down. Incoming call. Eden Rose Florals. I feel a sharp flutter in my chest. Not the good kind. I answer with my everything's fine voice. Eden, hi. Please tell me my blush dahlias are en route, and not a figment of your imagination. The silence on the other end tells me everything before she does. Calandra, babe. I am so sorry. We've had a leak, a literal one. Our cooler's dead, the whole stock is compromised, and I can't fulfill the Whitmore order. My spine stiffens. Eden, no. I'm already refunding your deposit, don't worry. I'm not worried about the deposit. I snap, voice low and tight. I'm worried about the fact that my most high-profile wedding of the year, possibly my career, is in 72 hours, and I no longer have a florist. Eden mutters something about insurance and mold spores. I'm not listening. I'm already flipping through my vendor Rolodex, a stained, dog-eared binder I've used since my first wedding 9 years ago. My fingers fly past tabs labeled Trusted, Emergency, and Desperate Times. Every name I know is either unavailable or tragically average, the kind of florists who think baby's breath is charming or that silk arrangements count as couture. This cannot be happening. Not today. I hang up without a goodbye, again, and grab my bag. Tasha! I yell toward the back room, where my assistant is probably stress-eating a protein bar while color-coding our ceremony scripts. Her head pops out, lipstick flawless, earrings the size of espresso saucers. Tell me that was a call about a last-minute run of orchids, and not your I'm about to ruin someone's life tone. It's the latter. She grabs her laptop. Where are we going? Hail and Bloom. Tasha freezes. Oh, gross. The Jungle Thrift Store? Cal, no. That place is a haunted greenhouse with commitment issues. Every backup is booked, I hiss, throwing on my blazer. And they came highly recommended by the Ralston event. You remember? That rooftop monstrosity with the ice luge shaped like a champagne bottle? Tasha shudders. Yes. That wedding gave me shin splints and trust issues. Exactly. Their florals were flawless, like an art installation. She blinks. Okay, say less. That's way too much information right now. We're in my car in under 3 minutes. Atlanta traffic be damned. I fly through side streets and alleys, bypassing a cupcake truck and an accidental biker parade, before finally pulling into the narrow lot in front of Hail and Bloom. It's not promising. The sign is hand-painted and crooked. One of the windows is fogged up with condensation, and maybe regret. A cardboard display of potted succulents sits wilting near the front door like someone abandoned them mid-therapy. Tasha raises an eyebrow. It's giving Uncle Ted's bug-out shed vibes. I square my shoulders. It's giving desperate genius. Let's go. Inside, it smells like damp earth and eucalyptus, and something spicy I can't place. It's not the usual sterile bloom-and-go operation I'm used to. This shop feels alive, wild even. Arrangements hang from the ceiling in curved copper frames, petals tangled in graceful chaos. Tables are stacked with open crates of wildflowers, exotic greenery, even deep purple calla lilies so dark they look like bruises. And then I see him, back turned, shirt half drenched with sweat, hunched over a table where he's wiring something into place. Steel gray eyes flick up, just once. Get lost. I blink. Excuse me? Unless you've got an appointment, he mutters, not looking up again. You'll need to wait. Or not. Doesn't bother me. Tasha lets out a low whistle. Oh, he's British and rude. This'll be fun. I step forward, arms crossed. I'm Calandra Brown, CEO of Brown Sugar Affairs. I don't wait. He turns this time. Slowly. He's taller than I thought. Broad. Solid in that ex-rugby player way, with burn scars on his arms and 5 o'clock shadow that somehow looks curated. His shirt is rolled to the elbows, smudged with soil and sweat, and his chestnut hair is barely tied back in a half-assed bun. You're the wedding planner, he says, like it's a diagnosis. I'm the best wedding planner in Atlanta. He doesn't even blink. Congrats. Still not done here. Look, I begin. He lifts a single hand. Blush dahlias, white garden roses, coral peonies. You want romance and prestige, not pageant princess vibes? You're planning the Whitmore wedding, yeah? I narrow my eyes. How do you? Because only a society wedding this absurd would call me this early on a Wednesday. He picks up a long-stemmed bloom, some kind of rare pink-black hybrid, and twirls it once between his fingers. You need something unhinged but elegant, wild but controlled, drama with just enough symmetry to keep the blue bloods from fainting. You think you can deliver that? He smirks, like I just asked if water's wet. What's your budget? Unlimited. His brow lifts. Dangerous answer? Very dangerous. I arch one back. Try me. He turns, gestures vaguely toward the jungle of flora around us. I'm halfway through a dragon-winged arch. Give me until Friday. I glance at Tasha. She shrugs. Well, the man knows his petals. I reach into my bag, grab a checkbook, and write out a deposit. 20% of the full budget. A challenge wrapped in cursive and contempt. He takes it without a word. As I turn to leave, my phone buzzes again. Probably another crisis. Or the caterer asking if gluten-free can also mean dairy-free. I don't care. I glance over my shoulder once more. He's already back to work, muttering to himself as he threads vines through copper wiring. Focused, intense, annoyingly magnetic, and handsome to boot, God damn it. He doesn't look at me again, and God help me, I kinda hope he does.
Chapter 2. Thatcher. I'm up to my elbows in ranunculus when the chaos walks in wearing heels. They're black patent leather, annoying, and each step lands with a sound that says someone's about to be fired or made to cry, maybe both. I don't turn around. I don't need to. Only one kind of woman walks like that. Clipboard women, control freaks. The type who think the world falls apart if the napkin folds don't match the centerpieces. I hate napkin fold people. I wedge the ranunculus stem into the copper spiral I've been wrestling with for an hour, bracing it between a loop of dyed willow and the damp weight of hydrangea clusters that are already threatening to sulk. I need to speak with Thatcher Hale, Now. There it is. The voice. Southern edge, crisp vowels, zero patience. I let the silence stretch just long enough to make my point before I answer. I'm Thatcher Hale. I glance up briefly. She's staring at me like I'm a pulled muscle in her spine. I'm Calandra Brown, she says, like I should recognize the name. Owner of Brown Sugar Affairs. I blink. Oh, her reputation precedes her, and not quietly. Top wedding planner in Atlanta, known for her precision, her taste, and her zero-tolerance policy for incompetence. She's the kind of woman who can clear a room with a stare and schedule a cake tasting in the fallout. Her events are known for dripping in elegance and having zero visible seams. She's also the kind of client I avoid. Usually. I was referred here, she continues. Eden Rose Florals bailed on the Whitmore wedding. Mold, catastrophe. I need a new full-service floral designer. I was told you get things done. I don't like how she says it, like it's both a compliment and an insult. I do get things done, I reply. But I don't do fluff. And I don't do panic gigs without full creative control. She doesn't even blink. Then I'm wasting my time. She turns on her heel, fast. And I should let her go. I really should, but I don't. Because her tone didn't match her walk. Her walk said confidence. Her voice said desperation. Also, she smells like something forbidden. Like caramelized vanilla and smoked amber and whatever sin God made for men too tired to resist. I didn't say no, I offer. She pauses, turns back slowly. Her eyes narrow, espresso brown and so focused it's like getting x-rayed through your ribcage. I said I need control, I clarify. And a realistic timeline. What you're asking for in 3 days is a logistical war crime. It's a society wedding with 240 guests, 9 bridesmaids, and a ceremony that's been covered by the Southern Registry since March. There's no backup plan. There's only you or public failure, and mine, consequently. I'm not about to let that happen. She steps closer. Her binder thuds against the counter like she's planting a flag. I need an arch, a suspended floral chandelier, 22 centerpieces, bouquet, boutonniere, 3 photo booth walls, and a 16-foot sweetheart table installation that cannot look like a hotel lobby. I stare at her. You're not asking for florals, I say. You're asking for floral opera. She crosses her arms. Do you sing? I blink once. Then I laugh. Not out loud. Just a low exhale through my nose. It's been a long time since someone hit me mid-bravado with equal force. Peonies are out of season, I warn. I'm not asking for peonies. You want drama, that means height, depth, layers. Not this bubblegum crap people confuse with romance. I'm not most people. I walk out from behind the work table. She watches the whole time. Like she's measuring. Like she wants to see how the flowers grew legs. I pick up a single stem from the table. A hybrid rose I've been coaxing open for 2 days with whisper mist and scotch. This, I say, holding it out, is the center of your sweetheart table. She leans in. It's a deep aubergine, edges curling like velvet soaked in wine. It's not the kind of flower brides request. It's the kind that makes their mothers whisper. I call it bruised. She looks at me again. Different this time. How many can you source? She asks softly. Enough. A beat passes, then she nods. Fine, you're hired. I blink. That easy? No. I'll be breathing down your neck the whole way. But I trust you enough not to embarrass me. She pulls out a checkbook. Her nails are short, clean, filed into weaponized ovals. She writes fast, no hesitation. The number is higher than I expected. She rips it off and slaps it onto my workbench like a gauntlet. That's 20%, you flake, and I will make sure no one in this industry touches you again. Do you threaten all your contractors? Only the best ones. She turns to leave. I should let her go. I do, almost. Miss Brown, I say, just before the door swings shut. She stops, doesn't turn. You should know, I add, I don't do fake romance, I don't do Pinterest, and I definitely don't do last-minute rescue missions without full access to the site and schedule. A pause, then her voice, soft and sharp. You'll have everything you need. She walks out, and the shop suddenly feels louder, bigger. The silence she leaves behind has teeth. Miles steps out from the back, wiping his hands on a rag. Was that the hurricane from Brown Sugar Affairs? Apparently. He whistles. She's got a hell of a reputation. She's got more than that. Dangerous? I nod. Maybe. Miles studies me. You doing the gig? Yeah. Why? I look back at the arch, at the rose in my hand, at the deposit check burning a hole on the table. Then I think of her perfume, her fire, the way she didn't blink when I pushed her. Because I want to see if she cracks. Miles just laughs. God help you, Hale.
Chapter 3. Calandra. 2 days. That's all the time we had between, please God, don't let this become a PR disaster, and the moment the ballroom doors swing open to reveal what I can only describe as a goddamn miracle draped in wild orchids and ambition. 2 days of madness. Of texts at 2 a.m., mood boards flung across my desk like battle plans, and Thatcher Hale sending me invoices scrawled on the backs of napkins, like deadlines are a joke and digital receipts are beneath him. The man does everything by hand. Flowers, math, probably murder. But what he created? Jesus. What he created steals the air out of the room. I stand at the perimeter of the Grand Viridian Ballroom, iPad in hand, mouth tight, heart racing in a way that has nothing to do with anxiety and everything to do with the way that arch curves like a secret. It's not just an arch, really. It's a sculpture. A floating, moody, gravity-defying riot of greens and eggplant and blush. The base is built from twisted branches that rise into a canopy of climbing roses, each bloom positioned so precisely it looks accidental. Vines trail from the top like veins. Eucalyptus hangs like smoke. There's motion in it. Breath. Like the whole damn thing might sigh if someone gets too close. Is this witchcraft? I murmur. Tasha sidles up next to me, eyes wide, tablet forgotten in her hands. If it is, we owe him our firstborns. Or at least a bourbon and some really excellent cheese. Guests begin to trickle in. The murmurs start instantly. Phones are out. I hear one woman gasp, like this is a proposal, not a ceremony. The mother of the bride stares up at the arch like she's seen a religious vision in peony form. I let out a long, slow breath. It worked. It more than worked. And I hate how much I want to find him in the room. It takes me less than 10 seconds. He's near the far wall, half in shadow, leaning against a marble column like he has no idea he just dropped a creative nuke in the midst of Atlanta's elite. Arms folded, shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, boots scuffed, expression unreadable, like he's already bored. Dirt clings to his boots. There's a smudge of something across his forearm. Pollen, maybe, or charcoal, and his hair is pulled back in the kind of loose knot that looks like it could fall at any second. He's watching the guests like they're animals at a zoo. Mild curiosity, just that blank, careful stare of someone who's waiting for a fight that might not come. I walk toward him before I know why. Maybe to say, how dare you make this impossible, and then make it perfect. Or maybe to ask why I've been picturing his hands for the last 2 nights, like they're writing verses on skin instead of wiring thistle into copper mesh. You pulled it off, I say, voice crisp. He doesn't look at me, just shifts slightly, eyes scanning the chandelier overhead, like he's checking for structural failure. You sound surprised, he replies, voice low, thick with his usual unbothered British growl. I wait for a beat. You didn't flinch when I said what I wanted. You didn't ask for something stupid. Another beat. It's stunning. You should... I stop, Start again. You should be proud. That gets me a flicker of movement. Something softens in the corner of his jaw. Not why I do it, he mutters. But noted. For some reason, that matters more than it should. That flicker. A hint of something unguarded, even if it vanishes faster than a runaway bride at the altar. I clear my throat. I have a client. Different vibe. Moodier. Winter wedding. Wants bold but tragic. You interested? He finally looks at me, eyes narrowed. You're asking me out? I blink. What? Work-wise, he says flatly, but the edge of a smirk twitches at his mouth. Relax, Brown. I'll take it. I should walk away. I should be halfway back to the guest seating chart by now, triple-checking if Judge Langford and his mistress are seated on opposite ends of the ballroom like I damn well specified. But I don't move. Instead, I watch the way Thatcher scans the room. He doesn't smile, doesn't preen like so many other florists do when a client sings their praises. He observes, absorbs. You really don't care if people like your work? I ask. He shrugs. I care if it works. That's different. In this? I gesture toward the suspended centerpiece, a spiral of lilacs and trailing greenery that looks like it's defying physics. This isn't about ego? He lifts an eyebrow. What would be the point? I hate how much that disarms me. People in this industry build empires out of applause. I've had photographers ask me to stage candid reactions, and DJs demand Instagram credit before they even play the first dance. But Thatcher just makes beautiful things and disappears into the shadows. Like he doesn't give a damn what anyone else thinks. I cross my arms. For what it's worth, your ego could afford a little light dusting. Just for polish. His smirk deepens. And yours could survive one compliment without spraining. Touché. Tasha calls my name from across the ballroom. I glance back, torn. There's work to do. There's always work to do. But when I turn back to Thatcher, he's already gone. Slipped out a side door without a word. No curtain call. No nod. Just gone. That night, I can't sleep. Not unusual. Big events always leave a buzz in my bloodstream. I lie in bed, legs tangled in silk sheets, laptop open beside me as I draft a proposal for that moody winter wedding. But I'm not thinking about centerpieces. I'm thinking about copper piping and eucalyptus, about roses called bruised, and the way a man can look like thunder and still make something that makes old women weep. My playlist drifts from Nina Simone to Leanne La Havas. Mood, dangerously contemplative. I scroll through my vendor list, add Hale and Bloom to my preferred tier. I pause. Stare at the name. Consider moving it higher. I close the laptop. That's when I realize my hand's still resting near the edge of the bed, like I'm half expecting him to pass me another flower. Another challenge. I shake it off, get up, start baking instead. 3 dozen lavender scones later, I package them in little wax paper bundles and line them on my kitchen island. I don't eat them, I never do. But something about the rhythm soothes me, just like watching him work did. And I hate that.
Chapter 4. Thatcher. I told myself after the Westover job I'd never touch another romantic disaster again. That wedding? A 3-ring circus with baby's breath taped to paper cranes and a groom who cried into his boutonniere because it clashed with his mother's eyeshadow. Turned out he was gay, came out 6 months after the wedding. Never again, I swore. No more high-emotion, low-sanity affairs. I prefer clean briefs. Clear clients, install, invoice, out. But then she called. Well, emailed. Too late for a sane request, too polite to grovel, too confident to sound like she was asking for anything at all. A line or two, clipped and bossy with the kind of professionalism that hides a low-grade panic. She needed something darker this time. Moodier. She said the client wanted elegant Gothic, but her tone said she'd rather chew glass than admit she needed me again. I sighed. We'd already talked about it. Her need for excessive communication is annoying. Calandra Brown, with her endless schedules and gold clips and voice that lands in your chest like a pin drop, is the kind of problem you can't ignore. You endure it, or you get crushed. Well, let's just say collaborating with her might save the shop. I reread the email twice. Then again. Like maybe it'll say something else the fourth time, something safer. But it doesn't. I hit reply, type with stiff fingers. We already talked about this. Hail. Then shut the laptop so hard it echoes through the empty shop. Miles is across the room, trimming stems in his usual half-zoned-out way, eyes on nothing, hands working like a spell. He doesn't say anything, but I feel the side-eye. The shop's quiet this week. 2 micro-weddings and a corporate dinner that needs 3 basic centerpieces and 1 inspirational arrangement that probably means lilies and regret. He raises one brow. Trouble? Repeat client. Bad one. I hesitate. She's demanding. Hot? Is it that brown lady whose butt you saved on the high-profile wedding not too long ago? Irrelevant. Miles doesn't bother hiding his smirk, just shakes his head and chuckles to himself as he gets back to pruning. I stalk to the back, unlock the cooler, and step inside. The cold hits my skin like clarity. Shelves of stems, roses, amaranthus, calla lilies, buckets of midnight blue delphinium I've been aging on purpose. I grab a cluster, run my thumb along the petals. They bleed ink into my gloves. Gothic, she said. I'll give her opera. I'll give her the prima donna and see what she does with it. By noon, I'm wrist-deep in arrangements for a test concept I haven't even pitched yet. Thorn branches wired into arched brass rings. Black-painted magnolia leaves. A caged base wrapped in copper filament. It's a mess of texture and violence and beauty, and I know it won't make the final cut. But it gets me moving. It gets her voice out of my head. Almost. She's almost impossible to ignore. Everything about her is tailored, polished. You think you figured her out, and then she throws a line like, I bake to self-soothe but never eat them at you, and walks off like that's a normal personality quirk. What the hell does she do with all that food, then? I've had military briefings with less tension than our last job together. And yet I watched the way she traced her fingers along the sweetheart table that night. Watched her survey my work not like a critic, but like someone afraid to admit they'd loved something. I know that look. I've worn it. First time I welded an armature with my uncle, sparks flying, whole room smelling like burned steel and joy. I looked at it, like it might disappear. Same look she gave my arch. I rub my neck and scowl at the unfinished frame on the table. Why the hell am I even doing this? The shop doesn't need the press. Well, maybe it does, if I'm being honest. Client flow's been inconsistent since my uncle passed. He was the people person, the charmer, the one who could convince a bride that dried citrus slices counted as timeless elegance. I'm not him. I'm scaffolding, structure, the quiet hands that make things hold. And lately, it hasn't been enough. Orders have slowed. The online reviews are stale. A boutique florist in Midtown is stealing my wedding clients with neon installations and influencers in flower crowns. But even that's not why I said yes, it's her. I hate that it's her. She gets under my skin like pollen in a breeze, sneaky, sudden, and impossible to clean out. I hear her voice when I'm placing stems, asking about negative space like it's a threat. I smell her perfume in the cooler sometimes, even when I know it's just crushed rose and fatigue. I see her in flashes, in the outline of a bouquet, in the flick of a wrist as I wire something closed. I shouldn't want her anywhere near the shop again. And yet, I've cleared a table, ordered midnight blooming roses from a supplier who doesn't even take online payment, and started sketching ideas with more drama than a soap opera cliffhanger. I'm screwed. By the time she actually shows up, I've told myself 3 times to be civil, and at least once to pretend I don't notice the color of her lipstick. It's plum today. It matches the calla lilies I picked up for a client. Bollocks. She walks in like she owns the place. Pauses. Scans the room. Eyes land on me. You're early. I shrug. Or you're late. She smirks. I'm never late. I just arrive on purpose. That earns her a raised brow. Cute, very coy. She walks past Miles, who salutes her with a single nod and no words, and stops at the table where I've laid out a sample cluster: callus, ranunculus, thorned bramble, and black-painted leaves. She folds her arms. Very aggressive romance. You said Gothic. I said elegant Gothic. You hired a florist, not a priest. She fights a grin. You do realize this is for a winter wedding, not a funeral? Depends who's marrying who. That earns a laugh. A real one. God, it's worse than a slap. I feel it in my spine. We hover near the table, and I talk her through the choices: stem density, height variance, scent balancing. She doesn't interrupt. Just nods, asks sharp questions, tracks everything with those deep assessing eyes like she's memorizing and judging all at once. You know you're exhausting to work with, she says finally. Likewise. She gestures to a steel wire test frame I've been assembling in the corner. What's that? Center arch? Dual installation? We'll suspend over the aisle, but taper to a point to frame the altar. Mirrors the venue's architecture. She circles it, slow, thoughtful. You're good at this, she says softly. It's not flirtation. It's not even a compliment. It's just acknowledgement. Still, I feel my chest pull tight. Don't spread that around, I say. I have a reputation to uphold. She glances at me sideways. Grumpy flower wizard! Unwashed artistic menace. Fair. There's a moment, longer than it should be, where neither of us moves. The space between us fills with things we don't say. She breaks it first. Okay, I'll send the final schematics by Monday. We'll do a site walkthrough Tuesday. You'll have full run of the cathedral. Just don't break anything sacred. No promises. She nods once, then turns to leave. Just like last time, she doesn't look back. But this time I do. I watch her walk out, watch her shoulders roll like armor, watch the tension in her spine that never fully melts, even when she laughs. And I wonder if she knows I'd build the whole damn altar from scratch if she asked. Not because she's paying. Because I want to see that damn impressed look on her face again.
Chapter 5. Calandra. Some days this job feels like a private concert and a hostage situation rolled into one. It's Thursday morning, and the office smells like citrus cleaner and impending deadlines. The sun slants through the high windows of Brown Sugar Affairs, casting elegant shadows across the glass desk I haven't sat behind since Tuesday. I'm surrounded by vision boards, color swatches, and folders labeled with names that sound like exclusive brunch cocktails. The Whitmores, the Darcys, the Van Houtens. Tasha is perched on the window ledge, laptop on her knees, legs swinging, a sour gummy worm dangling from her lips like a cigarette. So we've got 5 new inquiries, she says, chewing. One of them is weirdly formatted, maybe spam. The others are real, but one has a 5-day turnaround request. Nope, I murmur, flipping through a lookbook of moody winter palettes. People who want magic in 5 days don't respect time or taste. That's a recipe for a cursed marriage and neon table runners. She snorts. Noted. Do you want to do the inbox purge? Or should I? You, I say. I still haven't answered the Langston shootout apology email. That's not your job. That's the therapist their family should have hired before bringing guns to the engagement party. I hum, mostly in agreement, and slide into my chair, clicking into our CRM queue. It's nothing but names and budgets and vision statements that read like Pinterest had a nervous breakdown. I skim through the top row. Basic, basic. basic with money, and none of it with any taste. Then my eyes land on a familiar font in the bride's name field. Sleek, serif, too clean for sincerity. Channing Beaufort Langley. I frown. That sounds familiar, not to mention entirely too pretentious. I click. The application opens. My heart stops. Groom. Sterling West. The rest of the document fades into meaningless blur. My ears roar. For a second, I forget how to breathe. It's not possible. Not him. I scroll back to the top, read it again. Channing. Sterling. Sterling. My Sterling. The man who took me to Napa for our 1-year anniversary. The man who used to read startup pitch decks in bed while I designed aisle runners on my iPad. The man who said he was too busy to come to my industry gala and then posted a story from a rooftop bar with another woman. The jerk who, less than a year after that, was engaged. I'd heard it in passing, through friends of friends. A vague Facebook announcement someone sent in a group chat I ignored until it was too late to pretend I hadn't seen it. I close the file, then open it again, as if maybe this time it'll be someone else. Another Sterling, another Channing. But no, his name is there. So is hers. There's even a note in the special details section. Bride is a public figure and will require image consultation throughout. Groom is former client of Brown Sugar Affairs and recommends your work highly. My fingers go ice cold. He recommended me. The bastard actually recommended me. He actually filled out my name on a form, sent it to his PR-approved fiancée, and told her I was the one to make their wedding go viral. Oh no, I whisper. What? Tasha asks without looking up. I say nothing. She glances over, sees my face, puts her laptop aside and sits up straight. What happened? Who died? Did someone cancel their brunch-themed vow renewal? I rotate the screen toward her. She leans in, reads, her jaw drops. Oh no. Yep. No. Yes. Is this a freaking joke? She grabs the mouse and scrolls. It's not a joke. They actually filled out the full form. They even listed their budget. I'm gonna throw up. Get in line. I can taste my breakfast from last Tuesday in my throat right now. Tasha leans back like she's been slapped with a 2x4. Is this real life? He's marrying the gluten-free Barbie with the lifestyle blog? I think the correct term is cosmetic hurricane. Channing has 3 million followers and a highlights reel of her hair evolution. Her wedding's going to be live-streamed on 5 platforms and probably in space. I bury my face in my hands. And I'm planning it. You didn't. You're not actually, oh, you are. You clicked accept. Oh, girl. I didn't mean to. Tasha shrugs. Your body knows what your mouth won't say. You're a masochist in kitten heels. You want to feel the pain all over again, don't you? This will tank me if I bail, I groan. It's high profile. The client list reads like an influencer tax haven. If I cancel, I look like I can't separate business from bitterness. Can you? No, I say through gritted teeth, but I'll do it anyway. Tasha leans in, all mock serious. Want me to fake a gas leak? Maybe forge a double booking? No, I'll handle it. Professionally, like an adult. She blinks. No, you won't. You're going to die. I know. Tash, what did I just do? There's silence between us. The kind that carries years of friendship and bad decisions. I reach for the scone box from this morning and rip it open. Those are for the Murray walkthrough, Tasha says gently. Not anymore. She watches me take a bite, which I never do, and whistles low. Oh, it's that serious. It's that serious. That night, I lie in bed with my laptop open and my mind a mess. I stare at the confirmation email I drafted. It's perfect, full of bullet points and exclamation marks designed to look cheerful instead of acidic. But my palms sweat when I think about seeing him again, about the site visit, about his smug smile, or worse, his apologetic one. Like he still thinks I'm the one who needed closure. Like he doesn't realize he detonated something in me that never fully got rebuilt. I close the laptop, set it on the nightstand, and, against all better judgment, I whisper out loud to the empty room, "Please be smug. Please be smug. I can work with smug." Because if he's sorry, if he looks at me like I'm the road not taken, I might not survive it.
Chapter 6. Thatcher. I keep to the back. Not because I'm shy, hell no. I've built scaffolding 15 feet high while brides wailed and photographers circled like vultures. This isn't nerves. This is calculation. Calandra walks the site like she's on a stage, heels barely making a sound against the old stone path, binder tucked beneath one arm, lips painted like a goddamn threat. Her voice floats across the garden in polished tones, friendly but precise, every syllable sharpened for social warfare. This will be the ceremony area. The altar will be placed just beneath the oak. It gives the best light at golden hour, and will run sheer panels between the branches for softness without obstruction. I trail 10 steps behind with Miles, half listening, half scanning the space for structure points. The venue's a southern manor outside Charleston, all columned porches and inherited ego. There's a sharp scent of lemon balm in the air, and the breeze carries just enough warmth to make my boots stick to the brickwork. I spot him before she says his name. Sterling West. He's everything I expected. Clean cut, too shiny, and dressed like a man who's never lifted anything heavier than his own ambition. Tailored navy slacks, a shirt with monogrammed cuffs, and a smile that's been tested in boardrooms. He stands beside his fiancée like he's trying to sell her at auction. One hand on her lower back, one eye flicking over the property with mild disinterest. The other, squarely on me. I catch the glance, the flicker of confusion, then recognition, and that twist in his mouth, faint but real. A look that says he's trying to figure out what I'm doing here, and failing. The judgment is subtle, but I know it when I see it. Like I'm a construction worker who wandered into a gala by accident. Like I'm beneath her. And maybe I am, but I'm here. And that pisses him off more than anything else I could say. Calandra doesn't flinch as she continues her tour, but I catch the tension in her shoulders when Sterling puts a hand on her arm mid-sentence. She doesn't shake it off. She doesn't acknowledge it. She just steps sideways, lets him adjust his grip, and keeps talking like nothing's happened. That bothers me, probably more than it should. "Mr. Hale," Calandra says finally, glancing my way. Her voice stays smooth, but her eyes are sharp. "You'll be handling the floral installation here, as discussed. Can you walk us through your preliminary plan?" I nod once and step forward. Sterling's expression doesn't change, but I can feel his scrutiny tighten. Channing Beaufort Langley, the bride, looks like porcelain dipped in gold. Every part of her is deliberate. Hair curled, skin dewy, voice pitched high and lilting like a practiced actress. She greets me with a smile so polished it's probably trademarked. "Florals are the most important part of this wedding," she says, clinging to Sterling's arm like a Prada sleeve. "They set the entire tone. I want romantic, but not basic. Grand, but not gaudy. Do you do mood?" "I do structure," I reply. "Mood follows." She blinks. "Oh." Sterling says nothing, just watches me like he's cataloging flaws. I ignore them both and walk toward the oak. "Ceremony install will arc from the ground up to the branch split. Base build in hammered brass, foamed underlay for moisture retention. We'll layer climbing jasmine and antique roses tapering upward into a cage wrap of dyed peony and black ranunculus. Final finish includes suspended candle orbs and trailing silk. Tones will range blush to wine with dark leaf breaks for contrast." Channing frowns. "Black. Trust me." She opens her mouth, then closes it again. Calandra clears her throat. Mr. Hale has executed similar work for the Whitmore wedding last week, and the result was beyond expectations. Sterling raises an eyebrow. Really? Didn't hear about that one. Not everything that matters happens in headlines, Calandra says with a smile so brittle it could cut glass. I catch her glance. Unreadable. It lingers a moment too long. Later, while Channing coos over chair styles and Sterling steps aside to take a call, presumably with a VC or the devil, Tasha walks up beside me, holding 2 iced coffees and a look that says she's seen every romantic comedy ever written. She hands me one without asking. So, she says, sipping. You surviving the encounter? Which one? I mutter. The human marshmallow or her wind-up husband? That's not her husband yet, she says with a smirk. Though after this wedding it might be the only thing holding them together. Paperwork and photo rights. I grunt. She nudges me. You know you're the only thing keeping her upright right now. Calandra? She's been a machine all morning, but her hands were shaking when she read his name on the file like actual tremor-level stress. And Calandra doesn't shake. I sip the coffee. It's too sweet, but cold. I'll take it. She's strong, I say. She's tired of being strong, Tasha replies. Difference matters. She eyes me sidelong. You ever been a fake date before? I blink. What? She grins. All these events, rehearsals, brunches, vendor dinners, they expect the planner to be seen. And nothing pisses off an ex more than seeing you upgraded. I snort. You trying to recruit me? I'm just planting the seed. That seed's dead on arrival. She shrugs. Unless you're scared. I narrow my eyes. Of what? Being her fake boyfriend and catching real feelings. I shake my head. You watch too much television. Still, she says, voice lighter. You'd be good at it. And that would piss Sterling off like you wouldn't believe. Think about it. She walks off, hips swinging, iced coffee balanced like a crown. I should let it go. Ignore the joke. Get back to the install plan and let this whole wedding roll on without me in the personal column. But when Calandra calls out instructions to the rental vendor, her voice falters for a split second as Sterling walks by behind her. He leans in, says something, too quiet to hear. She flinches, barely, but I see it. I don't know if it's instinct, ego, or something darker, but I walk toward her before I think. She sees me coming. Straightens. Is everything on track for the arbor structure? Yeah. We stand there. Close. Not touching. She glances up. What? I'll do it, I say. She blinks. Do what? The fake date thing. If you need one.
Chapter 7. Calandra. I try to stifle a laugh. It nearly bursts out of me, taking the form of an undignified snort, loud and unfiltered. Half disbelief, half absurdity. Heads turn. Channing glances over from her folding chair where she's faux listening to the tableware consultant. Sterling narrows his eyes like he can't stand being out of the loop for 5 seconds. Excuse me, I say, voice hushed yet sharp enough to slice fondant. You're offering what now? Thatcher stands solid and calm beside me, his arms folded, boots rooted into the Charleston soil like he's personally offended by the existence of decorative grasses. He doesn't flinch at my tone, just raises one brow in that maddeningly British, maddeningly self-assured way. I said, he replies, voice low enough to qualify as subsonic. If you need someone to play the part, I'll do it. Play the part, I repeat slowly, like maybe saying it out loud will make it less ridiculous. As in, be my date. To the wedding events, rehearsals, dinners, brunches, whatever public theatrics this circus requires. He shrugs like it's no big deal. Like I didn't just spend 2 years building a wall around my personal life, only to watch him casually walk toward it, holding a sledgehammer and a grin. You can't be serious. He tilts his head. Wouldn't joke about this. My first instinct is to scoff. My second is to run. My third, worryingly, is to imagine what that might look like. Him standing next to me at the cocktail hour. His hand on my lower back, that voice murmuring something dry and inappropriate in my ear while Sterling simmers across the room. It's ridiculous. It's dangerous. And it's weirdly perfect. Because my brand is everything. And my brand, currently, is thriving professional who is not at all undone by her ex getting married to a woman who probably thinks a souffle is a skincare product. Sterling's side-eye earlier was subtle, but I felt it. That slow once-over, the inward calculation, his quiet, smug assumption that I'm still alone, that I'm still the one who lost. Tasha's already acting like the announcement's gone to print. She stands near the catering tent now, arms folded, phone out, probably checking lighting conditions for my imagined couple's photos with Thatcher. I'm not asking you to lie, I murmur, more to myself than to him. Just play along. Thatcher steps closer. Not enough to touch, but enough that I can feel the heat of him. The grounded, no-nonsense gravity that makes people listen when he talks, even if they don't like what he says. I know exactly how to play the part, he says, voice like gravel and promise. My pulse skips. Strictly business, I whisper, swallowing hard. Obviously. The look we share seals it. No paperwork, no signatures. Just something quiet and molten passing between us that feels a lot more binding than anything a lawyer could draft. I nod. He nods back. It's done. And just like that, I've signed myself up for what will either be a master stroke of professional spin or the most unhinged decision of my adult life. Tasha appears beside me like a rom-com fairy godmother in sneakers. So, she says, eyes dancing, we're going with the tall, brooding +1 then? Apparently, I don't know what you had to do with this, but you're officially fired when we're done with this. She laughs, unapologetic. Excellent choice. I'll tell the photographer. We don't have a photographer yet. We will now. She claps her hands and walks off like she's conjuring confetti. I turn back to Thatcher. We need ground rules. He gestures grandly. Please. Let's do negotiate terms like proper lunatics. First, no touching unless absolutely necessary. He smirks. Define necessary. Photographs, formal greetings, potentially rescue scenarios in case Sterling starts being Sterling. Understood. No groping unless strictly required. 2, no flirting. That might be harder. I narrow my eyes. I'm joking. Mostly. 3, nothing real. This is just for show. We sell it, and when it's over, we go back to our regularly scheduled ignoring each other. He nods once. Deal. I should feel better. Instead, I feel like I just tossed a match into a room full of tulle and sentiment. The rest of the walkthrough passes in a haze. I point out floral arch placements, double-check aisle measurements, and half-ignore Channing's every question that starts with, wouldn't it be iconic if... Sterling keeps glancing our way. Not always obvious, just often enough to register. And Thatcher? Thatcher plays the part. Quiet, attentive, stays close, doesn't hover, doesn't crowd. But every so often I catch him watching me, not the way Sterling used to, assessing, comparing, cataloging, but like he's listening, really listening. And that's infinitely worse, because I can't shield against being seen. Back in the car, Tasha kicks off her heels before we've even left the gravel driveway. You two are gonna break the internet, she says, checking her phone. I've already thought of 3 captions for the first shot. One's a Beyoncé lyric. The other two are scandalous but would trend. It's fake, I remind her. So is Channing's accent. Doesn't stop her from going viral. I stare out the window. Trees blur past in streaks of green and gold. The Charleston heat clings to my skin like second thoughts. Are we actually doing this? I ask softly. Tasha reaches over, squeezes my hand. Cal, you've spent years building an empire. You've survived cheating exes, demanding clients, and brides who think napkin folds should reflect their zodiac signs. You can survive this. Surviving and thriving aren't the same. No, she agrees. But sometimes, faking one leads to the other. I don't answer. Because I'm too busy thinking about the way Thatcher said, I know how to play the part, like it was both a promise and a dare. And the part of me that should be worried is dangerously quiet.
Chapter 8. Thatcher. I pack my boots first. That's how you know I'm taking it seriously. They're the old ones, stained from mulch and hydrangea dye, soles starting to peel. But they've held through hurricanes and bridal tantrums. I don't do fancy loafers just because the invitation says formal. I don't do pretense, period. And this trip, it's nothing but... Next, the flask. Not for drinking. Not really. I haven't had more than a sip in 6 months, and even that felt indulgent. But the weight of it in my pocket is grounding. Steel. Solid. Dependable. Unlike anything else about this job, the spanners go in last. The whole toolkit, actually. You never know when a centerpiece will need bracing or a pergola will start listing mid-vow. My gear is the one part of this whole performance that doesn't pretend, because the rest, it's a pageant. Charleston glows in the afternoon sun like it knows it's prettier than you. Palmettos line the boulevards like they've been styled for a movie set. The wedding coordinator greets me at the valet stand with a clipboard and a smile like Botox got religion. Mr. Hale, welcome. You're in suite 1406. Bride's party is on 12, groom's on 15. The welcome dinner is at 6 sharp. Please dress accordingly. She says it all without breathing, without blinking. Noted, I grunt, tossing my bag over my shoulder and heading inside before she can offer me a mini-map of the resort's spa packages. The lobby smells like citrus and colonial arrogance. Gold trim everywhere. Polished marble. Live piano from a tuxedoed sadist near the bar. I check in, make small talk with a concierge who insists on calling me Mr. Hale, and take the elevator up in silence. The suite's nicer than I expected. Neutral tones, oversized bed, balcony view of the marina. On the nightstand sits a welcome packet, monogrammed, of course, with a minute-by-minute itinerary and a candle from the bride's signature scent line. It smells like high-end anxiety. By 5:30, I'm showered, dressed, and mildly enraged by how tight my one blazer fits across the shoulders. The mirror doesn't help. I look like someone shoved a welder into a wedding catalog and hope no one noticed. Still, I tuck in the shirt, knot the cuffs, and pull on the boots. They're scuffed, loud, and non-negotiable. This is the version of me she asked for. Not a watered-down groomsman or an arm-candy escort. She asked me to be the man who builds things. The man who fixes things. The man who makes her ex rethink everything. So that's who I'll be. The rooftop is already buzzing when I arrive. Champagne flutes in every hand. Men in linen suits with names like Beck or Chase. Women who speak in hashtags and laugh like networking is foreplay. The air is thick with floral perfume and cocktail ambition. I scan the crowd. Don't see her. Yet. Tasha finds me first. She always does. "God damn, Hale," she says, eyes wide, mouth curling into a wicked smile. "You clean up like someone gave a grizzly bear a makeover." I grunt. "Nice to see you, too." "Calandra's running late. Last-minute shoe emergency." "What kind of emergency?" 4-inch, strappy steel gray situation. I don't respond. Can't. Because now I'm picturing it. Her legs. Her walk. That look she gets when she knows people are watching and pretends she doesn't care. Tasha reads me like a damn billboard. "You good?" she asks, nudging me. "I'm here." She raises a brow. "But are you faking it for the client here, or are you all torch the building if Sterling gets smug again here?" I sip my drink. Haven't decided. Tasha chuckles. "God help us all." Then she stiffens. There she is. And there she is, descending the staircase like a slow song. Slate gray dress, shoulders bare, hair pinned back with that gold comb she always wears when she's trying not to show effort, but absolutely is. Her lipstick's darker tonight. Plum, maybe. A little reckless. I can't move for a second, just one. I forget the plan, the act. Forget why I'm even here. She sees me. Pauses. Something flickers across her face, and then she smiles. Not the tight one she gives clients. This smile is quieter, warmer, like she didn't expect to feel this either. I walk toward her. She meets me halfway. "You made it," she says. "You doubted?" She lifts one shoulder. "Didn't peg you for the rooftop dinner type. I go where I'm needed." Her eyes meet mine. "You didn't have to come." I nod. "I did. That's all we say. That's all we need to. The rest of the evening is a performance, but we're good at it. We move like we've done this before." She laughs at my dry one-liners. I refill her glass before she asks. When Sterling walks by with that calculated look in his eye, I lean just close enough to make him wonder. Channing is worse. So much worse. She fawns, coos, and snaps selfies like this is her brand launch party instead of a pre-wedding dinner. Every smile is a statement, every gesture designed for maximum visibility. At one point, she drapes herself over Sterling like a trophy and purrs, "Darling, we simply must get photos with them. You and Calandra were close, weren't you?" Calandra doesn't flinch. "We worked well together. Once." Her voice is smooth, her spine steel, but I feel the twitch in her hand where it rests against my arm. I slide my fingers over hers. Ground her. She doesn't pull away. Later, there's a toast. Sterling stands, glass raised, voice syrupy. "We gather tonight," he says, "to celebrate love, legacy, and the beauty of second chances." He looks directly at Calandra. She doesn't blink, but I do. And if he says one more thing that sounds like a subtle rewrite of their history, I'll throw him off this damn roof. After the last toast and too many photos, we step away from the crowd. The edge of the terrace is quieter, cooler. Charleston lights shimmer in the distance, refracted through wine glasses and tiers of exhausted waitstaff. "You good?" I ask softly. She nods. "I've done worse. You didn't deserve this." "It's not about deserving," she says. "It's about surviving. You are." She turns, meets my eyes. "This is fake, remember?" I know, but her fingers curl around mine again, softer this time. No pressure, no show, just warmth, just her. And I'd do a lot worse than show up for that.
Chapter 9. Calandra. Charleston hits me like hot honey. Jasmine wafts along the sidewalks, sweet and cloying in the early morning air. Pastel mansions line the streets in faded grandeur, their wrought iron fences draped with azaleas and secrets. Gossip floats between magnolia blooms like confetti, whispers tucked into the curve of the trees. It's stunning and disarming in equal measure. And everywhere I turn, there's Sterling. He drifts through this manicured canvas with a polished smile, but I sense the regret under it. Polished, managed, still regret. It's funny how a man can smile and still look like he wants to walk away from himself, but he hasn't. Not yet. Today is the social media photo shoot. Channing's idea. She's decided that this wedding needs to break the internet before a single guest checks in. I've been up since dawn, directing set dressing, calling in talent and corralling vendors like conjurers. I'm in linen trousers and a crisp white blouse, hair wrapped in a silk scarf to keep it sleek. Tasha flits around, armed with neon pens and caffeine, orchestrating landing pages and hashtag campaigns. My office is 2 blossoming arches, 3 lounge vignettes under breezy tents, and 1 garnet velvet love seat positioned directly under an antique chandelier for maximum rom-com teaser effect. Sterling stands nearby in a khaki blazer, scrolling through Channing's live feed of florals and cocktails, occasionally stepping in to reposition a napkin or re-zip a rental dress. It's obvious he's trying to help, trying to be partner of the year. But there's a sheen to his movements, like he's performing for an audience, even when none are watching. When he looks at me, it's polite. But it's the kind of polite that sucks the warmth out of a room. Close by, Thatcher stands sentinel beside the floral arch he's rebuilt 4 times this morning, his stance unyielding and quiet. The arch is breathtaking, dark-hued blooms winding through copper filigree, canopying petals catching sunlight like stained glass. Every inch of it bears his signature, bold, moody, alive. He's unbothered by the early hour, unbothered by the noise. He grows more present as the pressure builds. His steel gray eyes keep track of every petal and peripheral movement. I've watched him shift foam, retape wire, and mutter under his breath, "Bollocks," or "not bloody right," or occasionally just, "damn," when a flower sagged or a runner folded wrong. This morning, that gruff commentary is comforting, a counterpoint to Sterling's fake sincere murmurs and Channing's blockbuster energy. "Cal, darlings, can we percolate this angle further?" Channing interrupts as I assess the seating chart. She's tweeting everything. Even the mood is curated to 9.6 on her personal brand spa metrics. I almost snap. Instead, I glide over. "Yes," I say, tablet raised like a shield. "See? Ethan Madrigal. He's trending right now. We need the arch with the magnolia backdrop. That shot, right at noon, golden light, direct share." I swallow. Ethan is elusive, in demand, and commanding in a way that clashes with this vibe. But Channing's right. Images of this shoot will define 6 editorial spreads. I motion to Thatcher. He strides over, silent but carrying the weight of his work. He inspects the angle, squints at the arch, and lifts the flowers incrementally to adjust the silhouette. "It needs balance," he says quietly, voice low enough that only I hear. Too much left lean, shadow eats the frame. Channing murmurs, "We're trending, darling," and clicks her phone like a metronome. Sterling hovers behind them, nodding, shuffling. Business partner, husband-to-be. 2 people addressing the future without acknowledging me, physically present. I step next to Thatcher, lean in close enough so our shoulders brush. "Thanks," I whisper, loud enough he hears. He nods, eyes lingering. "Not your mess up." I see something soften in his expression. Gratitude? Or something deeper? By noon, the small corrals of guests and neighbors have arrived for the pre-rehearsal brunch bonus shoot. Caterers in pastels serve avocado toast on ornate plates. Bartenders mix rose petals into mimosas. Channing's live stream is already trending with number blooming with Channing. I wander through the shoot, camera guard in place, crowds buzzing, while Sterling circles like a shark in watered-down reserve. I catch him chatting with the venue owner, hands in pockets, posture calculated to look comfortable, but with muscles taut like wire. Every few moments he glances my way. I hold a smile, professionally, but it cracks when his shadow falls near my tower of macaroons. I feel the temperature dip when he passes. Thatcher's at the drinks cart, pouring water for servers. He catches my gaze, shakes labels off a bottle, tosses it aside, then sets the next bottle down with precision. I drift past, too close, and he says under his breath, "You good?" I want to lean in and say, "Yes." I want to say I'm terrified. I'm proud. I like being seen next to him. I want to say I'd rather have him here than all the trending hashtags and influencer-worthy moments. So instead I say, tersely professional, we're fine. He barely smiles, but his posture relaxes. Channing decides a wedding booth with sparkly lights is necessary. She hires an attached booth, full display, live feed. Of course, it's live feed. She positions Sterling and me side by side for test shots, microphone mic streaming our conversation. Ladies and gents, Calandra and her strategic associate, Mr. West, Channing chirps, handing over the mic. Sterling says, "You're up on the cover of Southern Bride this month. Not to me, but at me." That placement was genius. I hold in a retort. Instead, I say, it was targeted to ideal demographic. My tone is icy, artfully neutral. Thatcher's voice rumbles next to mine. Looks excellent. It's not a joke, but it lands in the echo of my jaw dropping. Sterling flushes slightly. I give Thatcher a grateful nod. Channing squeals for another shot. I feel pinned between the trending spectacle and a quiet man with cold logic. My gut twists. He's giving me affirmation I didn't know I needed. Shoot dismantles around our ankle strides. Magnolia petals litter the grounds. I stand with Thatcher by the floral arch, both of us finishing adjustments. My pulse thrums in a tempo synced with his breathing. I speak softly. "Thanks for today." He hums. "These things take context." "Yeah, but context is important." He glances at me, then away. I realize I'm not sure what I'm saying. Maybe I'm thanking him. Maybe asking for more. Maybe just acknowledging that I'm tethered to him in a way I can't unpack. He says, "This is where they'll say their vows?" I nod. Ceremony arch will be just inside that groove, enough of a backdrop to avoid the paparazzi glare. He nods. Then quietly, not for the cameras, "You're doing beautifully." My throat catches. I smile, small. It's not about how beautiful, they'll snap it anyway. But I want him to say more. So I ask, "Are you glad?" He eyes me like I threw gold coins in his boots. Then, "Yes." Not proud or theatrical, I step closer. "So am I." By dinner time, as the workday nosedives into black tie madness, my rehearsed composure phrase, Channing holds court at a long table under lantern glow. Sterling gazes at her like she's a masterpiece, not seeing me. But I feel Thatcher beside me. His blazer is off. He's leaning in, correcting the label on my wine, passing the bread basket, checking the line of my napkin fold without stealing attention. I should probably... I gesture toward the stage where Channing's photo team is prepping an encore shot. He nods. Soft light glints on his skin where the suit is open. "I'll refill your wine later." It's a promise. When I spot Sterling across the room, watching with mild attention, maybe even guilt, I realize I'm more afraid of losing him than facing Sterling again. And that terrifies me, because he's not mine. Not yet. The dinner winds down. Guests depart in silk and scented chatter. Lanterns dim. Channing sneaks off for her glam squad wrap-up. Sterling tries to follow her, but stops at my table. Eyes on me. He says, "Word perfect. It's a lovely display." I nod politely. Don't mention the camera feeds, the internet headlines, the narrative control. He glances over my shoulder at where the crew packs amps near the stage. "You know I mean it," he says, soft. "You're brilliant." I swallow hard. "Thank you." But it tastes like something else, like honey gone sour. Sterling doesn't linger. He turns and leaves. The relief that rises in me is unexpected, not healthy. I step outside, find the balcony overlooking the jasmine-lined courtyard. Thatcher is already out here, one knee propped, one hand on the railing, studying the night. When he turns, The moonlight catches every angle of his cheekbones, sharpened by distance and austerity. "You tired?" I ask. He shakes his head. "Too many damn flowers tonight." He pauses, then, "You okay?" I lean back, breathe the steam night air, feel jasmine drift through curling collard leaves. "I am." "Good," he says. I hesitate, drawing in a deep breath, not sure if I should ask the request bubbling up within me. But then I say it anyway. "I don't want you to leave. I need you here for the rest of the events. We've come too far to change the narrative now." He's silent. Wind rustles the jasmine. Moonlight slides across his shirt. He folds in. He says, "I'm not going anywhere." I swallow. I almost believe him.
Chapter 10. Thatcher. The last golden slither of sunset disappears below the Charleston skyline, and all that's left is the soft glow of lanterns and a damping hush in the air. Our champagne flutes clink, the briar-scented liquid fizzing against the rim, marking the end of the evening as smoothly as the final bow at a stage performance. The sound ripples across the terrace, mingling with laughter, soft farewells, and the distant hum of traffic. I'm standing next to Calandra, her coat slung elegantly over her arm, hair still pinned up, attitude still polished. The crowd swirls around us, but we're enclosed in our own moment, defined by the wax of candlelight on her skin and the crisp snap of her shoulders. "A good night?" I ask quietly, voice gravelly from all the forced pleasantries. She lets out a breath, long, measured, relieved. Better than expected. That tight curve of her lips tells me everything. She means me, not the circus around us. My heart twists. "I can walk you back to your suite," I say, half-courteous gentleman, half-held-back question buzzing in the back of my throat. She tilts her head. Pause. Then finally, "That would be appreciated." Our footsteps on the marble tiles seem too loud for the ribbed silence that follows. The terrace gives way to a broad hallway. I glance back, wait for her to lead, but she doesn't. So I step through the door with her on my arm, offering my elbow as though I've always known it might end up here. The corridor is a long, quiet tunnel illuminated by lantern sconces, each casting gentle pools of warm light against muted wallpaper and polished floors. The hum of the party recedes, until all I hear are our footsteps echoing, our breaths soft and synchronized. She glances down, adjusting her coat, then flicks her gaze toward me. "I appreciate your help," she murmurs. Her words are soft but steady, words that surprise me in their sincerity, for being present. I do not say present feels like a heartbeat under my ribcage. Instead, I say, always. We walk in silence for a moment longer. The hush is an invitation for something more, but I keep myself locked inside awareness, each breath, each footstep, each lifted eyelash. We arrive at her door. It's simple, cream-painted with a number plaque that reads 1422. She presses her hand to it and says quietly, "Can I be honest?" The question is rhetorical, an open gate that warms the hallway air as she breathes out, "I want you here. Not just for shows, optics, or guest photo ops. I need you truly." My chest tightens so sharply I feel it down to my bones. I open my mouth, something urgent and heartfelt builds inside, words I both crave and fear. But before I speak, she continues, "You don't have to if you don't want to stay the week." Her words falter against slim candlelit walls. Vulnerability is a luxury she never afforded others, or so I believed. Now she places it alone between us. I step forward. Her breath catches. I swallow, long and trembling. "I'll stay," I whisper, each syllable raw with something that tastes like promise and alarm. She closes her eyes, lets her shoulders drop, a release that scrambles my senses, soft armor melting in her posture, a confession hanging at the edge of her lips. She leans into me, her breath warm against my neck, and I brace myself to hold steady. We stand there, warm breeze between us, slipping through like a silent witness. I raise my hand and touch her cheek lightly, thumb brushing a stray highlight out of her face. She tilts her head into the gesture, just a fraction, and I feel her pulse flicker under my finger. I'm glad, she breathes. So am I, but I don't say it. It's too vulnerable, too honest. Instead, I close the space between us, press my forehead to hers, not entirely romantic, more grounded, an acknowledgement of loyalty, of union, of precarious trust. My lips are mere inches from hers, and it's taking all the strength in my body to hold back. If I could just get one step closer. She leans back. Not tonight, she whispers. I nod. I understand. I kissed her twice already tonight. Once at the toast, once on the terrace. Those were for show, of course. But both felt like trespasses we weren't ready for. This is better. A quiet moment buried in her warmth, not a headline she'd regret. Not tonight, I echo, voice softer than I expect. A beat of silence. Then she presses her fingers to my lips like I might speak more than I mean to. Long pause. Then she steps into her suite and the door clicks shut behind her. And just like that, I'm alone. I stand in the hallway, fist pressed sideways into the plastered wall, heart striking the rib cage each time I flex. I want to pound something. I want release, but I'm too unsteady. I tap the door again. Quiet, not demanding. Longing to step across that barrier, to fix this, to say something more. But that'd be crossing the line we drew just now. She doesn't open it. So I step back. I pace. I mutter curses under my breath, each expletive a hiss of need and guilt. Hell, Calandra! The sound of my voice in the marble corridor echoes grotesquely, as though every wall holds witness. I mutter again, this time softer, trying to strip anger and replace it with something I hope is admiration and admission. Each step returns me, magnets, to the door. I lean my shoulder into the panel. Don't go, I confess into wood grain. No answer. The hallway snaps shut, candles stretch their arms in twilight, and I stand alone with the afterglow of her confession burning on the other side. I wander until I reach the elevator lobby. Press the button. Doors open. I step inside. Steel walls reflect me in dull silver. Each floor panel hums until we reach the ground level. I exit. Head to the lobby. Taxi queue. The night air is humid, fragrant with brake dust, late-night jasmine and soaked pavement. The evening's weight shifts from adrenaline to a deep ache. The silent ride back to my suite is a stark contrast to the cramped mix of people behind me on the elevator. I cross the threshold to my room, throwing my keys on the nightstand. My blazer drapes across the chair. Boots smell of dance and moto oil from earlier deliveries in the back chapel. My flask is empty. My fist aches. I stand in the middle of the room, stare at the rumpled duvet, at the bellboy's gift basket in the corner, at the cracked seam in the mirror above the dresser. And I breathe. It's nearly 3 a.m. by the time I write her message. Thank you for a wonderful evening. I read it twice, then delete it. I start again. Thank you for being honest with me. No, I murmur, and press delete again. 3rd time. I'll be here tomorrow, and Saturday, and as long as you need me. I hesitate. This feels like too much. I pause. The night presses against the window. I lean back against the dresser. Finally, I hit send. I have to see where this goes. Not just for me, for her, for the unspoken possibility behind her eyes. And maybe because I'm tired of pretending this was ever just business.
Chapter 11. Calandra. The hotel room is silent, sun-soft, the kind of early morning calm that feels like it's leaning in just to witness the first crack in your armor. My eyelids flutter open to the gentle hum of Charleston outside, birds waking, shutters clicking, the faint but definite thrum of a city alive before dawn. I lie still for a second, taste the remnants of celebration on my tongue. The faint smell of jasmine from my balcony creeps in through the cracked window. I blink and see. On the nightstand is my phone, buzzing with notifications like excited sparklers. I prop myself onto one elbow, the sheet slipping off my shoulder. My chest tightens. I swipe the screen open. There we are. A photograph, maybe two. String lights overhead, the terracotta terrace beneath us. Me, laughing, genuine, unguarded in Thatcher's lap. His hand spread across my thigh, grounded but subtle. Electric chemistry captured in a moment of proximity. The caption overlaid, "Find you someone who looks at you the way he looks at her." The post is tagged by Sierra Lane, the queen of wedding blog reality, Atlanta's most relentless purveyor of bridal drama. The headline splashes across the comment section. Sierra Lane, meet the Bloom couple. Absolute fire couple goals Bloom couple. In the notifications, there are too many to count. Inboxes ping with new inquiry alerts. DMs balloon with messages. Tell me available dates. How do I get on her wait list? Press outlets ping with curt subject lines. Bloom couple trending, must book, viral phenomenon. I nearly choke on my first sip of hotel room coffee. The mug shakes in my hand. I set it on the desk, black ground staining the brim like a bruise. This is unexpected. Smoke and mirrors, crafted illusion. Our fake, wrapped in genuine spark. But isn't that how all fires start? I wander to the balcony, letting the humid morning air touch my shoulders. Charleston stretches quiet and gracious below, palmetto leaves stirring in the breeze. I breathe in deeply, taste anticipation mixed with caffeine. String lights from last night are still draped over the terrace balustrade, like a soft echo of yesterday's warmth. I exhale slowly, trying to let the surreal moment land in my chest. A knock at the door brings me back to reality. Before I even turn, I know who's on the other side. I open it, running my fingers through my hair in an attempt to look presentable. Cal? It's Tasha, voice bright but careful. We have brunch at 9 with the venue coordinator and press liaison Jennifer from Southern Belle magazine. We're pinned for 12 tables, but if Sierra's post keeps going, it might go higher. I straighten. Send over any RSVPs I've missed this morning. I'll meet you down there in 20. She glances at the phone on the desk. Congratulations. I manage a soft smile. Thanks. She squeezes my shoulder, then retreats, closing the door with a click that sounds like an exhale. Brunch's white linen tablecloth waits in the hotel dining room like a runway adorned in croissants and iced fruit cups. Sapphire blue Irish pine walls hum around me. The smell of warmed brioche drifts from the buffet. I pass a waiter who asks if I'd like fresh squeezed grapefruit juice. I nod, not trusting my voice yet. Thatcher is already there. He sits at the table's end, tray before him. Small potatoes, an omelet folded with finesse, and 2 cups of steaming black coffee. His blazer is off, revealing the casual ease of a linen shirt, sleeves rolled, posture open. He looks anchored in a way that makes me feel calmer before I even sit down. He reaches a hand across the table and touches mine, just once. Brief, but enough. Good morning, he says, voice warm, hushed, as if we're sharing a secret. Morning, I whisper back, letting his hand linger a moment longer than rules allow. We don't comment on the texts, partly because we don't have to. The looks we exchange say it all. The shared shock, the thrill, the fear that this performance might slip into real life without us intending it. Sierra Lane arrives seconds later, clipboard in one hand, camera crew in tow, trailing a breeze of anticipation. She's dressed for effect. Sleek black gown with satin paneling, sunglasses oversized, nails painted bright. She stops short, sees us. Ladies and gentlemen, she begins into her mic, snapping on her professional smile. The Bloom couple at leisure, let's get the candid glam. She waves the camera crew toward us like she's conjuring the paparazzi. Press liaison. Jennifer shuffles in behind her, phone poised, eyes flicking to the digital leaderboard on her screen. I stand, heart fluttering like a hummingbird under stress. Slam on lid of my phone, nothing worthy of broadcast. Breathe. Smile. Sit. The shoot sequence unfolds like choreography. Sylvia, the photographer, guides us with soft direction, letting the morning light drift over Olali green fingertips. Look at each other, she says. Chuckle. Whisper. Pretend no one else exists. They ask nothing illicit, but the direction is intention. We lean into it, and the lens captures the space between our bodies. I let Thatcher's hand rest against mine. Don't pull away. This is performance, but it's felt. And it's working. We flip through poses, standing side by side, arms crossed, whispering shared jokes, a candid pause mid-sip of coffee. Sierra puffs in the background, snapping her phone, voice bubbling with excitement. You look absolutely electric together. She breathes into the mic. This is what love looks like. I swallow, realizing it's not love. I'm not sure if it is yet. But the tremor in my chest when he smiles my way under the early light, that is something I want to trust. Shouldn't you be focusing on the bride and groom at this point? I ask, my voice tense as I steal a glance at Thatcher. He's unmaddeningly unbothered by this whole circus. The florist near our table misaligns the vase. The crocus is unbalanced. A shard of calm lodges in my chest. Thatcher stands, moves like gravity redirecting. He strides over, lips gluing together in perfect calm. He adjusts the vase, realigns the blooms, mumbles into the flowers. Bollocks, in his private accent for not right. The florist sees file, performs discreet apology. Crisis averted. Table looks perfect. I watch him, and pride swells so fast it lunges. I tap on the table softly. Thank you. He glances at me, causing heat to flood my cheeks. Always. Brunch ends, and Sierra's button presser is still clicking. Jennifer asks for sound bites. How does it feel to be Charleston's new romantic headline? I offer a polite line. It's surreal, but we're grateful. They zoom out, flash finishes, pack up. In 10 minutes, they're gone, leaving residual warmth and lens light glow behind them. We stand on the veranda, sunlight dappling the stone as if spotlighting our reflections back to us. Thatcher hands me a phone, my own, unlocked to the social feed he's paused for me. I read again. Thousands of likes, hundreds of comments. Some mundane. Stunning. Please share vendor list. Others more earnest. Wish you both the best. One that sticks. Is it real? Because if it is, give her a ring. I close my eyes. A breeze picks up. The magnolia blossoms quiver. I breathe it in. Thatcher slips an arm around my waist, just enough to fold comfort into my posture. He says softly, "What now?" I lean into him. My cheek brushes his shoulder. "We keep the act," I say, surprising us both with the resolute tone. "But we have to decide if smoke and mirrors are enough." He kisses the top of my head. "Fair." I lift my chin. "And Sterling?" The air shifts. A clock chimes on the veranda wall. Something in my gut stirs. He nods. "We'll do it." As if on cue, Sterling appears then, smooth as unread glassware, hands in pockets, expression unreadable. He approaches. Instead of formal tone, he says quietly, almost too soft for the veranda crowd, "You look happy." 3 words. Layers of implication. I look at him, see regret, resignation. Maybe something like resignation. I straighten, smile poised. Hands move to cloak the space between my drink and the table. "Thank you, Sterling," I say. "I am." He nods once, leaves once more, and the moment is mine again. Thatcher's arm remains around me. Together we step off the stone and back to business. Herding brunch plates to the bus station, coordinating the next vendor reslot, checking budgets. Our bubble holds. Afternoon brings site check and site breakdown. Channing wants the chute reinstalled under the pavilion tonight with gilded chairs and champagne towers for golden hour glamour. I confirm logistics. Engineers input. We relay orders. Thatcher supervises. We move as a unit, fluid and effective. This blur of planning laced with rarefied possibility. When we pause at the pavilion, empty now, string lights undone, columns bare, I notice the echo of our morning performance, silence stretching across marble and dust motes, following footsteps. I close my eyes, inhale the memory of his hand weaving across mine underneath morning light. Under my breath, I say, "Thank you." He squeezes my hand. "Anything you need." That night, after last vendor bids leave, I slip into my suite. Terrace door open, velvet night, and the city below breathing in. My eyes settle on the balcony, framed by lights. I catch sight of him there, alone. Leaning at the railing, shoulders loose, I find myself lingering. These moments are filling me up, and I don't want the magic to end.
Chapter 12. Thatcher. I don't do photos, I don't do blogs. I hate being ogled like some exhibit in a museum. Behind lenses, there's always choreography, always presumption. I was forged in back rooms and bartered over bouquets, not curated for content. Yet here I am, prepping for lunch under the sun at Calandra's insistence, because business demands alignment. Hers, and now, unexpectedly, mine too. The courtyard blooms radiant under an early Charleston sun. Spanish moss drips from umbrella-deep oaks, their shadows stitching patterns over the stone paving. Castles of wrought iron chairs surround alabaster tables topped with pale linens and poised lunch settings. Pink peonies droop in glass vessels like delicate gossip ready to be heard. Overhead, a lattice creaks with vine wreaths and string lights once hidden in dusk, now muted by sun. I step through a wrought iron gate, toolkit in one hand, a clipboard in the other. My boots echo in that expansive silence. Calandra is already there, glowing, sunglasses perched like a coronet on her head, denim sundress willowy. She's not in a hurry, but every second she moves shifts the vibe. When our eyes meet, she steps toward me. "Thanks for being here, punctual as always." This is our morning routine now, gratitude edged with something unspoken. Outside the press and posers, I like that being around her is normal, but the facade is poised to erupt in 15 minutes. Influencers will stroll in with charm and hashtags. They think they know romance because they drink coffee and click cameras every second of the damn day. Tasha and the catering team breeze around us, fixing chairs, adjusting candles, whisper-checking menus. The odor of lavender linen spray wafts through the breeze, spiked by butter from croissant trays rotating on carts. The world is one big event, perfectly plated. I crane my neck to examine a centerpiece. It sags. The host of this luncheon might be virtual royalty, but this is real. I lean over, extract the central stem, tighten wiring, fluff petals. The flower comes back alive, proud again within its copper girdle. A pair of women in cropped jackets with DSLR slings approaches, emerging influencers, hands out, eyes wide. They hover near Calandra, touching her arm, cooing for a photo. My job is installation. My purpose isn't to glower, but they make my head thrum with annoyance. Calandra stays poised. She smiles, steps back, lets them snap. She signals me without sound. I slide behind her, clipboard extended, blocking the frame. Firm but polite. Social survival at its finest. 20 minutes later, the courtyard fills with preening specters in pastel palazzo pants and golden chairs. Each carries a camera or a phone, each posture calibrated to inspire envy. I watch Calandra greet them with regal charm. There's a skill to her, focus, compassion, warmth, never sarcasm. She glides from one to another, discussing drink choices, iris placement, head tilt for influencer A versus B. It all feels choreographed. In a way, it is. Channing appears, trailing with her entourage, slender girls bringing armfuls of green juice, staff adjusting her sun hat. She gives me a brief nod. I return it with neutral professionalism. Ladder of the hierarchy. Bride over vendor. I'm no one in this spectacle, but my own authority rests in seeing where the flowers droop before anyone else. Channing stops by our table, meandering close. Sterling's nearby, hovering. I'm not blind to the dynamics. A calculated power play. Channing leans casually across the chair back. "Mr. Hale," she purrs, voice frothy. "The centerpiece is divine. I heard you don't do social media. Aren't you curious how many saved images I've already made of your work?" I don't smile. "I'm more curious about keeping flowers alive," I say, neutral. She chuckles. "That's very gentleman florist." Charming, even. But how about posing? A quick twirl? I want someone to showcase. I don't twirl or pose. Instead, I glance at Calandra. She's across the table, adjusting a napkin fold, overseeing the table crew. She does a quick head gesture. Let her play. Let it roll. She's bought in. I turn back to Channing. "I'll take your lead, Miss Langley, as long as Calandra's happy." Channing flutters her eyelashes. Sterling smiles, but gives me the side eye, his eyes calculating if I'm playing a deeper game. I stay calm, letting the lunatic show unfold under my watch. As Channing wraps up her flirt routine, I sense Sterling stepping closer. He lowers his voice to me. "She's impressive. You okay participating? I know it's probably not your thing." I nod, though the tension builds tight between my shoulder blades. "I'm good." Sterling leans in. "I noticed you looked at Calandra more than anyone else today." I stiffen, guard tall. "I notice details." His eyes flick to Calandra, then to me. I hold his gaze for a heartbeat longer than polite. He turns and drifts away, leaving me to the murmurs and clicks. Good. If he wants to stride off in existential crisis, I'll let him. After the dog and pony show, I approach Calandra. She stands by a fountain centerpiece of hanging succulents. I check the stems, adjust wiring. She sighs, soft. "How are you doing?" I glance at the high-strung crowd. "Fine." She steps closer. "You don't look fine." My chest twists. Her voice isn't loud, but it's enough to unpick me. "It's performance." She brushlights across my hair with her finger. "It's not you." I reach out. "But it's what you need." She turns to me, strain hiding behind her sunglasses. "I don't need you to corral influencers or pose for cameras. I need you to be you." I want to say something raw instead. I am. She slopes her head. "Then don't do less." I swallow the tension. "Sure thing, Cappy." Trays pass, gingham napkins flutter, say soup steam. Lights flicker shade as clouds drift. A gust tugs Spanish moss overhead. High-pitched Instagram voices flow around us. One influencer leans in, phone out, requesting a quote about partnership with the Bloom team. I show her to Calandra. She fires back. "We're in business to build love stories. We're not for sale." She blazes through that room like a lighthouse. I watch, amazed. When she turns to me, I realize the moment is for me too. I offer her a chair. She smiles, soft edge. Mid-lunch, the sun pierces through branches. I lean over to adjust one shining glass as sweat soaks my shirt collar. I glance up. It's noon, but the lens-shady crowd is still hungry, still filming. I want to yell. Burn down the fairy dust illusions. Make them strip this veneer. Calandra passes behind me, stands close. Her sundress flutters. I breathe it in. I turn to her. Can we walk? She nods. Together, we navigate a path between tables. I don't hold her. I let my thumb catch her arm as we pass behind shrubs. We escape the view, breathe in the quiet around us. My throat is tight. I don't know where to start with all this. The air smells of mint and shifting linen. She's looking at me, expectance laced with annoyance. What do you want me to do? I ask. She searches for words. I stand still, soaking in sunshine on her hair. Keep doing this, she says, but don't pretend you like it. I nod. Maybe I'm not pretending. An exhale. We rejoin the table. I adjust the pitcher and pass water. She gives a nod. The luncheon winds down. Influencers polish phones and towels and Instagram stories. Sterling inspects the final frame. He nods once in approval. Calandra glances my way, offering a silent breath of gratitude. God, she's beautiful, even in this heat. Later in the evening, in the quiet lull before rehearsal dinner, I stand on my sweet terrace, listening to hushed brunch guests fade into evening. I realize that cameras aren't the enemy. Entitlement is. And my entitlement is that she needs me. That terrifies me more than any lens ever could.
Chapter 13. Calandra. The air inside Aurelia and Company Bridal Boutique feels like a sherbet glow. Perfumed, pastel, too perfect. Soft blush-toned walls are dappled by crystal chandeliers. Plush velvet chaise lounges cluster around mirrors floor to ceiling, each topped with delicate rose engagement rings, waiting for approval. It's elegant without effort, expensive without guilt. I take it all in as though I've stepped into a high-stakes simulation of bridal chic. Channing glides between racks of couture, hushed praises spilling from her lips as she fingers the silks and tools. The assistant hovers beside her, pouring Dom from a bottle wrapped in frost. Channing's lips twitch with pleasure, not genuine, more performative, curated from another era of influencer polish. She spins, the skirt of a fit and flare dress catching light across the boutique. She smiles, head tilted, waiting. I'm perched on a low bench nearby, tablet in hand, the venue layout, florist instructions, sound cues for the rehearsal dinner, stacked on my lap as if I'm trying to balance on a teetering cake. I'm here to provide professional advice on a dress Channing insists will signal the tone for the wedding. It's a war of petty four and passive aggression, and I'm stuck in Act 1. Cal, darling, she calls over, voice smooth. She caresses the back of a straw-colored silk, accenting the champagne flute in the other hand. What do you think of the back detailing? The lace hand embroidered in chantilly? See how it curves? I lean forward, nodding with the formality of a museum docent. The lace pattern is intricate. It'll look stunning in the ceremony lighting, and that scallop overlay, it'll emphasize your back beautifully. She inclines her head in satisfaction. Yes, framing the spine is very dramatic. But you know what I mean, love? Impact. I want the moment someone sees me walking down the aisle. Jaw drop. I swallow. Diplomatic words pool in my mind. Yes, the dress is built for impact. She lets out a little laugh, refined. I did notice on your blog that Sunday Bridal showed something similar with a much simpler bodice. I couldn't help but Google it. Pause. Then her lips shift. I loved how her dress flowed. I actually thought I might choose something low back like that. But then I saw you wearing something similar, and I thought, no. My heartbeat stutters. Designer gowns blur momentarily. I see only sterling. I swallow bile. That dress was stunning, I say, flat. Channing's eye sparkles, intrigued. Yes, but this one is so much more my style, right? I plaster on the courtesy smile. Right. The assistant slides a new style over the bride's hanger, a tulle ball gown with asymmetrical draping. One more, Ms. Langley? She gives a theatrically approving nod and steps into the satin bodice. The assistant silently lifts the skirt over her too skinny hips. She stands, poised, but not at ease. I lean forward, offering advice again. That skirt drapes across you softer. Moves well in photos. It'll catch the light less dramatically but more fluidly. Channing nods, her eyes fluttering upward toward the skylight. Fluidity rather than flashiness. Yes. She touches the tool softly, letting her fingertips ghost the volume. Isn't it romantic? I swallow another truth. Very much so. I'm gagging on my own insincerity now. We repeat this dance with another gown. Blush-toned lace, long trailing train, off-the-shoulder neckline. She poses. I encourage. Assistant adjusts. Cameras flash from a corner. Streamed live. I just want it to feel like me, she says eventually. Not like I'm turning into some mass-market version of a wedding idea. I nod again, but inside I'm screaming. Part of me knows the dresses will always feel like reflections of an illusion she wants to project. Not her. That's when the boutique doors swing open. Thatcher steps in with slow purpose, back straight, shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal sinews scarred from years of work. His hair is still damp from a warehouse bloom install, strands curling over the way his retreating hairline meets the lights. Under the sheen from manual labor, he's raw. And here, in couture elegance, he's seismic. The room pauses. Sound dims. The assistant halts mid-motion. A bead of champagne nearly drips from Channing's lip. The background chatter quiets into a hush. Half a heartbeat passes. Then he glances at me. His gaze holds mine for the tiniest moment, an acknowledgement only I perceive. He steps forward. I leave my post and clients behind to meet him. His voice is deeper than I remember. You said you'd need me. Yes. My voice is breath-tearing inspired. I did. He places a damp hand on the satin sofa. I take his hand, absorbed in the sturdiness of it. Somewhere inside my ribs, I feel anchored. Channing clears her throat. Mr. Hale, she says, voice cool and cobalt blind. Glad you could make it. We're evaluating silhouettes. He raises an eyebrow. Yes? She drapes the third gown around her shimmying shoulders. Calandra's giving me excellent feedback, but I'd like to hear from all my vendors. She points to her dress. What do you think of this one? He eyes the gown as if it's a stubborn weed. Then he glances at Channing. Then he says, gently yet firmly, it's too safe. A hush. A fold. Channing's face stiffens, but the gown slips off her shoulders like an offer declined. Man, she's pissed. She recovers immediately. Oh, I think, nope. She waves a retainer assistant forward. Hold that, she says, hand politely pushing the gown aside. Bring me. She's clearly shaken by the fact that she can't bait him, and I'm secretly loving it. His gaze flicks to me. It's a question. I take a breath. I think you should try something unexpected. Channing narrows her gaze. Like what? I follow Thatcher's lead. He arches a brow. I step close. I lean in, tone low. Something structured. A sleek crepe column dress, not another gown. Something modern, unexpected. Channing pauses. Then she does something surprising. She tilts her head and smiles faintly. Modern? She murmurs. Tell me more. What follows is an intricate dance of designer persuasion. Channing listens as I mention lines and light, flows and fabric weight. Thatcher stands close, supports silhouette, no fluff, not guest or accessory, presence. We walk racks of samples. I hold up a midnight blue silk sheath. This fabric picks up evening light. It's not white wedding, but it photographs like moonlight. Channing's eyes brush it. She tries it on. She walks, turns. The assistant stands by, silent as stone. We click through snapshots on the iPad, angles, lines, movement, camera crews censored away from our session, but still present. They're pointed elsewhere, filming bridesmaid samples, but I feel the lens searching us. Channing looks in the mirror. She softens. "You're good," she says to me, voice low. I nod. Thatcher stands behind me, protective quiet. I tap his hand as he wraps a pin in my hair. I let him. Later, after Channing finally decides, an ivory satin sheath with a dramatic slit, there's a moment of celebration at the register. Champagne pops again. Confetti of satin scraps spills to the floor. Thatcher wraps me in his arm from behind as I finalize the change. He lets me meet for a heartbeat. I lean back, head against his chest. Channing turns, all lipstick and quiet venom. "Thank you, Calandra, and thank you, Mr. Hale. You both made this process perfect." She means fake, and maybe she's right. Outside, we exit to Charleston's midday haze. Sidewalks shimmer in the noon heat. I feel Thatcher's presence beside me, sleeves rolled, calm and anchored. We load the gown into the designer vehicle parked for pickup. In that moment, I let myself lean in. "Thank you," I whisper. He smiles just enough. No flourish, no camera frame. And I know for me, that sincerity weighs more than gowns, likes, or illusions. This guy is the real deal, or at least I hope he is.
Chapter 14. Thatcher. The mid-morning light filters through the curtains of the Charleston ballroom, striking the crystal chandeliers so that the room glitters even before it's filled. It's a showpiece venue, polished floors, white walls trimmed with gold, floral pedestals already half-built in places like props on a stage. I step inside with no small sense of caution, my heavy boots clicking in a purposeful rhythm. This is no ordinary vendor meet. It's a sponsorship showcase, an elevated gathering meant to prove to the world. Vendors sell stories, not services. The air smells of mic'd mimosas, light floral spray, and frantic expectation. Over by the grand piano, caterers balance trays of canapes. Stylists fuss with lighting and runners test angles. It's a tableau set to impress. Everyone dressed in fresh linens and stiff smiles, their movements choreographed, rehearsed, clean. I'm not like them. I carry my kit, heavy with tools, clippers, flourish, plant tape, wires thick as ropes. My palms carry the memory of yesterday's blooms, roots of arrangements I crafted by hand. This scene, this golf course affair of vendors trotting out their wares, grates on me. But I'm here for one reason only, her. Calandra stands to my left, reframing a bouquet that's mostly peonies and blush snapdragons. She's reverted to the calm professional that makes me want to trust her with my soul. She sees me and gives a small smile. It's enough to keep me anchored in this session. If I look away, I might let the whole performance slide and find us back in that rooftop hallway. Truth ready to be spoken. My eyes catch Sterling across the room, talking in light circles with a trio of luxury grafters, dressmakers, jewelry reps, scent house reps, the kind who talk big about educating couples on scent memory and pendant symbolism. Those words taste like sugar laced with poison. I watch Sterling leaning in, bright laugh, the dimples I know too well. The world doesn't see the damage he's caused, the nights he fractured her heart. They see a man polished and contrite. I see a man whose contrition smells like regret, but tastes of cheap whiskey. Better him than me. My instincts snap to her. Calandra straightens the arrangement. She's as calm as glass, but I see the tension in her jaw flex. I move across the room, and my hand finds her lower back. Light, upright, protective. Not too much to make her flinch, but enough for her to feel me, in full view of Channing, Sterling, and all the tiny cameras waiting for a scandal. I claim her as mine, even if only privately. My palm a declaration. She turns to me, just a tilt of the head, but enough. Her eyes say everything I'm not allowed to say, and she stays with me. The vendor presentations start in predictable waves. The first floral house trods forward. Perfect arrangements, scented candles, muted videos playing their dramatic installations. One by one, photographers tout their Aurora light captures, stations for indoors x outdoors transitions, and models practicing the bouquet handover. Each pitch grows more gilded, more inflated. I watch the crowd. They nod, they tweet, they sip espresso from bone-white cups. It's all glow and gloss, no grit. Calandra steps in between sessions, offering notes. She asks questions. Does the delivery drone fit each tagline? Could that powder pink tone complement satin under afternoon light? She asks, she listens, she pivots. Her mind works beautiful circuits. Luxury meets functionality meets vision. Beautiful meets real. When the speaker-branded Jameson Events plus Kuchar Lighting opens his laptop, I feel tension coil through me. That's the last straw. He spins a breathless slide deck of light installations meant to change the emotional mood arc of the wedding journey. I fight the urge to laugh. Mood arc. Hell. Calandra whistles quietly, then shakes her head, turning to the next vendor. I reach over and tighten her bun pin. She doesn't object, either to me or to his nonsense. She's in protection mode, internal strategist. I slip outside to the courtyard hallway, breathing in the humidity and fresh magnolia blooms. I twirl through the breeze until the next session. I don't want to sit through another pitch on soundscapes of shared beginnings, whatever that means. When I glance back through the open courtyard window, I see her poised expression. I'm glad I stepped away because I couldn't stand to watch those people package feelings like currency. Maybe half of them don't even believe it, but she does, and that terrifies me. The plaza-style courtyard has white gauze dresses flapping against loungers, linen-covered tables, fruit tarts arranged like swans, and a palette of blush, cream, gold everywhere. The vendors circle in thick clusters, practicing their buzzwords, praising the host, glancing at screens. I find Calandra near a grazing table. She's chatting with Sierra Lang's videographer, suggesting they capture the arrangement behind her back. "Make sure it's in daylight," she says, tone sweet but firm. She sees me, raises one eyebrow, smiles a small grin, like she's both grateful and impressed. I thread my way over, taking a tart and an iced water. "These people are exhausting," I mutter, leaning next to her, voice quiet. She chuckles. I see the release in her chest. "Consider it build time, or distraction." "For what?" I ask. "For us," she says, tone warm. "Remember what matters." And subtly she runs her fingertips down the fabric of the cloth. I slide my own hand over hers, letting my thumb rest against her wrist. The world doesn't exist then. Only us, or what's left of genuine in this charade. Channing steps in, radiant in a pale mint caftan that's too sheer but perfect for her branding. Her staff plucks cocktails from trays named something exotic. Tuscan citrus refreshers, heirloom berry sours, tour of the tables, champagne logistics, plate cream seating strategies. It's absurd. She finds us and practically flounces in our direction, lifts a drink. "Thatcher, darling," she purrs, slipping her hand to my arm, voice buttery. "That centerpiece you did for Calandra is swoon-worthy. I might have to demand you make one for the rehearsal dinner tomorrow." She lifts the glass to me, sugar-kissed. I take it. No words. My silence is better than words. Everyone leans in, smiles. Sterling glances over, uncertain. I smile. Soft. Accurate, but unnerving. Channing tilts her head. "You're like her shadow, Mr. Strong. Isn't that sweet?" The entire room tenses. My muscles tighten. I meet Channing's gaze. I incline my head. "Her strength is what matters." She laughs, tosses her hair. "Well said. Always so diplomatic." She drifts away, resuming her caterer stomp like predatory bear. I turn to Calandra. Good impression? She shrugs. They want what you bring. I step closer. Which is? Authenticity. Ready or not, they announce the vendor shoot. Style teams smooth powder. Stylists reclip the floral detail in Calandra's hair. I stand above her. In full view, the lens lifts. I hold my body like a sculpture, just close enough to claim territory. Stand closer, Mr. Hale. The photographer's assistant prompts. Let's see that adoration between you two. I hesitate. My chest tightens. This is not performance. This is confusion masquerading as signage. But Calandra tilts toward me. She tips her chin. The sun glints on her skin like she's her own kind of light. So I crouch to bend for height, cup her waist, let my fingers rest on that narrow patch of back fabric. We pose. She goes still. Look at him, she whispers at the lens. No acting. No fear. I whisper back. Just pretend. Her hand floats up to her waist, fingers brushing mine. She replies softly, I don't think I have to. Heat catches in my throat. I go silent. My heart picks up pace. The clicking stops. Silence pads the space between us. Then the photographer exhales. Beautiful. You two are breathtaking together. Suddenly Sterling's standing there, jaw clenched and lips tight. He moves toward us, a predatory gleam in his eye that's really starting to grate on my nerves. He hands Calandra a glass, trying to pretend. She doesn't break. She takes the drink and sips. Her posture remains steady, though I can sense a tightness in her posture that wasn't there before. I tighten my arms around her, claiming my territory, even if she thinks it's all a game at this point. Sterling steps back. He's lost his script. His cheeks flush, and he hurries away, frantically scanning the room for his fiancée. I stay put, arms around her, silent, holding. I'm hers, and she's not stepping away. We leave the photographer and the team and retreat into the courtyard shadows. Frags of floral petals drift around our feet. I lead Calandra to the fountain. She takes my hand and I pull her close. I don't want you pretending, I say softly. Ever. She tips her head, stands on her toes. I know. We meet, lips hover, electric tension ready to become flame. But she breaks first. Her eyes don't meet mine as she pulls my hand, urging me to follow her. I'll let her lead for now. We step back inside as vendors pack lights and sofas. The soft world resets to shallow drinks and scripted bonhomie. But something's been changed. Something fracturing the veneer. I steeple my fingers on a high-top table. She stands by me. We enter the line of spectators again, not performers. Sterling crosses my gaze. I meet it, unblinking. I know what matters. He'll have to watch us define it. Night dims the grand ballroom. Tailored tuxes flood in, anticipating an evening of elegant dining and dancing. All the scheduled speeches and timelines and performances are soon to come. She brushes my cuff with her fingertips, a moment of truth, separate from the heat, separate from the crowd, separate from performance. Our performance. I step away to check the floral install near the bar. Each stem aligned, each bloom is supported, vibrant. I finish wiring and take a lone step back. Damn, I'm good. The room, the stage, is set. I'm here. So is she. Maybe that's all that ever mattered.
Chapter 15. Calandra. Sultry morning light pours over the treetops like champagne, and I wake feeling oddly wired. My body still hums with the memory of last night's dream, petals heavy underfoot, fists clenched around woven grass. The scent of magnolia lingers, even when the racket of a distant polo mallet snaps reality back. Today is the bridal polo picnic. I sit up slowly and swing my legs out from the crisp hotel sheets. The world beyond the windows is blooming. A manicured lawn stretches like a green stage beneath horse stalls and white tents. Women drift in moonwalk heels. Men fiddle with polo mallets, like they're holding on to status. This event isn't just a picnic. It's a power play set to influencer optics. Pastels, picnic baskets, and snapshots of champagne handhold perfection. Thatcher will most likely hate it. My heart pounds as I collar clip my badge. I cross the lobby into sunlight, the scent of grass and resin pressing against me. I spot Thatcher first, standing at attention by our designated blanket. A pale pink throw with bolstered pillows, embroidered with the Langley crest. He's sharp, hands shoved in pockets, jaw clenched against the crowd murmurs that flutter around us like moths. I slip my hand into his, pushing aside the fluttering in the pit of my stomach. He turns, measures me, confers in silence. That's enough. We weave toward the tinted sideboard of champagne flutes and cucumber mint water. Under a canopy striped white and gold, catering staff adjust trays of cut strawberries, dipped in chili sugar, and cucumber-infused canapes. The air smells like crisp linen and whispered ambition. Channing sweeps in, entourage in tow, girls in sun hats, angled for aesthetic photos, men in pastel blazers, who exchange nods like chess moves. Channing glides up beside me, hair pinned with faux crystals, mobile propped on selfie stick mode. "Darlings," she exclaims when she sees me and Thatcher. "Calandra, you made it? This picnic won't be the same without my essential planner." I smile, making sure it lands warm. "Wouldn't miss it." Thatcher hums acknowledgement behind me. She notes it. He's a constant, and the collective swirl of cameras picks up that dynamic, even if no one knows his name. He places a tender kiss to my forehead. "Be right back, love." I'm going to check on the arrangement at the table in the main tent. Won't be long. I watch him stride away, noticing the effortless male presence that causes heads to turn as he crosses the field. I've just settled on our blanket when Sterling crosses the field toward us. He's wearing a tailored blazer over a crisp linen shirt. Too hot for polo, but built for presence. He takes a flute from the tray and hands one to me. Bottle of volume still half chilled in his other hand. "Here," he says, "to a beautiful day." I accept, touch the glass rim lightly. "Thank you." He studies me. "So, how's Charleston treating you?" I heard my gaze from the manicured grass to the horses waiting by the stables. "It's good. Sunny. A bit too humid for my liking." He nods, setting the bottle back. I can sense the momentum. Whatever plans he's practicing unfolding, he shifts next to me. "I've been thinking about what you said earlier in the club, about optics and substance." His voice has that practiced gentleness, like he rehearsed this line. My pulse wobbles. I let a moment's silence stretch, gather control. I still believe in matching the two, if they're real. He smiles. "You always did." I don't know why that stings. Hot enough I shift in my lowered stance, fingertips brushing the crisp grass. He clears his throat. "You were always the one, Calandra." Slide of regret. I wasn't ready before, but I see it now. My skin puckers against his closeness. I laugh as if it doesn't land, but laughter cracks when he doesn't laugh back. Choking on my response, feeling brittle as monogrammed plates around us. "That's nice to hear. A little late, though, don't you think?" A poised flutter. "I mean it." Sterling breathes. I laugh again, more forced. My hands betray me, clutch biting cloth, nails digging the velvet cushion hard enough to leave crescents. I'm flattered. Really. We've both moved on, though, haven't we? We've found happiness, like I always knew we would. Words tumble too quickly. I see cameras swivel back our way, tastemakers closing in, giving just enough space to record, but not to trigger confrontation. One of Channing's friends drifts toward us, swoops in like a stylist repositioning a collar. "Lovely to see you both," she coos. Someone snaps a photo with subtle flash. Sterling leans toward me. I'd love a second chance. I swallow my tongue. I can't believe I'm hearing this now. Again. Can't change the past. He tries again. Tell me this new version of us can be different. My throat clenches. I have no right to say I love another man. No promise for myself. So I don't. Instead, I murmur, "Let's keep today pleasant." He nods, but his face folds. I'm conscious of how sharp my refusal must be. Thatcher returns from the main tent, sitting beside me on the blanket, eyeing Sterling suspiciously as he drifts away. My breath hastens. Thatcher looks at me. His eyes narrowing, shift stat alert. His posture braces, jaw flexes. He saw enough. I offer a tight smile, grab his hand. "You okay?" I nod, silent. Can't trust myself to say anything right now. I really don't know how to tell him, because admitting that means admitting feelings I'm not ready to acknowledge. A sudden whistle shrills. Horses strain, mallets swing. Guests snap photos, fans rustle, and ostentatious commentary cadences hum across the field. I feel both empty and incandescent. Big emotions around me, but I'm doing my best to close myself off. Thatcher and I retreat under a stand of trees, light filtered by green leaves. I cross my legs, listen to chatter, but remain still. Thatcher joins me, hands me one, pinches my forearm. Gentle message. I'm here. I see. I shift forward on the seat cushion, focus on his stillness beside me. Between us lies a bouquet of wildflowers, peonies from earlier, Queen Anne's lace, baby's breath. It's Thatcher's early delivery when he saw that I needed some brightness. My heart clenches. I raise my glass to him. To clarity. He echoes quietly. To seeing what's real. The picnic winds down, the world spins, and I feel a momentary clarity. I can hold two worlds, one of planning, one of feeling. I wonder if I'm kidding myself. The picnic is behind us now, but these feelings blossom nightbound. I take Thatcher's arm as we make our way back toward the hotel lobby, suddenly exhausted. We walk together toward the brightly lit bank of elevators, silent and steadfast. Despite his calm presence, my heart is pounding out of my chest. We arrive at my door, and I turn to him, searching his face for something, anything that'll tell me what's happening inside me is validated. He bends over me and my pulse quickens. Placing a feather-like kiss to my cheek, he whispers in my ear. My toes curl as his low, sultry voice curls across the nape of my neck. Night love? I know it's a term of British endearment, but damn it, it feels like so much more. My hand trembles on the doorknob as I fumble with it, putting some cooling distance between us with the soft click of the door. I change into sweats, silent. I don't trust myself to speak out loud, let alone think about anything right now. I fall onto the bed, a fitful and sweaty sleep claiming me as I toss and turn across the silk sheets. My dream arrives and blooms. Jasmine petals at my feet, grass cutting into my ankles. Fists in dirt, hands raised in defense and defiance. Feet running through flowers. A man holding me steady. No negotiation or half steps. Thatcher. My hand finds its way down my abdomen, and I slide fingers between my legs, finding a pulsing need there. I move slowly, deliberately, my hips undulating off the bed as the image of Thatcher's face floats through my dreamy haze. Stunned by my need, I cry out, my other hand fisting in the sheets as I reach for him, realizing both in and out of consciousness, his presence in my life is not just want, it's need.
Chapter 16. Thatcher. The first hammer strike echoes before dawn, pale pink day drifting across scaffolded greenery. My boots press into dust-coated blankets, wires unspool and coils beside me like silent serpents. Beneath the bud-littered arch, I work through a knot of wood, limb held fast in place, tightened with unyielding cable. I taste sweat and sawdust in the air. Today, the grand floral arch is mine to build. A monolith for Channing's ego, but more than that, it's my permission slip. Permission to do something physical, to bury thought under effort. A roiling ache hums down my spine. Sterling, his voice, the words I suspect he left her with. I'm haunted by his ghost in every hammer stroke, his whisper weaving through my mind like an infestation. I don't trust my own reasoning. Trust the wood, the cable, the steel supports I secure while the sun arcs overhead. At least wood doesn't lie. I carry the first load of arborvitae, lumber, and reed arch segments to the center of the courtyard. My hands curl around the tools. I secure the first bolt, thread the wire coil through hammered holes, weave green boom into structure. The flower vendors unload dusty buckets of blush peonies, ivory lilies, trailing ivy. They nod. We work in silence. Calandra walks past in her breezy chiffon skirt, clipboard in hand, scrutinizing every angle. She pauses, lifts a finger. Make sure the arch faces east. Sunlight through blooms at sunset. I map its angle. 90 degrees east. Perfect. She smiles, but guilt worms under my rib. Did Sterling say something? Did he shift something in her? Something I can't reach? She moves off to coordinate a lighting tech. I plate my jaw, sculpt my voice in preparation. Then I turn back to the bolts and tighten my grip. Heat crawls across my neck by noon. I step away, sweat trickling under my shirt, dust entwined in feathers of hair plastered to my skin. I look up at the arch, already commanding, elegant, but still incomplete. I order more stems. Memory of Sterling's voice cracks my focus. I thought I heard him say, "You were always the one." A tentative half-truth. Was she listening when he said it? Did the words unravel something behind her professional veneer? Worse yet, did she respond back to him? I swallow. Each tension in my throat feels like a coil. I inhale air laced with pollen, sunlight slipping between leaves. Calandra stands across the lawn. Sterling wanders behind her, talk video looping something I don't hear. I grip a stem too tight, sap squeezes between my fingers. The hammer falls, bolt bites into wood. Her eyes flick in my direction. She glances away quickly. Is she checking on me? Wishing for more? Regret? I don't know. But I feel my chest constrict. We gather for boxed lunches under striped umbrellas. Channing gratefully leaps for the salmon wrap. I choose water. I have no appetite. Calandra notices. "Thatcher," she says, one hand reaching for my wrist. "You need to eat." I force the wrap down, breathing, stealing air between bites. I feed it to silence. I stare across at Sterling slumped in wicker, animated with vanity flare. Calandra drifts beside him, listening. My insides coil so tight I can't swallow. She must notice because she's at my side in a second, eyes concerned. "You getting too hot? Why don't you take a breather at that shaded table over there? I'll bring you some lemonade." "Need to get this done. I'm focused," I say. She nods, resignation in her eyes. Not relief. Flower carts rumble back and forth across the courtyard. I climb within the arch to tie in trailing jasmine vines, my hands moving in practiced loops. I secure each stem with craft wire, then weave while inspecting. The arch increases in height with each layer. By my watch, it rises above 10 feet. "Can everyone step back?" Calandra calls. People assemble around her. Her ridiculous wedding entourage is circling like bees near nectar. I drop the floral vine, breeze easing my sweat. I walk across stones dotted with petals. I face the arch and study its profile. I straighten it. The leaves drape like elegant curtains. Flowers arch heavenward. I meet Calandra's gaze. She gives a brief thumbs up. Relief washes even through my tension, if only for a brief moment. Sterling appears at her side like an obedient puppy dog. He flashes polished grin at us. I don't move. He sees Calandra, then I see him whisper something to Channing. He then makes a beeline for her station, eyeing me nervously as he walks. Calandra's at the blooms table, holding a vintage-styled watering can for the guests to participate in an arboreal ceremony, some staged flourish for press photographs. Sterling slinks up behind her, then whispers something into her ear. He leans in. She nods softly. Faces shift, camera phones rustle. Press reps record every moment. My arm locks while I stand behind the arch. My knuckles go pale. I don't turn. I pound a final bolt, then I step out to speak around their hush. Sterling. Voice low. He looks up, smiles politely as if he has no idea who he's dealing with. You need something? He says. Against my better judgment, I stuff down my intended threat. I swallow, taste dirt. No. He lingers there. Then he steps back. No need to push. The tension remains between us. He feels it. I sure as hell feel it. He just crossed the line. Hours later, the main arch stands almost complete. It lives under sun that glimmers through its blooms. Guests wander, noses turn to wind-blown florals. I hover near our finished product. Calandra steps beside me. She taps the arch frame. It's perfect. And her smile flickers as though she's glad. For me, or for its projection. I take a deep breath, secretly glad she's still searching me out amidst all this chaos. The day moves toward golden hour. I tighten final wiring. We're basked in sunlight across the arch's blossoms. Shadows paint flower petals with frost. I stand back. It's done. Calandra steps up. She touches a blossom just so. Light stray hair behind her ear. She glances at me. Thank you. Now get ready for another show this evening. I grit my teeth. Can hardly wait. Later, under twinkle lights during the vendor mingler, I watch Calandra glide through congratulations. I sip bourbon neat, the only uncompromised drink left. Sterling approaches again. He stands on the arch's left flank. Says something insignificant about the guest list. He touches the carved wood. Great work. I don't respond. I replace the glass. Watch him step away when Calandra laughs too brightly at a joke, but the lie is masked. The lie tastes volatile. She returns beside me. Stars unfurl overhead. I step closer. Her scent warms me in the breeze. She smiles, comes closer, and leans in so that our shoulders are touching. I resist the strong urge to put my arms around her, but I wonder if the night will reveal what words couldn't.
Chapter 17. Calandra. I tell myself I'm just going to get some air. That's the lie I choose tonight, neat and useful. Like a clutch bag, I keep close for emergencies, something I can hold on to while everything else frays at the seams. The bridal polo picnic had been a pastel dream of white linen and weaponized pleasantries, ending in Sterling verbally assaulting me on the blanket. His voice had been low and coaxing, all curated nostalgia and half-meant apologies. It didn't matter that I pulled away. It didn't matter that I laughed in his face, or that my pulse stayed flat. What mattered was that Thatcher saw it, or at least I think he did, that his jaw locked and his voice dropped an octave after. His silence is growing longer and more pointed through the rest of the day. So now I'm walking the garden path toward the greenhouse, heels in hand, dress wrinkled from the dinner I barely touched. I'm still wearing my show face, nude gloss, contoured cheekbones, an updo that held through the humidity. But inside, I'm one whispered lie away from unraveling. The glass and iron greenhouse looms on the far property line like some half-forgotten chapel. It smells like loam, heat, and memory. Thatcher's been working here late most nights. He claimed he needed solitude for the final install. I told him not to overdo it. He didn't answer. The door creaks when I push it open, and the air inside rushes over me like it knows what I need, dense and perfumed, clinging to my skin like breath. He's here. I felt it before I saw him. Thatcher stands with his back to me, sleeves rolled up, shirt clinging to his back with sweat and effort. He's anchoring one end of a curved iron trellis, the kind that takes strength and precision to hold in place. His body moves with deliberate control, and I watch the lines of him, shoulders taut, spine straight, muscles flexing in rhythm with his breath. There's dirt on his arms, streaks down his shirt, and a faint gash along his forearm that makes something sharp and unwanted twist in my stomach. I should say something. I should leave. But I don't. Instead, I set my heels by the door and step forward, the soles of my feet padding silently across the moss-lined stones. A cascade of climbing roses, blush and crimson, shot through with silver-dusted eucalyptus, frames the center aisle. Candles in brass holders flicker along the walls, throwing moving shadows across the glass. He hears me, but he doesn't turn. "You shouldn't be in here," Thatcher says, voice rougher than usual. He doesn't raise it. He never needs to. I stop a few feet behind him. And yet here I am. He finishes anchoring the structure, then straightens, breathing out through his nose like he's been holding in more than just tension. "I needed air," I say. He wipes his hands on a cloth, then tosses it aside without looking at me. "Plenty of air outside." "I didn't want what's outside," I reply, quieter now. "I wanted this." He finally turns. Thatcher's eyes meet mine, and for a second neither of us moves. The air hums between us, thick with things unsaid. He looks wrecked in the most magnetic way, hair pushed back from his forehead, mouth set in a line that dares me to break it. His shirt's unbuttoned halfway down his chest, clinging in all the right places. His hands are stained and trembling, whether from exhaustion or restraint, I don't know. He looks like a man barely holding on. "You were talking to him again?" he says. Not a question, just fact, like he already punished himself with it 10 different ways. "No," I answer. He scoffs, dragging a hand over his jaw. "I heard enough to know he wants back in. That doesn't mean I want him." His gaze snaps to mine. "Doesn't mean you don't." The space between us narrows with something sharp and hot. I step closer, not out of defiance, but clarity. Because I know now, I see him, stripped of all the gruff distance and clipped words. He's undone, and I'm the one doing it. "Why do you care?" I ask, though my voice trembles more than I want it to. He steps toward me too, just once. "Don't ask me that." "Why not?" "Because I don't lie well, and I'm too damn close to telling you something we can't take back." I reach for his wrist. He flinches, then lets me. His pulse is a roar against my fingertips. "I don't want to keep pretending," I whisper. He studies me for a long, aching beat. Then his voice drops low. So low, I feel it more than hear it. "Then stop." I don't know who moves first. Maybe we both do. But one second I'm standing still, and the next his mouth is on mine, crushing, claiming, consuming. My hands clutch at his shirt, dirt smearing across my palms as I haul him closer. His breath is hot and fast against my cheek, his hands bracing at my hips like he doesn't trust himself to pull me in without breaking something. It's desperate. Thatcher lifts me, and my legs hook around his waist like they were always meant to. He walks me backward through the arch of roses like it's a threshold we'll never return from. My back hits the work table behind me, petals scattering across the stone floor. I push his shirt from his shoulders, fingers grazing the hard ridges of muscle and scar. "Say you want this," he growls, eyes locked to mine. "Say it's not for show." I breathe against his lips, my voice already wrecked. "I want this. I want you." His mouth is on mine like he's been dying of thirst, and I'm the only source of water left in the world. He tastes like heat and hunger, and something older than both. My fingers twist in the damp fabric of his shirt, feeling the hard press of his chest and the grit of soil caught in the folds. Nothing about this is clean, and thank God for that. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. As we step out into the night, the air hits our skin like a second baptism. Cool, grounding. The stars pulse above the estate, like they've been waiting for this all along. Come back to the suite with me, I say, my voice low but steady. Thatcher looks at me, jaw ticking with something that looks like awe and restraint. Are you sure? I reach for his hand and lace our fingers together. I want to wake up with you tomorrow. That's the only way I'll be able to tell that this isn't a dream. He kisses my knuckles, then nods once, fierce and silent. We walk together through the garden, barefoot and wrecked and more alive than either of us has ever dared to be. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Thatcher! She's asleep, her breath rising and falling against my chest like the tide settling after a storm. Her fingers are curled just above my ribs, one leg slung across mine as if it belongs there. The sheets are a mess, petals still clinging to our skin in places, the scent of roses clinging to the air like confession. And I lie there, still a stone, staring at the ceiling like it might hold the answer to what the hell just happened. I've had sex before. Too much of it, if I'm honest. The kind that's convenient, sometimes angry, sometimes forgettable. But this wasn't just bodies colliding. This was months of tension, days of pretending that I could work next to her and not want to devour her whole. This was something else entirely. I run my fingers lightly along her spine, not enough to wake her, just enough to make sure she's real. She shifts a little, making a soft sound in her throat, and presses her cheek deeper into my chest like I'm something safe. And that's the part that ruins me. I've spent so long building myself out of broken brick, grit, solitude, the kind of quiet that eats most men alive. But with her here, warm and tucked into the space I didn't know I was saving, I feel like I finally exhaled, and I don't want to let it go. I close my eyes, let my hand drift up to the back of her neck, and just stay there with her for as long as the night allows. The sun's barely cracked the edge of the city when I feel her stir. The shift is subtle at first. Her breathing changes, her body stiffens, her fingers twitch against my chest before curling back into a fist. Then she exhales carefully and lifts her head. I don't open my eyes right away. I pretend I'm still half asleep, because part of me already knows. She untangles from me slowly, delicately, like she's dismantling a bomb and afraid the slightest wrong move might detonate something. The sheets rustle. She rises from the bed, and I hear the soft padding of her feet on the hardwood floor as she moves toward the bathroom. Water runs, A towel snaps open. When I open my eyes, the room looks emptier than it should. She emerges 15 minutes later, wrapped in a towel, hair twisted into a high knot with a few dark, silky curls escaping. Her face is scrubbed clean, no more smoky liner, no more evening gloss. Just Calandra. Still beautiful, still poised, still distant. She moves around the room with efficient grace, picking up her heels from the chair, sliding her phone off the charger, or checking her messages like she's got a ballroom to inspect. Like I'm just there. "I need to swing by the venue this morning," she says, voice neutral and brisk. "Channing wants a walkthrough of the floral structure with her content team." I sit up slowly, sheets pooling around my waist. My body aches in that low, satisfied way. But my chest, that's something else entirely. I watch her for a moment, how she avoids my eyes, how the air between us has shifted back into that glossy, guarded place. "So we're not going to talk about it," I say, keeping my voice level, almost lazy. She pauses by the window, lifts one shoulder in a half shrug. What's there to talk about? It stings more than I'm ready for. "What we did," I murmur, dragging a hand through my hair, "wasn't just—" "I know," she cuts in, finally turning to face me. Her jaw is tight. "It wasn't nothing. I know that." I stand, tugging on my boxers, then my jeans. The air between us crackles with all the things we're not saying. "So it is something then," I tell her. She folds her arms across her chest. "We're here for business. This week still matters, and I can't afford to lose focus because I got caught up in a moment." I stare at her for a long beat, something hollow carving itself deeper inside me. "That's all it was for you? A moment?" She flinches, barely, but I see it. "No," she whispers. "It was more, but that doesn't mean it changes anything." I nod once, and that's it. That's the whole goddamn line I won't cross. We get dressed in silence. She puts on that slate blue wrap dress with a gold belt, clips in her earrings, swipes on a neutral lip like armor. I throw on a clean t-shirt and boots, lace them tight, every movement sharp and mechanical. She checks her phone. "Tasha just texted. Channing wants you to bring the bouquet samples by 9. "Of course she does," I mutter, grabbing the floral crate I'd packed the night before. Calandra finally looks at me, and her expression softens, just barely. "Thatcher, don't," I say. Not harsh, just tired. She nods. We head down to the hotel lobby together, riding the elevator in silence, the memory of last night pressing in from all sides like the scent of roses that still lingers on her skin. When we reach the car waiting outside, she slides in first. I take the back seat beside her, but leave a full foot of space between us. She stares out the window. I stare at her reflection, and neither of us says a word. The venue is already buzzing by the time we arrive, photographers setting up, catering teams rolling in, Channing's squad running around in matching cream rompers, like this is some kind of influencer summer camp. Calandra steps into her role seamlessly. I carry the crates in behind her, hands full of carefully arranged stems that now feel more like shields than centerpieces. Tasha intercepts us by the vendor tent, sunglasses on, coffee in one hand. "Morning," she says, eyes flicking between us. "Y'all look rested." She winks at me, and I frown in response. Calandra clears her throat. "Everything's on schedule?" "Unfortunately, yes." Tasha leans in close, murmuring under her breath as Calandra passes. "You okay?" Calandra just smiles and walks away without answering. I drop the crates onto the prep table and let out a long breath, the sound earning a raised eyebrow from Tasha as she excuses herself to run yet another errand for the bride. Miles shows up minutes later, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "You look like you fought a war and lost." I offer him a withering look. "Don't start." He just smirks. "Let me guess. Have something to do with little lady over there?" He doesn't push, just starts unwrapping bouquet bindings while I go rinse my hands at the tap. The roses are perfect, every goddamn one of them, but none of them feel like enough. By late afternoon, I've buried myself in work, refusing to think about the way her hand fit against my chest or how she whispered my name when she came apart in my arms. I keep moving, keep arranging, keep dodging questions from Channing's vapid PR team and sipping water like it's whiskey. But every time I glance across the lawn and catch Calandra with her head down, scribbling notes or straightening linens or laughing at a joke she doesn't find funny, I feel the same thing tighten in my chest. She's pretending again, and I hate that I have no idea how to make her stop.
Chapter 19. Calandra. The room smells like sugar and sycophants. Candied grapefruit slices shimmer under crystal domes, lavender scones pose like edible sculpture, and glass carafes of champagne sparkle like apology letters I never asked for. I'm halfway through my second cup of jasmine tea, sitting perfectly upright in a rented garden chair under a white canopy draped with climbing hydrangea. The color scheme is pale blue and anxiety. Everything's soft and curated, right down to the acoustic string quartet, playing a slowed-down version of Beyoncé's XO. The Charleston brunch is in full swing, and I'm holding my smile together with nothing but caffeine and contour. I've done 4 of these events in 3 days. I've helped coordinate seating charts for guests who don't RSVP, soothed a caterer who got screamed at for over-whipping the goat cheese mousse, and asked Thatcher to rearrange $7,000 worth of floral installs because Channing's stylist decided blush pink washed out her third favorite angle. And now I'm sitting next to a woman who once told a room full of people I was beautiful yet tragic, watching her pose for a drone shot group photo with her sorority sisters like she's auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. The hollow space behind my ribs throbs. I feel eyes on me from every direction. Guests, influencers, the wedding blog intern with a handheld gimbal, but none of them sting the way his did this morning. Thatcher hadn't said more than 5 words to me between the hotel lobby and the venue drop-off. Not even when we stood side by side behind the delivery van, hands brushing as we unpacked centerpieces like strangers at a crime scene. Not even when I tried to make light conversation about the seating plan. He just nodded once, then disappeared into the greenhouse. Which was fine. Great, actually. I didn't need him to coddle me. I need him focused. I need both of us focused. I glanced down at my phone under the linen-covered table, fingers scrolling habitually through emails I've already read. Clients, deadlines, praise from Sierra Lang's last blog post, which still features me and Thatcher, under glowing string lights, and the caption, "The Bloom Couple. America didn't know it needed." My stomach flips. I press my thumb against the power button, locking the screen. It's all pretend, every single bit of it. "Cal, you okay?" Tasha leans in from the seat beside me, lowering her oversized sunglasses just enough to meet my eyes. "I'm fine," I murmur, pasting on a tight smile. "Just overwhelmed." She snorts softly. "You mean over-channinged? Everyone here is." I don't respond, but my throat tightens with the effort of swallowing the truth. I'm exhausted. Not from the work, God knows I live for the grind, but from this performance. From pretending not to notice Sterling's lingering glances. From pretending I'm not half haunted by Thatcher's silence. From pretending this event hasn't started to chip away at the woman I spent years becoming. The brunch continues in a cloud of pastel, pastries, and privilege. The wedding planner in me stays alert, watching for melting ice sculptures, drifting umbrellas, a caterer who needs backup. But the woman in me is starting to fray at the edges. Across the lawn, I catch sight of Sterling laughing at something Channing says, his hand brushing her lower back as she poses with 2 older guests. He catches me watching. His smile falters for just a second. Then he turns back to her, overly enthusiastic now, hands on her waist like he's trying to commit to the illusion. I feel something sour curl in my gut. Tasha leans in again, this time without the social smile. We need to talk. I blink. Now? She's already rising, brushing invisible lint off her sundress. Yep. I follow her out of the tent, weaving between the caterer's staging table and the champagne tower. We duck behind the outdoor bar setup, where she pulls her phone out of her bag with shaking fingers. Someone forwarded this to me anonymously, she says. Tasha, what the hell is it? She doesn't speak, just hands me the phone. It takes 2 seconds to recognize the platform. iMessage. Another second to register the participants. Channing, Marlo, Aubrey, 3 other bridesmaids. The group chat is titled Project Sugar Burn. And the messages, they peel my skin off in slow, methodical layers. Channing. This is going to be iconic. She won't even know what hit her. Aubrey. You're evil and I love it. Marlo. I'll cue the posts. Caption. How to get a wedding without having one of your own. Channing. Calandra's whole vibe screams, bougie but lonely. Let's make sure that's what people remember. Aubrey. Yes. Power single planner energy equals brandable. Let's give the people a narrative. Channing. By Sunday, she'll be trending for something. Just not her work, and we'll be making some serious bank. I scroll further. Photos. Sneaky shots of me walking alone at the venue. A boomerang of me on my phone looking frustrated, clearly taken without my knowledge. One of me and Thatcher where I'm adjusting my dress and they've zoomed in to crop him out. The caption being drafted below reads, Alone, always working, never quite the bride. My fingers tighten around the phone until my knuckles ache. Tasha watches me silently. I can't believe it either. Privileged little brat. My mouth is dry. Is this going live? Tasha nods. According to the text timestamps, Marlo scheduled it for this afternoon, right after the reception toast. I try to speak. Nothing comes out. My heart doesn't race. My breath doesn't speed. I just stand there in the shadow of a rented bar, staring at the device in my hand like it's a grenade I can't throw. They didn't just plan to humiliate me, they choreographed it, framed it in aesthetic language and viral potential like it was a brand launch. They're turning me into content. Suddenly, the buzzing in my ears drowns out the quartet, the brunch chatter, the clinking of glass. The nausea that rises is sharp, immediate, and rooted in something deeper than anger. It's betrayal. Of every Black woman who's ever worked twice as hard to be taken half as seriously. Of every time I swallowed my own feelings to keep a client happy. Of every moment I let people believe I was fine, because the alternative meant being called bitter, or emotional, or difficult. I hand the phone back. I'm going to kill her, I say, too evenly. Tasha raises a brow. Before or after dessert? Both. She exhales and rests a hand on my arm. I've already started drafting a response. Or, we could leak it to Sierra. Let her tear them apart. No. I shake my head. Not yet. If this goes nuclear, it's not going to be in a group chat. It's going to be with a spotlight and receipts. Tasha nods, lips twitching in approval. Good. That's the Calandra I know. But she doesn't know, because I'm not composed. I am furious. And not the kind of fury you wear in silence or swallow with a smile. This is the kind that rewrites origin stories. The kind that demands something back. Something real. I square my shoulders, adjust my posture, and walk out from behind the bar with my head high. Across the lawn, Channing is laughing at something Marlo whispers. Sterling's watching me again, but I don't stop to acknowledge him. Not now. Because I've just remembered who the hell I am. And Channing Beaufort Langley is about to learn what happens when you try to weaponize my narrative without asking who wrote the damn script.
Chapter 20. Thatcher. The first thing I hear is Tasha pacing as I approach the tent. It's not the delicate clip of heels or the graceful swish of chiffon over manicured grass. No, it's the impatient, pissed-off stomp of a woman who's restraining herself from launching a folding chair across the lawn. Her footsteps grind against the ground, deliberate and sharp, like she's trying to stomp a hole in the earth deep enough to bury the entire bridal party. I follow the sound around the tent and step into the shaded alcove where the bar setup hides us from view. The temperature drops a few degrees in the shade, but the air is electric, humming with the kind of tension you only feel before a storm breaks loose. Calandra stands with her arms folded across her chest, jaw clenched so tightly I'm surprised her teeth haven't cracked. Her posture is ramrod straight, but there's a slight tremble in her fingertips as she grips her phone like it's the last thing anchoring her sanity. Tasha turns when she sees me, doesn't even try to hide her frustration. Took you long enough. I glance at Calandra, then back at her. What happened? Tasha doesn't speak, just thrusts her phone toward me. I take it. It's a screenshot. No, screenshots. A string of messages that paint a picture so calculated, so venomous, I feel something cold coil in my chest. A group chat titled Project Sugarburn, filled with Channing and her Viper bridesmaids plotting a social media campaign designed to humiliate Calandra. Cropped photos, snide captions, slander disguised as aesthetic commentary. All of it perfectly timed for maximum exposure, and all of it aimed directly at the woman standing in front of me, who I just watched fall apart and put herself back together in my arms last night. I stare at the final message. Channing's gloating signature line. By Sunday, she'll be trending. Just not for her work, and we'll be making some serious bank. Something in me snaps, not with rage, primally, like a tree root shifting underground before the earth splits open. She's going to post this. Tasha nods. This afternoon. Scheduled. Right after the toast. I turn to Calandra. Her lips are pressed together, face expressionless except for the fire burning behind her eyes. She looks like she's standing at the edge of a cliff, deciding whether to jump or push someone else off first. I take a breath, stepping closer. Tell me what you want to do. I expect her to say we're pulling out, canceling the whole thing, burning it all down and walking away. But she doesn't flinch. Doesn't even blink. We stay! That one word hits harder than a slap. Tasha freezes. Cal. Calandra lifts her chin. She wants me to implode. Wants to break me down in front of her followers, her vendors, her parents. She thinks this is her wedding and I'm just the decoration. She's wrong. She has no idea who she's dealing with. She turns to me now, eyes fierce and clear. We're going to finish this job. We're going to give her the most beautiful wedding anyone's ever seen. And then we're going to control the narrative. I step in closer, crowding into her space because I need to feel her fire up close. You're serious? Dead serious. I don't speak. I just pull her into me, one hand on the back of her neck, the other around her waist, and kiss her like it's the only thing anchoring me to this godforsaken event. Her mouth opens under mine like a challenge, and I take it. Take her, like we've both decided this is the only truth we have left. There's no pretense now, no posed affection for the cameras. Just heat and ache and mutual destruction. Tasha makes a noise that might be approval or exasperation, but either way, she turns away with a muttered, I'll let you two strategize. She disappears through the tent flaps, and the quiet that follows isn't peaceful. It's loaded. Calandra pulls back first, taking a deep breath. That can't happen again. I raise a brow. The kiss or the sabotage? She glares, but her lips twitch like she wants to smile. Both. Oh, this conversation isn't done. We'll revisit the details after we figure out what to do about wedding Barbie. We stand there for a moment, tension thick between us like summer heat, until she breaks the silence. I need a plan. A real one. If Channing wants viral, we give her viral, but on our terms. I nod slowly. You thinking soft exposure? Or full-on character assassination? She tilts her head. Somewhere in between. I don't want to burn her to the ground. I want to reclaim the damn stage. She made me the villain in her narrative. I'm flipping the script. I feel my lips curve. Then I guess it's time we give them a show. She exhales, some of the fury draining from her shoulders. You sure you want to be part of this? I already am. The truth of it lands between us like gravity. We're not pretending. This has become personal. And I'll be damned if anyone thinks they can humiliate her and get away with it.
Chapter 21. Calandra. They say Charleston knows how to host a brunch like it's a coronation, and today is no damn exception. The tent is massive, white as a bridal gown, and etched at every arching pole with gold-threaded monograms of Channing's initials, curled like the ends of a Southern belle's smile. Beyond it, the gardens unfold in perfect symmetry. Manicured hedges, heirloom roses in shades of blush and ivory, and waitstaff gliding through like ghosts with trays of grapefruit mimosas and rosemary biscuits. It's a living Pinterest board for Old South Revival, complete with a live string quartet weaving syrupy notes of At Last into the humid air. I walk in 3 minutes early, never on time, never late, and I'm wearing a fitted sheath dress in deep coral that hits just below the knee, kitten heels, hair slicked into an ebony knot so tight it could slice through pretense. There's a hush when I enter, the kind of soft, collective inhale you notice if you've been trained to hear it. I hand off my small clutch, flash a smile sharp enough to earn a warning label, and prepare to play nice in pastel purgatory. A woman in head-to-toe toil, one of Channing's distant cousins, I think, greets me with a peach syrup drawl and gestures me toward my seat at the far end of the tent, flanked by people who either forgot my name the second they learned it, or were instructed to act like they never knew it to begin with. A wedding planner is never the center of the table. We make the center possible and stay politely invisible. I take my assigned seat, linen napkin embroidered with a delicate C and S, and quickly assess the terrain. To my left, a junior vendor who does calligraphy menus on raw edge paper and has already posted 4 stories with the caption, "Dreamiest brunch vibes." To my right, someone's grandmother who keeps mistaking me for the florist. Across the way, I catch sight of Marlo, one of the bridesmaids, who gives me a plastic smile and a little finger wave, as if we're part of the same club. The air smells like sugar and subtle power, gardenias, lavender, maybe a little gin beneath the grapefruit juice. The quartet transitions into a delicate cover of Can't Help Falling in Love, and I nearly snort into my water glass. There's no shade at this end of the tent, just the faintest breeze that never makes it past the place cards. A server pours more champagne into my glass before I've even tasted it, and I thank him with a nod. The man's eyes flick towards something over my shoulder, widen just a little, and then he disappears with brisk professionalism. I don't turn to look, but something shifts, and I know someone important has arrived. That's the thing about events like these. They're not about celebration. They're tests, carefully choreographed exercises in social hierarchy masked as merriment. Every tent pole holds up more than canvas. It holds up legacy, lineage, and silent judgment. Every detail screams know your place, and I do. Which is why I came prepared to disrupt it without raising my voice. I don't even have a sip of champagne in me before the interrogation masquerading as polite conversation begins. Across the table, one of Channing's bridal besties, powder pink fascinator, and a grin as brittle as spun sugar, tilts her head at me like I'm some exotic bird on display. Calandra, your work on this wedding has been phenomenal. Her voice stretches the word like taffy, all saccharine and stick. Absolutely. Another one chimes in, a blonde with shellacked hair and nails like talons. You're so efficient. I don't know how you do it all on your own. It must be so freeing not to have to check in with anyone. Their smiles don't reach their eyes. Their pearls gleam like teeth. I give a small practiced laugh, the kind I reserve for faux compliments and boardroom passive aggression. I've always believed in streamlined operations. "Oh, of course," says Fascinator Girl, stirring her mimosa with a sprig of rosemary she'll pretend to nibble later. "You just seem so independent. Like, intimidatingly so." There it is. The backhanded holy grail. Intimidating. The word these women toss around like it's a flaw when it's really a fear. A woman who doesn't need validation, especially male validation, is either dangerous or pitied. Either way, she doesn't belong. They nod as if I've confirmed something for them and go back to their fruit cups and rehearsed laughter. I glance at the server folding napkins too precisely in the distance, just to keep from rolling my eyes. On my right, Grandma Calligraphy, still unclear on who I am, leans in to say, "Well, dear, you don't look like you're single. That dress is too fitted for someone who's not trying to catch a man." She chuckles like it's the height of wit. I sip my champagne slowly, pressing the flute to my lips like it's a muzzle. Every comment is a data point, every laugh a calculation. I watch the flick of their lashes, the way one of them subtly checks her phone and whispers to another about a DM thread. I clock it all because that's the real event here. The sport of veiled condescension disguised as camaraderie. They think I'm unarmed because I haven't pulled a knife. They forget some of us were raised to weaponize silence. I smile, smooth as satin, and lean back in my chair. "It's kind of you to notice," I say, voice dipped in honey and arsenic. Intimidation's not the goal, but I can't control other people's insecurities. That shuts them up, briefly. The laughter falters just enough to register. The music drifts into something classical I can't name, and a fresh gust of wind lifts one of the monogrammed napkins off the table. It flutters for a second before landing in my lap like a challenge. "Message received, ladies. You came for blood with pearls and peonies. But I came to reign." I'm halfway through refilling my mimosa, toppling the cheap champagne with a heavy-handed pour of fresh squeezed orange juice and barely contained irritation. When the temperature changes, I feel him before I see him. The quartet's sugary rendition of Clair de Lune is still warbling beneath the tense silk canopy, but the table stutters to a hush, as if someone dropped a curse word in a church pew. I glance up, and there he is. Thatcher Hale, walking toward me like he's allergic to the entire concept of a dress code. No khaki, no powder blue, no bow tie patterned with goddamn ducks or cigars or pineapples. Just black linen, shirt slightly wrinkled, sleeves rolled, collar open. He looks like he stepped out of a noir film and into a Southern Belle's fever dream, and the contrast makes every pearl-clad neck at the table stiffen. He doesn't smile. He doesn't apologize for being late. He just pulls out the empty seat next to mine and lowers himself into it with the kind of casual defiance that suggests he'd rather be anywhere else. But if he has to be here, he's not playing by their rules. The women beside me go quiet in that gasping, side-eyed way that means they're already drafting the group chat about it. I don't turn my head. I keep my gaze steady on the cucumber water carafe across from me, as if the man who saw me naked and trembling 2 nights ago isn't sitting close enough that the heat from his arm grazes mine every time he shifts. "You're overdressed," I murmur under my breath, lifting my flute and keeping my smile aimed somewhere safe, like the horizon. He leans in, just enough to brush my shoulder, just enough to make my skin burn. His voice slides into my ear, low and lazy. "You're wearing that lipstick again." My heart skips, stumbles, and slams into my ribs. I don't ask which lipstick. I left it all over him in the greenhouse. "I like it when you pretend you're not watching me," he adds, tone knife sharp and dipped in smoke. "Makes it more fun when you finally crack." I suck in a breath, steadying my pulse with a sip of something that tastes suddenly too sweet. Around us, the conversation stutters awkwardly back to life. half whispers, half not-so-subtle speculation. I can feel them watching, counting the inches between our shoulders, reading into the silence. But Thatcher? He just stretches his legs out in front of him, ankles crossed, perfectly indifferent to their scrutiny. I don't look at him. I don't say a word. But when his fingers brush the back of my chair, just barely, just a whisper of contact, I stop breathing for a beat. It's not about the touch. It's about the nerve of it. Like he's daring me to remember exactly what it felt like when he wasn't pulling punches. Like he knows I already am. I don't even realize I'm laughing until I hear it. Sharp and unguarded, like something escaped before I had the chance to rein it back in. Blame the deviled eggs. Or, more specifically, Thatcher's commentary on them. They look like someone stepped on a hard-boiled regret, he mutters under his breath, eyeing the pale yellow mounds of sadness balanced on a bone-white serving tray. I glance down at my own plate, where one of those culinary disappointments sits like a dare, and let out a laugh that slices through the polite brunch din like a cymbal crash. It's loud, unapologetically mine, the kind of sound I haven't made in weeks, maybe longer. Don't make me choke on one, I whisper, wiping the corner of my mouth with a linen napkin, printed with Channing and Sterling's joint monogram. I can't have my obituary say I died from brunch-based slander. Thatcher tilts his head toward mine, eyes gleaming like he's proud of himself for cracking me open again. There's nothing performative about the way he looks at me, just a quiet, magnetic stillness. He could burn me alive with that stare and still make it feel like a privilege. And for one stupid second, I let myself lean in, just a little. Just enough to feel the warmth between us curl like smoke under my skin. I don't notice Marlo until I hear the soft click of her iPhone camera shutter. She's doing that influencer thing, pretending she's capturing vibes when she's absolutely curating damage. Oh, don't mind me, she coos sweetly, lifting her mimosa and snapping another pic. Candid shots always turn out the best. So effortless, you know. Thatcher doesn't flinch. He just lets his hand drop to the table between us, tapping a slow rhythm against his glass like he's considering which of Channing's bridesmaids would crumble first under interrogation. I arch a brow and sip my champagne instead. Let her take her pictures. Let them all take their turns. A moment later, I see her screen flash as she uploads the shot to her story hashtag Charleston Brunch. Hashtag Southern Chic, hashtag Wedded Bliss, no tags. But the algorithm won't care. The internet has a sixth sense for heat, and we've been striking sparks all morning. I should be more cautious. But right now, I'm a little drunk on defiance. You know they'll dissect that photo like it's a Zapruder film. I murmur without looking at him. I hope they choke on it. Thatcher replies smoothly. His voice is low, possessive, dangerous in the kind of way that makes a woman forget her last name. I should pull back, remind him and myself that we're still playing a role in a wedding that isn't ours. But I don't. Instead, I glance down at the spot where his hand now rests, just slightly, infinitesimally closer to mine. And I think, let them watch. Let them repost and speculate. Because for one shining moment, beneath this ridiculous tent filled with petty women and pastel lies, I feel more seen than I have in years. I don't need to check my phone to know that something has changed. It hangs in the air like the aftermath of lightning, invisible but humming. Heads tilt a little differently now. Conversations pause half a second longer when I pass. The women who were sniping at me in lavender silk and weaponized smiles are now glancing toward me with a new edge in their eyes. Not envy, but something adjacent. Something that looks like reevaluation. Across the long curated table, Channing meets my gaze with a smile so polished it squeaks, but there's panic behind her eyes, just a flash of it. The kind that happens when a piece on the board moves on its own. I don't smile back. I reach for my mimosa, fold my napkin with precise elegance, and let the moment stretch between us like a held breath. Let her wonder. Let them all wonder. The photo, whatever it looks like, however it was framed, has done its work. I can feel it. Not just the attention, but the imbalance. The careful hierarchy she built is teetering now, tilting under the weight of an image she didn't control. A man no one expected. A look neither of us tried to hide. I sip my drink slowly, giving the brunch its final silent benediction. In this world, silence is power, and I plan to wield it like a scalpel. The brunch trickles to its end with all the grace of a Southern stage play, closing its last act. Servers clearing plates in synchronized motions, guests exchanging cheek kisses under the soft trill of the quartet's exit music. I excuse myself with practiced ease, sliding from my chair and stepping into the warmth beyond the tent. The light hits like a truth I haven't named yet. Bright, honest, unavoidable. I take a breath, then another. Behind me, I feel him before I see him. Thatcher, looming in the dappled sunlight, shirt sleeves rolled, sunglasses tucked into the neckline of his black linen shirt. He just watches me with that quiet intensity that peels back skin and sees the soft underneath. I glance at him, and for a moment everything stills. The sounds of the brunch, the chirp of some distant cardinal, the faint clink of glasses. All of it fades beneath the weight of whatever this is. We don't speak or move, but something passes between us. An unspoken agreement, a silent acknowledgement that this performance we choreographed so carefully is no longer theater. It's real now. I lower my gaze, and he shifts just enough to let the tension fall back into the space between us. Somewhere in the country, probably with a latte in hand, and a tabloid sense of timing, Sierra Lang opens her blogger dashboard and sees us. Frozen mid-laugh, mid-lean, mid-something she will absolutely spin into a headline. Let her. Because for the first time in a long time, I'm not afraid of what comes next.
Chapter 22. Thatcher. The greenhouse smells like heat and memory, the kind that gets in your throat and stays there, bitter and sweet and dangerous as hell. I push open the creaking side door with the edge of my shoulder, letting the thick scent of rose stems, damp soil, and glass-heated citrus air wrap around me like a shroud. Sunlight filters in at slanted angles, slicing across the tiled floor, cutting lines through the dust like stained glass shadows. I don't bother putting on gloves. I need to feel the earth under my nails today. Need the grounding, the texture, the weight of it. I drop on my knees beside a tray of pink-blushed ranunculus, slide my hands into the moist potting mix, and exhale for the first time in days. Calandra just shattered me open just hours earlier in a different version of this very room. Not this one. Not this manicured estate greenhouse with gold-accented watering cans and Tiffany blue pruning shears. No, the one behind the main house. The one where it wasn't just plants blooming, where Calandra melted against me, mouth open on a gasp that tasted like want and war and something deeper neither of us could name. And now? Now she's acting like none of it happened. Like it was just heat and proximity and maybe a little too much wine, like it didn't matter. I swiped the back of my wrist across my forehead, leaving a streak of soil across my temple, and curse under my breath. I don't want too much. I just want the truth of it. Which apparently is already asking too damn much. I try to focus on the arrangements. Roses for the ceremony arch, lysanthes for the cocktail hour centerpieces, delicate sprays of baby's breath for the flower girls' baskets. The tasks come easy. The ache behind my ribcage does not. I pinch the stem of a wayward bloom and mutter, "Coward!" to myself before pressing it into the fresh foam. Ugh. The truth is, I don't know who I'm talking to anymore. Her or myself. The click of designer boots on stone is the only warning I get. "I knew I'd find you hiding in here," comes the too cheery voice, slicing through the quiet like a pastry knife through fondant. My whole body tenses. I don't need to turn around to know who it is. Channing's hand-picked photographer. The one with glossy curls, a too-tight romper, and a Nikon the size of a small infant strapped around her neck. She's charming in that aggressive southern way that makes me want to knock over an orchid display. "Don't worry," she purrs, already setting down her light reflector. "Not here for candids." Well, not just candids. I straighten slowly, towering over her in my black button-down, sleeves rolled and stained at the forearms. I'm not part of the wedding party. "Oh, honey." She waves that off like it's a mosquito. "You're so part of the story. The wedding's about the aesthetic. And your little flower empire? That's half the aesthetic." I don't respond. Just watch her flip open her iPad, swipe through a few files, and mutter something about editorial features. "Where's Calandra?" she asks next, eyes scanning the greenhouse like she expects my her to pop out of a flower bed in heels and contour. I shrug, working, like the rest of us. "Well, now she's posing," the woman says brightly. "Channing signed off. We need a vendor lifestyle shot of the two of you for the Southern Bloomed blog spotlight. They want real vendors, real romance. That's you two." My heart flutters maddeningly at the suggestion. My fingers curl reflexively, nails scraping against the bark of a young lemon tree. I'm about to decline when the side door opens again, and there she is. Calandra. In a sleeveless white linen jumpsuit that somehow makes her look like both a Grecian goddess and a corporate assassin. Clipboard tucked under one arm, her braids piled into a low bun that's already loosening from the humidity. She sees the setup, the lights, the camera, the looming expectation. She sees me, and she nods. Not because she wants to, because she's used to performing on cue. I clench my jaw so hard my molars ache. But I step back into the frame, brushing my shirt down with a flattened palm. Because if she's going to keep pretending, I'll be damned if she has to do it alone. The photographer barks cheerful commands like she's corralling toddlers at a tea party. "Can you two just, stand closer? Yes, love that. Thatcher, hand on her lower back. Calandra, tilt your head just a little toward him. God, the chemistry. This is editorial gold." I keep my expression neutral, jaw tight, but my hand drifts without prompting. Not quite to her waist, I know better. Instead, it hovers just above the small of her back, fingers grazing the thin linen fabric as if testing the line between polite and possessive. We stand like that, framed by potted gardenias and soft-focused sunlight, for what feels like an hour. The camera clicks in rapid bursts. I breathe in the scent of her hair, citrus and something warm I can't name. And then, without thinking, I lift a hand and brush my fingers through a loose curl that's fallen near her temple. The air shifts. Her eyes flick up. Not startled. Not performative. Just present. Like the act cut through something. Like it reached the part of her that's been barricading itself ever since the greenhouse. I don't say anything. Don't break character even though this is no longer a performance for me. Hasn't been for a while. But I see the moment in her eyes. Just the flicker of it. Where she wants to say something. Where maybe she'd let me in a little deeper. Then the photographer sighs dramatically and lowers her camera. "Perfect. You two are magic. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll have you on every mood board from Savannah to San Antonio." Calandra steps back like she's just remembered herself. She smooths the front of her jumpsuit, clears her throat, and flashes the kind of smile you wear when you're about to lie to someone's face. "Glad we could be useful," she says coolly. The photographer squeals and disappears to upload. Suddenly, the professional mask is back in place. We don't talk as we walk back toward the main house. The gravel crunches underfoot, rhythmic and strange, like a metronome counting down the seconds until someone finally says what we need to say. I shove my hands in his pockets. I don't trust them not to reach for her again. Not after the way her breath hitched when my fingers slid through her curls. We pass the hydrangea hedges in silence. Calandra doesn't glance at me once, but her fingers twitch against her clipboard, and her jaw is set like she's holding something back. When we reach the stone steps leading up to the main veranda, I finally stop, You gonna keep pretending that night didn't happen? She freezes, one foot on the first step, a beat, then another. She turns slowly, her expression unreadable. It was a moment, Thatcher. That's all. A moment? My voice is low, steady, but she flinches anyway. She folds her arms. You want me to make a grand confession during a plantation-themed wedding week? You think that's smart? I don't give a damn about smart. I care if it was real. Silence crackles between us like a downed power line. Then, softer. It scared me, okay? Her voice is almost a whisper. I exhale sharply, something uncoiling in his chest. That's not something you have to be afraid of. She doesn't answer. Just nods once, sharp and small, before turning and disappearing into the house. I stay at the bottom of the stairs for a long time, staring at the door she vanished through, because I know what I saw in her eyes. And I know this isn't pretend anymore. Not for either of us. I don't follow her. I could. Every muscle in my body begs me to, thrumming with the kind of tension that doesn't come from restraint, but from recognition. From knowing exactly what I want, and not being able to reach for it. But I don't move. I don't storm in after her, or demand answers. Instead, I walk. Across the expanse of the estate, past the sun-bleached pergola and the fountain that gurgles like some genteel southern heartbeat. Guests pass me with wine-soft smiles, their eyes skipping over me like I'm just another part of the landscaping. They don't see the war I'm carrying just beneath my ribs. I don't realize where I'm headed until I'm standing in front of the stables. It's not a choice, it's instinct. A quiet place. A place that doesn't ask questions. Inside, it's dim and cool. Dust hanging in the air like gold-threaded lace. Shafts of sunlight slice through the slats above, falling in long stripes that look like something out of a chapel. I lean against a stall door and breathe deep, letting the scent of hay and horses wrap around me. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? With her? Calandra Brown. She kisses like it's the last honest thing on earth, and then she turns around and acts like it never happened. She stands in the center of a storm like she doesn't even feel the wind. She let me in, really let me in, and then slammed the goddamn door shut like I imagined the whole thing. I drag my hand down my face, my jaw tight. I've never had the patience for games, but this doesn't feel like a game. It feels like she's rationing oxygen. Like last night, she gave me one precious breath, and now she's suffocating again because she doesn't trust that breath to last, doesn't trust me to last. And I'm not sure how I can tell her I'm not going anywhere. That I've never wanted to be somewhere until now. A soft whinny breaks the silence behind me. I step into the nearest stall and run my palm along the horse's sleek flank. The gelding huffs, warm breath brushing my shoulder, and nudges me gently like he can sense the tension buzzing through my bones. You and me both, mate, I mutter. None of this makes a lick of sense. But maybe it doesn't have to. Not yet. Maybe the point isn't to fix it. Maybe it's just to stay. By late afternoon, the property is thick with lazy silence. Most of the guests have vanished, to shaded verandas, air-conditioned rooms, shallow conversations. The sun is lower now, turning everything gold-edged and heavy. I spot her through a gap in the hedges. Calandra stands alone near the back terrace, tablet tucked under one arm, lips moving as she talks to a staff member with quick, precise gestures. Her brow is furrowed, her jaw set. Always managing, always calculating, always 5 moves ahead of everyone in the room. The wind picks up and lifts a loose curl across her cheek. She pauses, brushing it back behind her ear. And just for a moment, barely a breath, she looks soft, unguarded, like she's surprised to find herself tired. I step out of the shade, letting her see me. Her eyes widen slightly, then shutter just as fast. She doesn't walk away. I take it as permission and close the distance, slow and careful. No sudden moves, no practiced lines. You all right? I ask, my voice rougher than I intend. She nods, not meeting my gaze. Just coordinating the chaos. There's a silence that stretches between us, Not cold. Just full. You were right, she says at last. About pretending. I'm good at it. Too good, maybe. I don't respond. I just watch her. She turns her face toward the sun, eyes squinting against the light. I don't know what this is, she says quietly. But I can't afford to be reckless. I'm not asking you to be reckless, I tell her. I'm asking you to stop running. That gets her. Her gaze snaps to mine, sharp and unreadable. Then, without warning, she steps closer. Her fingers reach out, soft and certain, pressing against the center of my chest, right over my heart. It's not a kiss, not a caress, just a touch. Deliberate, grounding. Then don't give me a reason to, she says. And just like that, she turns and walks away. Back toward the tent. Back to her world of control and composure. But she leaves the tablet behind. And I stand there like an idiot, staring at it, the weight of that one small gesture settling into me like gravity. Because maybe, just maybe, she's not running anymore. And maybe I'm the reason she stopped.
Chapter 23. Calandra. The invitation reads more like a summons. Channing wants me at her final wedding fitting. Your eye is just so refined, she says, as if I'm not already drowning in her demands for timelines, floral substitutions, and menu changes that all hinge on her whims and not the venue's reality. Still, I say yes, because I always say yes, because that's what the job demands, because even when it's a trap, and I know it is, I still step into the cage and lock the door behind me. The boutique is tucked inside an old Charleston carriage house, the kind of place where exposed beams meet hand-stitched organza, and you're expected to sip rosé while pretending to marvel at ivory lace like it's holy scripture. The air smells like peonies and power. Every mirror gleams with practiced lighting. Everything here whispers old money, curated charm, and quiet cruelty. When I walk in, Channing is already on a pedestal in the center of the room, swathed in something that looks like spilled champagne and costs more than my car. Her mother sits nearby, sipping something pink from a flute, and two bridesmaids are cooing like pigeons at a park. Calandra, Channing beams like I'm her oldest friend and not a conveniently placed prop. Thank God you're here. I need someone with taste. I keep my smile tight and professional. Wouldn't miss it. The bridal stylist, a man named Yves, with a faux French accent and a tape measure slung dramatically around his neck, flutters toward me with air kisses I do not return. She needs a critical eye, Yves declares, but not too critical. The gown is perfection. We are merely brushing the edges of genius. Channing turns slowly, arms lifted, as if she's waiting for applause. The dress is stunning, I'll give her that. Beaded cap sleeves, plunging neckline, a train that spills like a whispered scandal. It's beautiful, I say truthfully, then immediately regret it when she preens. But is it too much? She asks coyly. You know how I hate a spectacle. I nearly choke on my own tongue. Channing Sterling is a living, breathing, Instagram-optimized spectacle. If she could have fireworks installed in her bouquet, she would. It's exactly the right amount of drama for the venue, I reply diplomatically, straightening a bit of lace that doesn't need it. She watches me in the mirror, and for a moment, something sharp flickers across her face. Not gratitude, just calculation. You always know how to make things look effortless, she says, even when you're barely keeping it together. It's so fast and so soft, I almost miss it. A sugar-coated dagger slipped right between the ribs. I smile, sharp and smooth. Well, somebody has to. Before the tension can crack wider, the boutique door opens and Thatcher steps in. His presence is immediate, gravitational. The room shifts. Yves claps his hands like a game show host. Perfect! Our groomish vendor man. You're just in time. Thatcher raises an eyebrow. I didn't realize there was a schedule. Oh, but there is, Eve says. And you two are my centerpiece. Excuse me? I ask, darting a tentative glance in Thatcher's direction. Channing waves a hand. We're doing a vendor spotlight for Southern Grace magazine. They want a few natural behind-the-scenes shots of our elegant collaboration. And honestly, you two look great on camera. I didn't sign up for that, Thatcher mutters under his breath, but I can already feel the trap snapping shut. Eve is practically vibrating. Just a few frames. Calandra, love. Maybe stand here. And Thatcher. Yes. Lean in like you're sharing a secret. No. Closer. He steps behind me, brushing a curl off my shoulder. The breath I take is sharp, involuntary. His fingers graze the nape of my neck, just enough to make every nerve stand at attention. The photographer clicks rapidly. Smile, Eve trills. I do. It feels like baring teeth. Thatcher leans down slightly. This is absurd, he mutters, voice warm against my ear. Welcome to my circus, I whisper back. More photos, more posing. I try to disengage, but every time he looks at me, it's with something hot, sultry, something that feels like memory. Eventually, Eve claps again. Perfect. You two are glorious. Like fire and bourbon. Thatcher chuckles darkly and steps away, but the echo of his hand lingers on my lower back. Channing claps daintily. Calandra, you have such a knack for making things look romantic. There it is again, that line between admiration and mockery. Like she doesn't know whether to be jealous or triumphant. I turn slowly, meeting her eyes head on. It's a gift, I say. Some of us are born with it, others have to stage it. Eve gasps, delighted. Oh, the tension. You're both so dramatic. This wedding will be the event of the year. It already is, for all the wrong reasons. I excuse myself as quickly as possible, retreating to the restroom with a sigh. My reflection looks tired, flushed, slightly disheveled. I fix my lipstick, repin a curl, press my palms against the marble countertop, and count to 10 as I do whatever I can to slow my breath. Behind the door, I hear laughter and movement. The show goes on. When I reemerge, Thatcher is leaning near the boutique's open window, scrolling through his phone with a furrowed brow. You good? He asks, not looking up. I'm fine. He lifts his gaze, and it lands on me like it always does. Steady, hot, too perceptive. That wasn't nothing, he says. Back there. I'm used to it. That's not the same thing. She's deliberately trying to make you look like an idiot. I exhale. It's the only way I survive it. He studies me for a long beat, then nods slowly. Then I guess we just keep surviving it together. I haven't a clue how to answer that, so I don't. We walk out together, not holding hands, not saying much. When we reach the street, I pause, just for a second. Thanks for showing up, I murmur. Not many more of these stupid events this week. Thatcher just gives me a nod that feels like something sacred. I head toward lunch with the bridal party, already dreading whatever new games Channing has planned. But this time, I walk slower. And when I catch my reflection in a shop window, hair tousled, heels clicking, lips still curved, I almost look like someone who isn't faking it at all. Almost.
Chapter 24. Thatcher. There's something uniquely offensive about watching generational wealth congratulate itself in real time. The garden party is a performance, an exhibition of old money Charleston designed to appear effortless. White canvas tents flutter in the coastal breeze, anchored by wrought iron stakes older than most of the staff serving cucumber canapes and mint juleps. Jazz filters through the air, Not played live, but piped in through an absurdly well-hidden speaker system. Someone's hired a pair of horses to graze in a distant paddock as a kind of pastoral backdrop. You know, ambience. I walk the gravel path in a linen blazer that feels like a lie on my shoulders. Too light for my mood, too clean for what this is. I wasn't on the original guest list, which doesn't surprise me, but someone must have panicked about optics at the last minute. Likely Channing. No one wants the hot fake boyfriend to vanish mid-photo op. The seating chart is a masterclass in genteel exclusion. Calandra has been stationed with the vendors and volunteers table, nestled strategically between the bartender and a local florist who hasn't made eye contact with her once. I watch as she navigates it with practiced grace, one knee crossed over the other, fingers drumming lightly on her napkin, when someone mistakes her for the entertainment planner. Must be so fulfilling to, bring someone else's dream to life. A woman in pearls chirps. Calandra smiles the way a tiger might before it mauls. I hover on the edges. It's not just about her. I can't pretend I belong here either. My accent already makes the bourbon-slicked men at the bar bristle. One actually asked me where I read for university, as though determining whether I went to Oxford or Cambridge would help him sleep better at night. Neither, I said deadpan. I learned to weld in a garage in Kent. He laughed like I was joking. I wasn't. The first hour is a blur of heat and nonsense. I dodge conversations, linger near the rose arbor, and keep one eye on Calandra. She's not talking much, which is how I know she's furious. I see him. Sterling West, walking with too much ease and just enough confidence to make my hands clench. He peels off from the Bourbon Brigade and heads toward the stable path where Calandra's just disappeared with a tray of glasses. I should move. Should cut it off before it starts. I don't. Instead, I follow at a safe distance, ducking behind a row of manicured hedges and pausing just beyond earshot. They're standing in the dappled shade between the tack shed and the whitewashed stable wall, too far for words but close enough for my gut to sour. Sterling leans in, all nostalgic charm and entitled regret. His hand brushes her elbow. She flinches, barely. I catch her expression as she looks away. She's not swayed, but she's shaken. And that does something to me I don't like. I take a step forward, then stop, because this isn't my scene, not my relationship, not even my fight, not officially. She doesn't see me, but Tasha does. She storms down the path like a thunderclap in heels, cutting between me and the couple with a snarl that could curdle milk. Her voice rises just enough for me to catch the edge of it. Are you actually serious right now, Sterling? Is this how you do foreplay now? At your own engagement party? Calandra turns, startled. Sterling blanches. And I? I disappear. Back to the roses. But I feel it. Lodged behind my ribs like a splinter. The next hour drags. Calandra doesn't return to the vendor table. Tasha does, furious and flushed, and when she sees me watching her, she gives a tiny shake of her head that says, Not now. I wander. End up near the paddock with the horses, who regard me with more warmth than the guests ever have. I lean against the fence, jaw tight, fists tighter. The bourbon guy from earlier walks by and offers me a drink. I decline. He tries to ask about Calandra, calls her mahogany exotic. I nearly throw him in the pond. I find Calandra just as the sun begins to tilt westward. She's under a magnolia tree, phone in one hand, the other pressed to her forehead. Her face is unreadable until she spots me. Then it shudders completely. Don't, she says softly before I can even speak. Don't what? Whatever you're about to say. Don't. You don't even know. I do. Her eyes meet mine, sharp and defensive. I know that look. It's the same one I gave myself the morning after we kissed. This isn't about that. Isn't it? I cross the grass slowly. Tell me I'm wrong then, about what I saw. She lowers the phone. You're not wrong, but you're not right either. It's complicated. No, it's cowardly. That hit something. She straightens, nostrils flaring. Excuse me. You let him corner you. You let him say whatever the hell he said, and you didn't shut it down. I didn't escalate it. That's not the same thing. You didn't need to escalate. You just needed to leave. We're quiet for a beat. The magnolia petals drift down like confetti. I watch one land in her hair. You think I don't want to? She finally asks, voice low. You think I haven't spent every minute since this charade began wishing I could take off these heels, grab your hand, and run? My chest tightens. Then why don't you? She looks down at her shoes and doesn't answer. I heave a sigh, running my hand through my hair. Fine. If you don't want to talk, I'm not going to force you to. Apparently, you have enough trouble speaking your mind with other people around here. As soon as the words leave my lips, I know I've gone too far. I force myself to walk away, putting distance between me and that disappointed, hurt look on her face. I have my own thinking to do. I find Tasha on the veranda with a highball glass and no patience. They were always going to do this, she says flatly. You and her, you were just the match they lit to burn her down. And the blog post, it hasn't dropped yet. Give it time, Marlowe's probably just proofreading the captions. I grip the railing, hard. You staying? She asks. I nod. Then make it count, Thatcher. Because if this goes the way I think it will, she's going to need someone who didn't flinch. I don't flinch, but I do burn. Because this wasn't a party. It was a warning.
Chapter 25. Calandra. Back at my suite, the soft click of the door behind me feels too quiet for the roar inside my head. The silence isn't soothing. It amplifies everything. The clack of my heels across the tile, the rattle of my bracelet as I pull the zipper on my dress, the thrum of blood pounding in my ears. I strip out of the fitted sheath like it's made of barbed wire, toss it over the back of a chair, and slide into a robe before collapsing onto the tufted bench at the end of the bed. Tasha's already waiting with coffee and a face that says, this isn't going to be the kind of night that ends with exfoliation masks and old episodes of Girlfriends. She doesn't speak at first, just hands me her phone, and there it is, the text thread, the full one this time. More messages between Channing's bridesmaids, some of whom I've stood beside, posed with, planned around, each line a dagger with a ribbon tied around the hilt. I scroll through it slowly, as if taking in an autopsy of my reputation. I shove the phone back at Tasha, nearly knocking over her mug. I don't know what to do, I whisper. I just didn't want to believe it. Tasha doesn't gloat, doesn't press. She just sits with me in the quiet, her hand covering mine as I try to breathe around the heat blooming in my chest. It was never kindness. It was never coincidence. It was a slow, deliberate choreography of intentional moments meant to make me look useful, but not desirable. Present, but peripheral. The planner, not the woman. The vendor, not the vision. I feel like a damn prop, I say. You're not, she says fiercely. You're the main event, Cal. And you need to do something. You can't let them get away with a sick stunt like this. She leans forward, her voice sharp. You could torch this place, and I'd bring the matches. Marshmallows, too. I smile, tight and bitter. Tempting. The mirror across from me reflects someone I almost don't recognize. Eyes ringed with exhaustion, lips pulled tight, posture still too proud to collapse. And yet, inside, I am unraveling. It isn't just the insult. It's the investment I made in believing this could be something different. That I could show up, be good at what I do, and be respected for it. Maybe even admired. But admiration in these circles only comes when you're seen as no threat. Or when your power serves theirs. I pace the room, wrapping my arms around myself. Tasha keeps sipping her coffee, giving me space. The word desperate echoes like a curse I can't scrub off. Desperate planner. That's how they see me. A knock on the door derails my spiral. Tasha rises, one brow arched. Want me to? No, I've got it. I cross the room, open the door just a crack. It's him, Thatcher. Shirt sleeves rolled, jaw tight, that same storm in his eyes expression he's worn since the garden party. He doesn't speak right away, just takes me in like he's memorizing the damage. Calandra. His voice is low, a thread pulled taut. I can't, I say, shaking my head. Not tonight. I didn't know if you'd want me to. I bite my lip. What I want is to stop giving people the benefit of the doubt. I want to stop showing up like it's going to earn me grace. I want to stop being so damn professional when everyone else gets to play dirty and still be called brilliant. He exhales hard, like the wind's been knocked out of him. Tell me what you need. I lean against the doorframe, the weight of it all dragging me down. I need to stay. I need to finish this. She can't have the last laugh. His brows lift slightly. For my name, my business, and for every other woman who's been treated like a well-dressed extra in her own career. I pause. And maybe for you too. But I can't do any of it if I let them win. He nods, slow and solemn. Then we burn it down on your terms. I close the door before I let myself cry, but I leave it unlocked. Tasha comes up behind me, quiet as a whisper. You sure about this? No, I admit. But I'm done letting them set the stage. She smirks. Good, because I just talked to Beatrix. My eyes widen. And? She's furious. Apparently, some of the bridal party complaints have reached her ears. She wants a meeting tomorrow. Perfect, I say. Let's give her a show. I sit back down on the bed, take the phone again, and scroll one last time through the thread. I take screenshots. I catalog names. I organize the venom into something usable, because I may be the planner. But I'm not desperate. I'm ready. Tomorrow, they'll see the difference, and I won't let any of them forget it.
Chapter 26. Thatcher. The rooftop is ridiculous. Sweeping views of the city skyline, fairy lights strung across wrought iron arches, classical music playing from a string quartet tucked in the corner like a damn set piece. It's the kind of place meant to impress and intimidate at the same time. And it's working. Everyone here looks like old money and careful breeding, sipping champagne and smiling with veneers. I stand near the edge, fingers twitching at the edge of my jacket, pretending I give a damn about any of it. Calandra isn't here yet. I feel her absence like a second pulse. I nod at a server offering crab cakes and ignore the murmur of conversation curling around me like smoke. When Sterling walks in, the room sharpens. He's not loud, but he doesn't need to be. The space reacts to him like it's been trained to, turns, angles, gravitates. My jaw tightens. He's in full politician mode tonight, dressed like a GQ feature and smiling like he still owns the room. Like he never lost her. Like I don't exist. He lifts his glass and the room goes still. I move closer to the perimeter of the crowd, posted by a column where I can see Calandra just arriving, her expression unreadable. She doesn't spot me yet. Her back is impossibly straight, chin lifted like armor. She looks like elegance weaponized. Sterling starts slow. To love that teaches and leaves, to the grace of growing up and the kindness of letting go. Every syllable is laced with familiarity, like he's reading a eulogy from their shared past. He thanks Channing, nods to the guests, but his eyes are on Calandra. She doesn't flinch, doesn't blink. But I can see the white grip of her hand on the base of her glass. I was lucky once, he says, raising his glass slightly in her direction, subtle and devastating. To know what it meant to be inspired by someone who believed in the beauty of structure, of plans, even when I didn't deserve it. That's when Calandra turns her head sharply, away from him, away from everyone. Her smile is gone. So is mine. I push off the wall and head for the terrace. I need air before I say something I'll regret. And I hope to hell she follows. But she doesn't. I find her near the edge of the rooftop terrace, framed by the low burn of string lights and the sharp skyline slicing into dusk. Miss Bet is draped in something deep burgundy. Satin, maybe, with a slit high enough to flash danger and heels that look custom-made to stomp on egos. She's got a glass of whiskey neat in one hand and a cigarette she hasn't lit in the other. It's a threat, not a habit. You look like you're about to throw someone off this rooftop, I say, coming to stand a respectable distance away. She smirks, smoke in her eyes despite the unlit cigarette. That obvious? Only to the ones paying attention. She turns her head toward me slowly, like a judge about to deliver sentence. You're a quiet one, Thatcher Hale, but not invisible. I see the way you look at her. I don't flinch. There's no point. I care about her, I say, voice low. She hums like she's heard that tune before, and it didn't end in harmony. You care, she echoes, swirling the amber in her glass. Well, sweetheart, caring's nice. It's soft. But Calandra Brown doesn't need soft. She needs certainty. She needs somebody who knows how to weather a storm without asking her to stop being the storm. She's not a storm, I say, and I mean it. She's the goddamn lighthouse. Miss Bet laughs once, sharp and unexpected, like I caught her off guard. Well, I'll be damned. Maybe you do see her. She tosses back the rest of her drink and sets the empty glass on the ledge like it's a mic drop. Then she steps closer, placing a perfectly manicured hand on my chest. She's never trusted anyone to stay, Bet says, her eyes boring into mine. Every man before you made her fight for their attention, their approval, their love. You want to be different? Don't just stand there. Show her. And just like that, she turns and vanishes into the crowd with a swish of silk and a hurricane's worth of presence. I exhale slowly, the weight of her words lodging in my chest like a truth I already knew, but hadn't dared say out loud. I don't know if I'm ready, but I know I'm not running. Not tonight. The vendor prep kitchen is quiet, humming with leftover warmth from the dinner rush. I told myself I came down here to check the linens, to double-check the table settings for tomorrow, to get a break from the way everyone's pretending this whole event isn't laced with tension like a stretched wire. But the truth is, I came looking for her. She's already here when I open the back hallway door, standing in the glow of the industrial fridge light, clipboard resting against her hip like armor. Her dress tonight is green, deep and dark, vibrant against her mahogany skin. The kind that makes me forget how to lie to myself. Her hair is half up, midnight curls looser now, like the heat, and the hour wore down her defenses. You checking linens too? I ask, letting the door swing close behind me. Calandra doesn't startle. She doesn't even look up for a beat. Then, someone has to. I step closer, not touching her yet. She finally looks at me, and what I see in her face hits me harder than any slap would have. She's tired, not physically, but soul-tired, and furious in that elegant, restrained way she's perfected. Like she's been hurt so many times, the only armor left is elegance. They all think they're so clever, she says softly. Like I can't see exactly what this has been. A production. A joke. They're not the only ones in the room, I say, stepping closer until we're nearly chest to chest. You've got people, Calandra. I've got contracts, responsibilities, legacy. Her voice cracks, not weak, just real. And then there's you. My hand finds her waist. What about me? She looks up, and I swear I see her decision happen in real time. The walls come down. Not all the way, but enough for me to see what's been waiting behind them. You're not safe, she whispers. I nod once. Neither are you. And then she moves. We crash together like we've been waiting for the damn universe to give us permission. Her mouth finds mine with the kind of fury that comes from being forced to stay silent too long. I back her against the pantry door, hands slipping under the hem of her dress, her legs wrapping around me like this is what her body's known all along. It's not for show. It's truth, raw and unapologetic, in the one place no one's watching. And for once, neither of us stops. I push her inside the linen closet, pushing the door backwards with my foot as we walk. The door closes with a quiet snick of finality. Soft, but absolute. No footsteps outside, no music bleeding through. Just the air between our bodies already charged enough to snap. It's not much of a room. Storage, mostly. Clean and tucked away like a secret the estate doesn't want its guests to see. Napkins folded with surgical precision. Silver trays stacked like armor. Overhead, a single bulb throws down a narrow cone of amber light, catching the sharp lines of her face and turning her eyes into liquid fire. She doesn't move. Neither do I. The silence stretches, like the next sound we make will rewrite something foundational. I take a step forward, slow enough to give her time to bolt. She doesn't. Her breath hitches. Just barely. That's when I reach for her. I touch the side of her jaw with the backs of my fingers, tracing the curve where strength meets vulnerability. She turns her face slightly into the contact, just enough for me to feel the warmth of her skin against my palm. The smallest sound escapes her lips. Not a whimper. Just release. I speak low because anything louder would break the spell. You sure? I'm not in the habit of inviting men into linen closets if I'm not. Her voice is calm, but her body betrays her. Shoulders tense, chest rising with every breath, like it's the only thing anchoring her. Then say stop. I brush my thumb across her cheek, then down, catching the edge of her lower lip. Otherwise, I'm not pretending anymore. She doesn't say anything. Doesn't need to. She grabs my jacket in both fists and pulls me in like she's drowning, and I'm the last breath left on earth. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. When we finally step out of the linen closet, the hallway is still empty. No witnesses, just the faint scent of gardenias and the lingering musk of everything we didn't hold back. I reach for her hand and she lets me take it. No words this time. We walk back into the rooftop event. Calm, composed, unreadable. But behind us, a few crooked napkins, a smudge on the polished steel, and the warmth of us still hanging in the linen-scented air. A secret folded neat and tucked away, just like the best ones always are.
Chapter 27. Calandra. The first thing I feel is warmth. Heavy and human and entirely too intimate. It anchors me before I even open my eyes. One of Thatcher's arms is slung low across my waist, and the other curls under the pillow I'm sharing with him. His breath brushes against my skin, slow and even, like it's always been this way. Like I haven't spent the past decade alone in king-sized beds with nothing but my ambition for company. I lie still, my body humming in that space between sleep and memory. The suite is quiet, save for the distant hush of early traffic below and the occasional rustle of sheets when he shifts. I know this moment can't last. I know the second I move, everything changes. Momentum, balance, the ability to pretend this doesn't matter. But for now, I let myself feel it. His presence. The way my body curls into his without hesitation. The terrifying sense of wholeness I haven't allowed myself since God. Since before New York. Since before Sterling. Since I learned the hard way that soft things shatter. I turn just enough to glance back at him. He's still asleep, mouth slightly parted, hair a mess of fiery auburn on my pillow. One hand clenches faintly, like he's still dreaming of holding on. I can't let him. Carefully, I peel myself away, lifting his arm like it might detonate if I'm not gentle. My feet touch the plush rug with a whisper, and I pad across the room to the bathroom, robe in hand. Inside, I brace both palms against the marble vanity and finally meet my own gaze in the mirror. My braids are wild, my lipstick is gone, and there's a faint bite mark on my collarbone. The dress from last night lies draped across the back of a chair, wrinkled, lived in, unapologetic. I stare at it for a long time. I should feel powerful. I should feel like the woman who took what she wanted and owned it. But all I feel is exposed. I twist my hair up into something severe and clean. Every bobby pin like a nail into a coffin I've buried myself in 100 times. Then I wash my face, tone, moisturize, apply concealer over the evidence of what we did and how it mattered. By the time I emerge, Thatcher's sitting on the bed, shirtless and watching me. His gaze is calm, clear, infuriatingly unreadable. "Didn't mean to wake you," I murmur, smoothing the hem of my blouse. "You didn't." He leans back on his hands, chest rising and falling like he's trying to steady something internal. "Didn't want to move." I nod like that's neutral, like his body against mine for hours wasn't the safest I've felt in years. "I need to get to the temp I ate," I say, reaching for my bag. "Channing's having an eyelash emergency, and the florist needs someone to micromanage the peonies." "Of course she does." His voice is dry, but there's no malice in it. Still, it makes something tight behind my ribs pulse. I move toward the kitchenette, half to find my tablet and half to get distance. He follows, barefoot now, the kind of man who makes 5-star accommodations look like a damn cabin in the woods. "You don't have to rush out," he offers. I freeze for half a beat before recovering. I like to stay ahead of problems. It's a compulsion. He nods once, then turns to the counter and starts making coffee with the same precision he used last night, undoing the zipper on my dress. He knows how I take it. He doesn't ask. Cream, 1 sugar, no stirring, just the swirl. When he sets the cup on the marble island, he doesn't say a word, doesn't try to hold my gaze, just leaves it there like a quiet gesture of understanding, or maybe surrender. I can't take it. "I'll grab something on sight," I lie. "Calandra, don't." My voice cracks, barely audible. "Please don't." A silence swells between us, and then, mercifully, he lets it go. I gather my tablet, stylus, charger, and phone like they're armor, every motion deliberate, every item a tool for distance. When I finally move toward the door, I stop. Turn. Face him. "Last night," I begin, but there's no clean way to say it. "It meant something," he finishes for me. I don't confirm, I don't deny either. I just nod. Once, and leave. The venue is a war zone, dressed in blush linen, the kind that smells like eucalyptus and concealed panic. I move through the chaos like a conductor, phone in hand, eyes darting between the seating chart, the rental delivery, and the pastry chef who's 1 missed coffee away from quitting. Everything is perfectly under control. So why do I feel like I'm falling apart? Tasha finds me near the hydrangeas. "How are you?" she asks, eyebrows raised. "I'm perfect," I reply. "Just making dreams come true, 1 floral foam block at a time." She snorts, clearly unconvinced. "Thatcher texted me, said you left like the suite was on fire." "I didn't leave. I redirected." Tasha sighs and hands me a protein bar. "Fine. Pretend all you want. But you should know. You're glowing." I'm sweating. "Sure, let's go with that." She walks off before I can argue. I bite into the bar, chewing mechanically. But my eyes drift to the door on the tent, where Thatcher's standing, dressed in black again, talking quietly with one of the lighting techs. He catches my eye, just briefly. He doesn't smile, doesn't nod, but he's here, and I don't know what to do with that.
Chapter 28. Thatcher. I've handled molten iron with my bare hands, welded through electrical storms, and once climbed out of a second-story window to avoid a wedding photographer having a meltdown. But somehow, none of that compares to the sheer, polished agony of slipping into this ridiculous carriage uniform. The vest is charcoal gray with gold piping that feels like it was stitched by a sadist. The trousers pinch in places that make walking feel like a tactical maneuver. The gloves, white, pristine, idiotic, feel like an insult to every callus I've ever earned. And the top hat? I toss it on the driver's bench like it personally offended me. I'm already sweating under the collar, and not just because it's 91 degrees with no breeze. I adjust the leather reins, trying not to tug too hard. The pair of horses, glossy and expensive as hell, snort and stomp like they're just as annoyed as I am. Can't say I blame them. Their manes are braided with ivory ribbon. Their hooves shine like they've been shellacked. Even the brass harness buckles gleam. The whole rig looks like it was yanked off a movie set meant to sell fairy tales. And here I am, playing coachman for the prince and princess of Charleston's elite parade. Not because I want to, because Calandra asked me to. Correction. Calandra looked at me. Soft voice, steel-edged eyes, a plea wrapped in professionalism. The original driver's out with food poisoning. We vetted everyone else. I trust you. That last part, the I trust you, sliced through whatever protest I had brewing in my throat. So now I stand here like a goddamn novelty act in borrowed finery, pretending I belong in this picture-perfect performance of Southern wealth. All the while, guests float past me in a blur of blush chiffon and pastel seersucker. Their laughter brittle, their eyes never quite meeting mine. They don't know what to make of me. That much is clear. The Charleston skyline glows like a painting behind them, faintly gold as the sun angles downward. The rooftop terrace is strung with delicate paper lanterns, flickering to life, one by one, like someone's idea of rustic charm. White peonies explode from marble urns. Jazz hums from hidden speakers, just loud enough to drown out any trace of sincerity. "Don't slouch," a sharply dressed woman says as she floats by, not even looking at me. The pictures are forever. I straighten out of spite. My shoulders snap back, spine straight as a rod, jaw clenched tight enough to creak. The horses toss their heads in unison. I resist the urge to salute her with the middle finger and instead glance down at the bouquet of hydrangeas on the bench beside me. They're for Calandra to hold. Of course they are. This whole thing is for her, though not in the way anyone here would admit. Because this isn't just about ferrying two people from point A to point B. This is about optics, about selling the image of a perfectly engineered Southern wedding with just enough progressive flair to go viral. And if that means shoving Calandra into a side seat while her ex and his Barbie bride kiss in the back, well, so be it. The air tastes like sugar and steel. I hate it. The velvet seat groans under Sterling's weight as he climbs into the carriage first, a tailored statue of entitlement in bone-colored linen and smug certainty. He doesn't glance my way, doesn't need to. His kind assumes the world turns to accommodate them. Channing follows with theatrical grace, her train lifted by some intern-level cousin, her $1,000 grin aimed at every strategically placed camera lining the driveway like paparazzi hired to shoot for a luxury bridal magazine. They settle in as if ordained to rule Charleston from that tufted back seat. Channing giggles into her champagne flute. Yes, she brought one, and rests her gloved hand on Sterling's knee like she's rehearsing for a Southern Belle reboot. They look perfect. Hollow, but perfect. And then Calandra steps up. I clock her heels first. Low, brushed satin, functional elegance. The kind of shoes a woman wears when she knows she's walking through landmines and refuses to flinch. Her dress is a pale, powdery blue, almost gray in the wrong light, but there's nothing soft about it. It fits her like armor. She doesn't bother with pleasantries. Just meets my eyes for a half second, long enough to knock something loose in my chest, and climbs up to take the bench beside me. She adjusts the hem of her dress and crosses her ankles like she's posing for an oil painting. Posture flawless, jaw tight, not a hair out of place. I want to say something, anything, but there's no air in my lungs, just static and restraint. She doesn't look toward me again, not directly, but the heat radiating off her shoulder is punishment enough. I can't even remember the last time someone sat beside me like this. Close enough that their knee brushes mine with every jostle of the carriage. Close enough that her perfume, something floral and sharpened with citrus, threads under my skin like a song I forgot I knew. The horses begin to move, hooves clapping against the cobbled drive in a rhythm too neat, too civil. I grip the reins with gloved hands and stare ahead, watching as the crowd fades behind us, their pastel parasols bobbing like lily pads in the distance. Sterling's laughter cuts through the quiet like a blade. Behind us, I catch a whisper of silk rustling, then a soft, performative gasp from Channing. I don't turn, but I see it in the mirror mounted to the carriage canopy. His hand drifts up her thigh, fingers grazing her toll-covered skin like he owns it. Her head tips back, her mouth parted just so. A show for the cameras. Or maybe just for Calandra, who doesn't move. Just stares straight ahead, blinking slowly, like if she keeps her breathing shallow enough, she won't feel a damn thing. My jaw ticks. I want to reach over and touch her. Just rest my hand on top of hers. Ground her. But I can't. Because I know if I let myself cross that line right now, I'll say something I'll most certainly regret. And this is not the moment for implosions. Not yet. We ride in silence, the city stretching wide around us. The scent of magnolia hangs in the air, syrupy and heavy. Somewhere, a trumpet starts to play from the courtyard below, jazz notes floating up like ghosts from another century. Calandra shifts beside me. Her knee presses flush against mine now. No more brushing. Just contact. Warm and alive and maddening. I feel her inhale, shallow and controlled, like she's trying not to react. Like me, the pain of restraint is exquisite. We pass a row of photographers and the horses slow. Channing leans out dramatically, waving like royalty, Sterling's arm draped around her waist. The perfect image. The illusion made flesh. Behind us, the shutters click. And still, Calandra sits beside me, eyes forward, spine unyielding. A queen in exile. We're halfway down the long, tree-lined lane that curves around the East Gardens, the moss-draped oaks casting lacework shadows over the crushed oyster shell path. The wheels dip suddenly, a hiccup in the otherwise flawless procession as the carriage jostles over a patch of mislaid cobblestone. It's nothing really, just a small bounce, barely enough to tilt our bodies. But it's enough. Her hand grabs my thigh. This is skin through fabric, deliberate by consequence, not by choice, but contact nonetheless. I feel it like a live wire pressed to my bones. I should ignore it. Say nothing. Let it pass. But she doesn't flinch or shift or pretend it didn't happen. Her hand stays right there, pressed against my leg like punctuation, like an ellipsis full of everything she's not saying. The air in the carriage thickens. My hands tighten around the reins, leather creaking under my grip. The horses keep their steady pace, completely oblivious to the storm brewing on this bench. I don't turn. Don't breathe too deeply. Just stare ahead at the bend in the lane like it holds all the answers I've been avoiding. My jaw ticks, tight and aching. Every nerve in my thigh sparks where we connect. And still she doesn't move. It's almost cruel, this quiet between us. Not cold, not empty, just loaded. Like the space before a confession or a kiss or a mistake. I want to reach over. I want to cover her hand with mine, even if she swats it away. I want to lean in close, right here in this ridiculous pageantry of satin and spectacle, and say something reckless, something stupid, something true, because I know the rules of this game. I've been playing them since the moment she asked me to be her date. Maybe even before that, back in the flower shop when she walked in like a storm in heels and told me I was late. There's a balance we've struck, fragile, finely calibrated. If I reach out now, it will break. The whole facade will shatter under the weight of the thing growing between us. So I hold. I let the silence stretch between us like a tightrope strung over fire. In the back, Sterling shifts, his drawl drifting forward with the scent of Channing's sickeningly sweet perfume and entitlement. Something about property values and real estate deals. I barely register it. My entire focus is pinned to the exact point of contact between us. I don't know if she feels it too, but she hasn't moved, and that says more than any kiss. We round the final curve, the lane widening into a sweeping loop near the west veranda, where the reception crowd is already gathering. Photographers stand ready, champagne flutes glint in the sun, and someone starts clapping even though the bride hasn't disembarked yet. The illusion is almost complete. Almost. Beside me, Calandra shifts, finally. But instead of pulling away, her leg presses a breath closer, the fabric of her skirt grazing my leg like a secret. Her shoulders remain square, her head held high, but something in her posture has softened. Or maybe I'm just desperate enough to see it that way. The applause starts as a polite ripple, socially engineered, perfectly timed, just before the carriage wheels roll over the final line of cobblestones and onto the smooth grass of the west lawn. It swells into something louder as we approach the circle of white chairs and champagne flutes and curated smiles waiting to receive the happy couple. I hate how practiced it all is, how predictable. Applause on cue, like trained seals clapping for fish. The moment we stop, Sterling leaps down first, his grin already locked in place for the cameras, all lacquered charm and heir to the Empire's smugness. He turns, extends a hand, and helps Channing descend from the velvet-lined carriage with the grace of someone who's been rehearsing this moment her entire life. She doesn't even pretend to look overwhelmed or breathless. She's all angles and aesthetics, chin tilted, lashes fluttering just enough to hint at modesty. Her dress shimmers like money under the soft afternoon sun, and the crowd eats it up. Cameras flash in fast succession. Applause ticks up another notch. Calandra rises from the bench, that soft blue dress catching on the edge of the carriage trim. Her skirt shifts around her legs as she moves, the motion clean and elegant even in its urgency. She doesn't look at me, doesn't say a word, but I can feel it again. The ghost of her skin still seared against mine like a quiet brand. She steps down and crosses the grass in those pointed heels like she's been dropped into a war zone with nothing but posture and poise for armor. Her hand reaches out, steady and practiced, to adjust the train of Channing's gown. She murmurs something, probably about placement, about photos, about getting the hem off the damn lawn. Channing nods, eyes never breaking from the lens of the nearest photographer. Calandra slides fully into planner mode, with the terrifying ease of a woman who's had to compartmentalize herself into categories her whole life, professional and unbothered. It's like watching someone zip up a skin that doesn't quite fit anymore. And I hate that I understand it. I stay where I am for a moment, hands still on the reins, body hot in the borrowed vest. Then I climb down, the leather soles of the carriage boots hitting the ground harder than I mean them to. The applause is already dissolving into the low hum of conversation and clinking glass. The crowd shifts focus to the next tableau, the next bite-sized image of affluence they can consume and post about. One of the stable hands approaches. I unbuckle the harness clips one by one, my fingers moving automatically even as my mind spins elsewhere. The horses snort, tails flicking, eager to be led back to the shade and away from the noise. I hand off the reins and give the larger one a brief pat on the neck. "Good lads," I mutter under my breath. "Better behaved than half the humans here." The stable boy chuckles softly, leading them away. And then I'm alone again. Standing on the sun-drenched lawn full of overpriced floral arrangements and well-heeled power players with too much time on their hands. The only thing anchoring me to the ground is the weight of that bench seat behind me, the heat still trapped between our knees. I should walk back to the vendor tent, get out of this ridiculous outfit, do something useful. But instead, I look for her. I find her, of course, exactly where I knew she'd be, at the edge of the crowd, adjusting a velvet rope with one hand while scanning the space for potential problems with the other. Clipboard nowhere in sight, but she doesn't need it. She's a one-woman operations center, equal parts grace and grit, her expression placid while her mind fires in 16 directions. Her dress flutters in the breeze. Her lips move in quiet coordination with the junior staffer. Her hands are steady. But I see it. The flash behind her eyes. The slight delay between breath and posture. The residual weight of something unspoken that neither of us seems brave enough to name yet. I feel the buzz of it under my skin, still humming like a tuning fork. Her silence in the carriage. The half-second where she let herself rest there beside me, not in performance, but in proximity. I roll my shoulders back, suddenly too hot despite the breeze. Someone behind me calls for a photo op. Another guest tries to flag down one of the staff to ask about signature cocktails. Sterling is already halfway up the stairs to the main house, Channing floating beside him like a debutante turned duchess. It's all happening around me, but my eyes are still locked on her. Because the show is over. The carriage has returned. The bride has disembarked. And yet I'm the one who feels like he's been left behind. The bourbon they're serving isn't worth the linen napkin it's wrapped in. Cheaply bottled, branded as artisanal, and served with a dehydrated orange peel like that's meant to justify the price. I grab one anyway, more for something to do with my hands than for the burn itself. It's quieter now, most guests having floated off toward the tented lounge or the pop-up oyster bar beside the reflecting pool. I circle behind the staging area, intending to disappear for 5 blessed minutes of silence. But the universe doesn't give a damn about my plans today. Because I hear her voice, sharp, polished, just this side of saccharine. Channing. She's standing just behind a draped column, backlit by amber string lights that make her look angelic if you squint wrong. Her mother's beside her in some kind of floral armor and pearls, both of them sipping from flutes that haven't been empty all afternoon. Channing's tone is flippant, dismissive. I'm just glad we found a way to fix Calandra's image, she says, laughing lightly as she gestures with her glass. All that press around her's abbatical made her look unstable. But this wedding content's going viral already. People love a rebrand. My body goes still. It's not the words themselves, it's the way she says them. Like Calandra is a marketing failure that just needed better lighting and a filter. Like she's not a woman who clawed her way through grief and exhaustion in this pit of performative nonsense just to keep something of herself intact. I step back into the shadows, out of instinct. Because I know if I move any closer, I'll say something I can't walk back. The voices drift closer again. This time her mother murmuring something about making the most of the moment. Another round of laughter, high and brittle. I clench my jaw. My grip tightens around the glass until the condensation slips beneath my fingers. They're not talking about her, they're talking about it. The image, the story, the spectacle of redemption, carefully scripted and massaged into something clickable, palatable. And Calandra? She's just the product. I watch Channing tilt her head back, eyes gleaming under the canopy lights as she finishes her drink. Her bracelet catches the light, a string of pearls sharp enough to garrote someone if you wound it twice. She laughs again, and something inside me clicks. I don't storm over there. That would be too easy, too obvious. It's not the kind of revenge Calandra would want. Not here, not now. But as I walk the long gravel edge of the garden, beyond the fairy lights, past the live jazz trio tuning up for cocktail hour, my thoughts move like freight. Every little humiliation, every jab hidden behind a compliment. Every moment Calandra swallowed her pride because the venue needed paying or the brand needed protecting. I see it now with a kind of brutal clarity. How she's been performing damage control with a smile while they dressed her up in veiled insults and called it inclusion. I can't unsee it. I can't unhear that carriage ride either. The silence between us. Her hand on me like a spark in the dark. She didn't flinch. She just held steady. And it hits me all at once how many times she's probably done that. Alone. Held the line so no one else would have to see the mess. I tossed the rest of the bourbon into the bushes. Because screw this. Screw all of it. I don't have a plan yet, not one with clean edges or polished intentions. But I know this for damn sure. I'm done being set dressing in this twisted little fantasy. If they want Calandra to be part of their story, fine. But I'm going to rewrite the damn ending. And I won't be asking permission.
Chapter 29. Calandra. I've choreographed 1,000 weddings in my life, but none quite like this. None so precision engineered. And none where I've felt quite so expendable. The ballroom glows like a dream. Amber light glinting off cut crystal, champagne linens pressed and gleaming beneath towering ivory floral arrangements. The harpist from New York, a last-minute favor from one of Channing's childhood ballet instructors, plucks her way through an arrangement of Can't Help Falling in Love, so delicately that even the air feels obedient. Everything is beautiful. Magazine cover beautiful. The kind of beautiful that makes people forget to ask if the bride even wanted peonies in the first place. I pace the edge of the reception space with a practiced eye, checking place cards and votive candles, making sure the cake isn't sweating beneath its gilded dome. Every detail has to be perfect. Not because it matters, but because it's the only thing I can control. Calandra, you genius, purrs one of the bridesmaids as she breezes past me in a blush-toned gown that probably cost more than my first apartment lease. You really turned this place into a Pinterest board on steroids. I smile. Tight, not too bright. Just enough to register as polite. You're too kind, I say. I mean, really? She adds, looping arms with the maid of honor. This is the sort of thing that gets you in Vogue weddings. Channing should have let you take center stage months ago. I nod, already halfway tuned out. The words sound like praise, but they're not. They're reminders. That I'm the planner, not the star. Just the backdrop they'll crop out of every photo unless they need a villain to contrast the bride's glow. My heels click against the parquet floor as I make my way toward the sweetheart table, checking for fingerprints on the crystal. Channing is there already, sitting stiffly while Sterling's groomsmen banter around her. Her hands are folded in her lap like she's praying for the floor to open. You good? I ask quietly, leaning down under the guise of adjusting a napkin fold. Channing doesn't look at me. As good as I'm allowed to be. I wait for more, but she turns away, raising her flute to toast one of Sterling's brothers as he tells a story about their high school escapades. Her laugh is brittle glass, cracking before it can even ring. The speeches start. Sterling's mother stands first. Regal, composed, dressed like generational money and wearing the kind of pearls that probably come with their own offshore account. Her voice is smooth, buttered over with southern charm. I remember when Sterling brought Channing home, she begins, smiling like she's just opened a vintage wine. So poised and gracious. A real lady in every sense. Not like some of the almost daughters we've known. My fingers freeze mid-reach for my water glass. Almost daughters. The air in the ballroom seems to thicken. Slow. I glance toward the sweetheart table. Channing's smile stays fixed, but her grip on the champagne flute tightens until I worry it'll shatter. No one even breathes. Just a polite round of applause and more wine flowing into glasses. I know what that was. A warning. A dressing down served up in pearl-studded politeness, and everyone else either missed it or pretended to. My spine stiffens. My tablet feels like a weapon in my hands, but not one I'm allowed to use. Not yet. The harpist transitions into something vaguely classical. Debussy, maybe? Or just a watered-down instrumental remix someone found on an elegant nuptials playlist. I can't focus. Not when the air feels charged and heavy, like the kind of storm you never see coming until it's already overhead. I move through the ballroom like I'm gliding on rails, every smile rehearsed, every answer efficient. Yes, the desserts will come out right after the couple's first dance. Of course, I'll let the band know the bride's father wants to sing something. No, you're not imagining it. The floral scent was deliberately dialed up with gardenia mist an hour before guests arrived. Perfect. Predictable. Impeccably neutral. Except I'm not. Not tonight. Because somewhere across this glimmering hellscape of a ballroom, I can feel Thatcher watching me. I don't have to look to know where he is. I know the way his presence shifts the oxygen in the room. I know the precise pressure of his gaze when it lingers, how it makes my breath catch, how it hums against my skin like electricity beneath silk. But I look anyway. He's standing near the east archway by the bar, half in shadow, talking with the lighting tech. But he's not really listening. His arms are folded, the sleeves of his white dress shirt rolled back just enough to show the tension in his forearms. His jaw is set in that quiet, unreadable way that makes it hard to tell if he's simmering or calculating. And still, somehow, it feels like he's tethered to me. I lift my glass of water to my lips, a poor excuse to steady my hand. He doesn't wave, doesn't smile, just watches. I should keep walking. I should stay focused. I should count down the seconds until the sparklers send off and keep my heart in its goddamn box. But my feet betray me. I take a step toward the side corridor, out of view of the dance floor, halfway toward him before I stop myself. One of the vendors asks about folding up the gift table. Another bridesmaid wants a lint roller. I nod. I assist. I deflect. But the tight coil in my chest just winds tighter. I've been doing this for too long, wearing the planner's smile, folding myself into other people's fantasies, quietly making the impossible possible while taking every blow disguised as flattery. But Thatcher, he sees the bruises, even when I hide them behind pressed suits and perfect posture. That might be the most terrifying thing of all. The ballroom is a snow globe now, music swelling, couples slow dancing under a soft cascade of golden light, bubbles floating in from somewhere, children giggling at the candy cart. Everything is orchestrated within an inch of its life, and yet none of it feels real. I linger near the mirrored pillars, watching it all play out like I'm trapped on the wrong side of the glass. Channing is dancing with her father. Sterling is clapping along with a group of old college friends. Miss Bet is perched regally near the head table, sipping her bourbon neat, eyes scanning the room like a falcon dressed in Chanel. And me? I'm the ghost of this production, the scaffolding no one's meant to see. Until Thatcher steps into my reflection. I catch his silhouette first, his broad frame anchoring mine from behind, not touching, just standing close enough that I feel the gravity shift. His presence is a recalibration, a magnetic field I keep pretending doesn't exist. You're hiding, he murmurs, voice low, rough silk against glass. I don't look at him, not yet. I'm micromanaging. That's what you call it. I finally meet his eyes in the mirror. They're storm dark, serious. I've managed worse, I say, softer than I mean to, but you shouldn't have to. That's the thing with Thatcher. He doesn't deliver grand speeches. He just says the one sentence that cracks something open. I swallow hard and turn away before I let it crack me too wide. There's a lull in the music as the MC announces a surprise tribute video. Guests gather near the projection screen. It's my excuse to move, to break eye contact, to keep moving so I don't fall. But as I turn to step away, Thatcher touches my wrist, lightly. I'm still here, he says. It's not a plea. It's a promise. I nod once and slip back into the crowd, heart hammering in my chest like it wants out. Because now I don't know which scares me more, that I believe him or that I want to. The tribute video ends, and I'm barely listening to the polite applause that follows as I move around the room. My attention is half on Thatcher, back near the bar, still watching like he knows something I don't want to admit, and half on Channing, who's standing a few feet away with her mother and Sterling's parents, wrapped in a champagne-colored shrug and a too-tight smile. Sterling's mother lifts her glass. "I just want to say how proud we are of this union," she begins, voice elegant and falsely warm, projecting across the room like she's accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award. You know, Sterling was always a bit adventurous in his youth, and we worried he'd never settle down with someone appropriate, someone polished with a proper upbringing. I feel my stomach tighten. Channing's expression is frozen. Sterling stares into his drink. "But then he brought home Channing," the she continues, beaming with the same glinting pride people reserve for prize horses. "And we knew she'd fit. She's practically been family for years, like one of our own, almost like the daughter I never had." The word almost hits the ballroom like a dropped match. There's a hush, a too long pause, and then the polite chuckles come. Scattered, nervous, the kind that fill dead air like spackle. Channing doesn't laugh, her fingers whiten around the stem of her glass, knuckles tight and trembling. I watch her closely. She doesn't make a scene. She just turns her head slightly, lips pressed together so tightly I think she might cut herself on them. I've seen a lot of things go wrong at weddings. Drunken groomsmen, fainting bridesmaids, a flower girl who once threw her basket into the cake. But this is something quieter. A calculated reminder that no matter how hard Channing tried to belong, she still only counts in proximity to Sterling. Still just a step away from acceptance. I feel something awful bloom in my chest. Something familiar. Because I know that look. I've worn it. I've watched rooms decide whether I fit, whether I elevate or dilute, whether I'm an asset or a liability. I want to hate her. Part of me still does. But another part, the part that knows what it's like to smile through humiliation, aches for her. She excuses herself quietly, heads toward the back patio. I don't follow. That's not my role anymore. I'm not the fixer in this story. But Thatcher sees it all. I catch the flicker in his jaw, the flash of something primal in his eyes. And I know, without a word, that he's reaching the same conclusions I am. This wasn't a wedding, it was a showcase. And some of us were never meant to be celebrated. We were just here to make it look effortless. I end up alone near the floral arch, just beyond the last row of ghost chairs. The ballroom pulses behind me, music, laughter, the clinking of glass, but it feels like it's happening in another world. My shoes are off, hidden beneath the swag of ivory linen behind the sweetheart table. My feet are sore. My head pounds. And yet, I can't seem to leave. I watch the shadows of guests flicker across the lawn, tall and stretched in the warm light. My purse and tablet are back in the prep area, forgotten. I'm not checking cue sheets or reminding anyone when to cut the cake. I'm just standing here, still. I see Thatcher across the room and I can't help myself. I walk to him, slowly, no plan, no lines, just gravity. He lifts his chin slightly as I stop in front of him. "This was supposed to be a job," I say, voice low. "I know, but it doesn't feel like one anymore." He doesn't answer right away, just searches my face, as if the answer might be written in the lines I usually hide behind contour and lipstick. I look past him toward the ballroom again, a representation of places where I've built so many stories for other people, always from behind the curtain. I've never been the one center stage. I've never even asked to be. But standing here with him, heart unguarded, I finally understand the cost of building something beautiful while refusing to let anyone see you. "I'm tired," I admit. "I know," he says again. "I think I've been tired for a long time." He reaches for my hand, not forceful, just offering. A quiet tether, and I take it. Just for a second. Long enough to remember what it feels like to be held without expectation. When the MC calls for the couple's exit, fireworks start to crackle in the distance. Everyone turns to watch, but I'm not watching them. I'm watching the man who's still here.
Chapter 30. Thatcher. The reception is winding down like a candle that's burned too long, still glowing but losing shape. I lean against the bar with the kind of quiet stillness I learned in combat zones. One elbow on the counter, collar open, boutonniere long gone. I ditched it an hour ago, somewhere between the 8th toast and the 3rd time someone called me the florist with the jawline. A fresh drink sweats against my palm, but I haven't taken a sip. I'm not here to celebrate. I'm watching her. Calandra glides across the ballroom like gravity bends for her. There's a ribbon tied to every movement she makes, directing, adjusting, nodding, consoling. A wedding planner at the tail end of a marathon. Still in heels, even if I saw her slip them off behind the sweetheart table for 5 minutes. Her hair is slipping, too. Just one elegant strand now curving down the nape of her neck like a secret. She's unraveling. Beautifully. Brutally. Silently. And I don't interrupt. Not because I don't want to, but because I've learned to let her work. Let her finish this with dignity. She's built an empire out of invisible threads and contingency plans. I won't be the one to tug them loose before she's ready. The ballroom is half empty now. The band is wrapping cables. The staff is boxing leftover cake. Miss Bet is perched like a hawk in rhinestones, watching it all from her throne near the exit, bourbon glass freshly refilled. Outside the French doors, the sparkler exit is queued. Everyone is waiting to leave with a selfie, a champagne buzz, and no memory of the tension woven into this perfect evening. Calandra is still playing conductor, and I am still watching. I set the drink down, untouched. My hands itch for something to do. Build, break, fix. But none of those things are options tonight. That's when I see him. Sterling. He's been MIA for the last 20 minutes, which I didn't think much of until now. But he reappears with the kind of energy I've learned to read as trouble. His hair is perfect. Smile a little too relaxed. Jacket unbuttoned like he thinks it makes him look approachable instead of cornered. He moves through the ballroom with purpose, barely brushing past a group of older guests as he slips into a service hallway, near the back. My pulse kicks up. Instinct more than jealousy. There's something in his stride. I know that gait. It's the walk of a man who's about to confront something he thinks belongs to him. I follow, not fast enough to draw attention, just enough to keep him in range. I duck around the far pillar near the cake table and catch sight of the alcove, the curtained corner of the venue where the planner's prep table used to be. It's mostly empty now. Just crates and a rack of suit jackets left behind by groomsmen. I pause at the edge of the curtain. Voices. Hers and his. I don't mean to listen, I swear to God I don't. But the curtain is half parted and they don't know I'm here. They're tucked just beyond the service door in the kind of hushed argument you only have when something's already over but the damage isn't. I've missed you, Sterling says. His voice is low, smooth, practiced. You remember how it used to be, don't you? No, Calandra answers, sharp and quiet. I remember how it ended. Don't do this. If not tonight, then when? His tone curdles into something thinner. You said you needed space. I gave you space. Now you're... what? Playing dress-up with the help? My fists clench. I don't move. She doesn't rise to it. Not fully. You don't get to rewrite what happened, she says. And you don't get to decide what I need now. Oh, come on, he breathes. We both know this thing with him isn't real. You and me. We had history. He's just a headline. A placeholder. She's silent, and it guts me, because I know what that pause means. Just exhaustion, the kind you can't argue with anymore. I step back, 1 pace, then 2. I can't stay and listen to him minimize her like that. Not when I've seen her barefaced and half asleep, mumbling about cake placements and guest lists even in dreams. Not when I've held her after a 12-hour setup, her muscles trembling, her pride intact. He doesn't get to have her name in his mouth. I push through the side exit, the heavy door catching on its frame as I shoulder it open. The night air smacks me in the chest, humid and pungent with hydrangea, salt, and the fading ghost of fireworks. Somewhere behind the venue, a lone saxophone is still playing, the band's final farewell. I walk until I hit the edge of the vendor lot. Gravel crunches underfoot. I settle on a crate beside the loading dock, head tilted back toward the sky that Charleston can't quite keep clear of smoke. It's not jealousy, that's too simple. It's rage, controlled, contained, radiating heat inside my ribs like something sharp. Because I saw the look on her face when he spoke to her like she was a choice he forgot to keep. And I saw the way she let it roll off her shoulders like it didn't split her open. She's used to being unclaimed, used to being the scaffolding that holds up other people's dreams. I want to ruin every room that made her feel that way. My phone buzzes, I ignore it. Then it buzzes again. Again. A third time, this one vibrating so hard across the crate that it nearly falls. I pick it up. Twitter, Instagram, texts, a voicemail from Tasha, even one from Miles. I open the first alert out of habit. It's Sierra Lang, the Bloom couple, how a fake romance grew a real empire and who's cashing in. My heart seizes. The thumbnail alone is a slap. A photo of me and Calandra, elbow deep in rose stems, cropped to look romantic. The article itself is a collage of surveillance stills, brunch shots, the now infamous rehearsal dinner frame. She's tagged in every caption, my name bolded. The pull quote? Image over intimacy, a curated couple, a mutually beneficial lie. My chest burns, I scroll, not to see more, just to confirm the worst. Our story isn't ours anymore, someone sold it. And now the world's playing jury, deciding whether we ever meant a damn thing. And the worst part? I don't know if she knew. I don't know if this is what she wanted. A brand, a bump in social capital, a professionally staged relationship that lived and died on cue. Or maybe she's as blindsided as I am. Maybe this is the part where everything real starts bleeding out, and we're too proud to admit it mattered. I don't storm or break anything, just breathe. Because tomorrow, I'm not letting this story be finished by anyone else. Tomorrow, she'll see me. Not just the man who showed up when it was convenient. The man who stayed, who still wants her, even after this. Tomorrow, I ask the questions that scare me, and I listen to the answers that might break me. But I won't walk away, not again.
Chapter 31. Calandra. The first vibration of my phone against the nightstand feels like a mosquito bite, sharp, unwelcome, and impossible to ignore. I reach for it instinctively, blinking against the half-light leaking through the blackout curtains. The screen is a riot of notifications, texts, emails, social media alerts stacked like falling dominoes. Somewhere near the top, Sierra Lang's name glows like a curse. My heart doesn't race. It thuds. Low. Heavy. Like it already knows. The headline is worse than I imagined. From planner to pretender. Inside Calandra Brown's Bloom and Bluff, the article pulls no punches. It's not a soft scandal. It's an execution. Paragraph after paragraph frames me as a social climber, a brand-thirsty manipulator who orchestrated a fake romance to catapult her business. There's even a pull quote about weaponized femininity, like I'm some Bond villain with a Pinterest board. I sit up, every muscle in my body slow to respond. The dress from last night is still hanging on the closet door, a pale blue ghost watching me unravel. I read the article again because apparently I hate myself this morning, and this time I catch it. One sentence, buried halfway down. Sources close to the bride confirm the optics were intentional. My breath goes tight. Channing. I close the phone gently, like it might bite me if I move too fast. The silence in the room is loud enough to rattle. I stand, cross to the mirror, and stare at a face I barely recognize. puffy eyes, mascara ghosting under my lashes, lipstick like a bruise. This woman doesn't look like a puppet master. She looks like someone who lost the last chess piece and is still pretending the game isn't over. Behind me, the coffee maker clicks on automatically. I forgot I even set the timer. The smell is soft, familiar, almost kind. Too kind. I'm still in my robe when the knock comes. 3 sharp raps, followed by Tasha's voice. "Girl, open this door before I break it down." I unlock it without thinking. She breezes in, dressed in leggings and a God Save the Melanin hoodie, but her eyes are all business. She clutches her phone like it's radioactive. "You saw it?" I ask, voice hoarse. "Saw it, read it, damn near threw mine across the pool." She dumps her tote on the couch, pulls out a laptop, a charger, and what I swear is a full dossier. Sierra didn't even wait for the cake to get boxed up. "I don't know what hurts more," I murmur. The fact that it happened, or the fact that I'm not surprised. Tasha doesn't smile, doesn't joke, just looks at me like she's cataloging the damage. "They framed it like you orchestrated the whole thing. Like you baited a white man into falling for you so your Instagram stats would pop. And you know what the worst part is?" I lift an eyebrow. She hands me her phone. The shares, the comments, all the, well, it adds up takes. It's not just going viral, it's catching. I sink onto the couch, the robe slipping off one shoulder, skin prickling with that awful exposed feeling, like I've been cracked open and poured out for sport. "I did everything right," I whisper, not because I need her to hear it, but because I need to remind myself. "I know you did. No scandals, no cut corners. I built this thing from scratch, from spreadsheets and styled shoots and $20 mascara. And they're still trying to make me out like I finessed my way into legitimacy." Tasha sighs, long and slow before sitting beside me. Because that's what they do when you're black, brilliant, and unwilling to shrink. I nod, but it feels hollow. Words don't patch leaks like this. Not when the ship's already taking on water. "And Thatcher?" she asks, like she already knows the answer but doesn't want to believe it. "He's gone." "Gone how?" I shake my head. "He walked out before dessert. I haven't heard a word since. Think he heard something when Sterling came over to me. Again. God, he really is pathetic, isn't he?" We sit like that for a moment, quiet, the weight of the world pressing in from all angles. I should be thinking about PR statements, talking points, legal counsel, but all I can picture is the look in his eyes as he watched me talk to Sterling. Like he thought I was choosing the past over whatever the hell we are. "I don't have time to fall apart," I say finally, standing again, tying the robe belt tighter. "We need a plan. First, figure out who leaked the vendor dating angle. Second, draft a statement that doesn't sound like a confession. Third dash, Calandra." I pause. She's staring at me like I've grown 2 heads. "What?" "You don't have to be in charge right now. You're allowed to hurt. The problem is, I have no idea how to hurt without collapsing, how to feel this and still function. So I go with what I know." I nod, turn toward my laptop, and start typing. Because if I stop moving, I might not get up again. Another knock lands soft but deliberate. 2 precise taps that carry the confidence of someone who assumes the room belongs to them. I already know it's her before I cross the suite to open the door. Only Channing would have the audacity to knock like a concierge at a 5-star hotel after setting the whole damn town on fire. She stands there in dove gray silk and practiced poise, hair swept into a low chignon that probably took 2 stylists and a scheduling assistant to achieve. There's not a single sign that her wedding just detonated online. No furrowed brow, no panicked eyes. Just that serene, predatory calm she's perfected over years of charm school strategy and boardroom backstabbing. "May I come in?" she asks, like we're old college friends catching up over mimosas, and not two women on either side of a carefully loaded trigger. I step back without speaking, motioning her in with the same cold grace she's trying to wield against me. She walks like she's still wearing a train, like the world needs to rearrange itself around her entrance. "You've had a hell of a morning," she says lightly, lowering herself onto the cream love seat, like it was placed there just for her. I figured I'd stop by before Sierra's story spins entirely out of our hands. Our hands. The way she says it makes my jaw tighten. I appreciate the concern. I manage, smoothing my expression into something neutral and letting her talk. It's what she came to do. "This can still work out for you," she says with faux bright optimism, crossing her legs and tilting her head. Legacy is about resilience, not perfection. The story is tricky, yes, but if we issue a joint statement, professional distance, personal misunderstanding, we can position you as a poised victim of misaligned narratives. Your brand gets sympathy, not scandal. And the Bloom legacy stays intact. She smiles like she's just offered me a lifeboat. What she doesn't know is that I've already built my own damn ship. "I see," I say, nodding slowly. "So I'm salvageable." "Oh, come on," she says with a breezy little laugh. "You know what I mean. I've always admired your work ethic, Cal. I just think you sometimes lose track of the bigger picture." I almost ask her what exactly she thinks is the bigger picture. But I don't have to. She's laying it out in real time. Calandra Brown, the planner with a touch of scandal. Repackaged into a soft focus redemption arc for likes and click-throughs. Damage control dressed up as sisterhood. I sit across from her, legs crossed, posture serene, and reach for the iPad on the side table. Time to return the favor. I don't speak right away, just tap the screen, queuing up the clip. The volume's set high, and the first few seconds are filled with the ambient hum of clinking glasses, soft jazz, the indistinct murmur of Charleston high society flattering itself. And then, clear as a bell, "We could have had it all, you and me." Sterling's voice. Smooth. Intimate. A low murmur that doesn't quite know how to whisper when it's full of intent. I don't watch the screen. I watch Channing. Her eyes narrow, then widen. Her jaw twitches, but she doesn't speak. Her spine, once so perfectly straight, deflates by half an inch as the color drains from her face like wine spilled across linen. I pause the clip. The silence between us sharpens, dense and electric. For once, she doesn't know what to say. "You were so busy trying to choreograph my fall," I say quietly. "You didn't notice the people closest to you were holding weapons themselves." Still, she says nothing. She blinks once, twice. I lean back in the chair, every inch of me composed, contained. Inside, my pulse is drumming like a war march, but I've learned that timing is everything. In this moment, the symmetry of it is too perfect to waste. "You used me, Channing, as bait. And the part that should break my heart is that I let you. I let all of it happen because I thought it would prove something, that I was worth keeping." Channing's throat works around a swallow. Her voice finally cracks through the tension. "You know I didn't mean for it to go this far." "No," I say, setting the iPad gently on the table between us. "You just meant to control the narrative. Unfortunately for you, I'm done playing the supporting role." She opens her mouth, but I'm already on my feet, smoothing my sleeves with the precision she once taught me, a planner's habit. A weaponized calm. "I have guests arriving in 15 minutes, I say coolly. And a career to protect that doesn't include asterisks or footnotes. The message is crystal clear. She rises slowly, gathering her purse like it's a shield. At the door, she pauses. "Calandra, I don't let her finish. We're done here." Channing Langford West doesn't have a comeback. She just walks out, I exhale once the latch clicks into place. Not relief, not triumph, just space. Once Channing's footsteps disappear down the hallway carpet, I don't move. I just stand there, staring at the door she walked through like it might open again and offer some version of her that I could forgive. But it doesn't, and maybe that's a blessing. The silence afterward is louder than her voice ever was. It fills the room like a verdict. I walk back to the center of the suite, hands trembling just enough that I feel the need to clench them. I spent so many years wanting her approval that I mistook proximity for care. That hunger, that ache to belong, to be picked, twisted itself around my spine so tightly I forgot how to stand without it. Now I can, but it still stings. Not because I want her back in my corner, but because I finally see what it cost me to stay there in the first place. "Cal, you're gonna be okay," Tasha says softly. She'd been so quiet I'd almost forgotten she was there. I know. Just have some deep breathing to do right now. Tasha rises, grabbing her bag and a cup of coffee from the table. "I'll be around if you need me. You got this, girl. You know what to do." The door closes softly behind her, and I'm alone with my many, many thoughts. I catch my reflection in the mirror over the credenza and barely recognize myself. Not in the dramatic way people say after a breakup or a loss. No, this is something quieter, stranger. Like seeing your own outline, but realizing it's no longer filled with someone else's story. I sit, but not for long. Stillness isn't something I'm good at. Instead, I cross the suite to the balcony, throw open the French doors, and step into the dense humidity of Charleston air. The city glows below in tones of gold and haze, the skyline interrupted by steeples and cranes alike. Somewhere to the south, waves kiss the edge of land like a promise they've never learned to keep. The air smells like salt and jasmine and money being burned in real time. My phone vibrates against the table next to the bed. I don't answer it. I already know it's one of the bridesmaids, trying to soft spin the situation before the story fully catches fire. Let them scramble. I lean against the railing and let my fingers tap an idle rhythm against the wrought iron. I should be planning next steps, pulling statements, strategizing the next 36 hours like a military operation. But for once I don't. I just breathe. Let my body remember how to take up space without apology. Let my heart come down from the adrenaline cliff it's been dancing on since the rehearsal dinner. And then, as if summoned by the universe's twisted sense of narrative timing, there's another knock at the door. This one, I don't have to guess. When I open the door, Thatcher's leaning against the frame, larger than life itself, forearm braced, brow furrowed, and eyes that say he's done running from whatever this is between us. He doesn't come storming in with accusations or dramatics. No apologies in advance, just presence. And that, somehow, is worse. Or maybe better. I'm too raw to tell the difference. "I saw her leave," he says quietly. Not a question. Just a statement dropped between us like a stone. "Good," I answer, because I'm done letting her script my story. He nods once, jaw tight. There's something simmering under his skin. Anger, maybe, or protectiveness. Or that wounded kind of loyalty he carries like a hidden blade. He steps closer, but doesn't cross the threshold yet. "I heard what she said at the reception," he adds, voice rough. "About fixing your image. Also heard Sterling, which is why I left. Wasn't sure if you wanted him back or not." My stomach twists, but I manage to keep my expression level. She thought she was being clever, strategic. He was just being a jerk. He always was. She was being cruel, he says, sharper now. And I should have said something sooner. I fold my arms across my chest, not out of defensiveness, but to keep from reaching for him. "You didn't owe me that." "Yes, I did," he snaps, stepping into the room now and closing the door behind him. "I do. Because I see you, Calandra, and not just the polished version everyone else tries to benefit from. My breath catches. I hate how much those words matter, how much I want to believe them. But belief requires a kind of vulnerability I'm not sure I can afford right now. Still, I ask, then what do you see? He exhales, slow and measured. A woman who built a career out of cleaning up other people's messes, who gets up every day and chooses grace when the world offers none, who just kicked her oldest friend out because she finally remembered to choose herself. I want to dismiss it, deflect, make a joke or change the subject or retreat into logistics, but I can't. Not this time. So instead, I say, it would be easier to walk away, you know, for both of us. He shakes his head. I'm not interested in easy. I'm interested in you. That does it. The tears that have been waiting politely at the edges of my self-control finally breach the dam. I look away, blinking fast, trying not to fall apart in front of him. Again. His eyes soften as he steps forward. So let me carry something, even if it's just tonight. He reaches for my hand, and this time, I don't pull away. This time, I let him. There's no script, just two people standing on the edge of something real, trying to decide whether to jump. And for once, I think I might say yes.
Chapter 32. Thatcher. The morning air hangs thick with that peculiar mix of stale Prosecco and crushed hydrangea petals, sweet and bitter all at once. Charleston humidity clings to me like a second skin, seeping into the collar of this borrowed crew shirt that smells faintly of detergent and last night's exhaustion. The estate grounds are quieter now, drained of their pageantry. No jazz quartet trilling in the distance. No staged photo ops by the marble fountain. Just the low murmur of dismantling, canvas tents collapsing one by one, like tired performers taking their final bow. I bend to gather a trail of discarded ivory napkins stained with pink lipstick and champagne blush. My boots, still crusted with gravel from yesterday's carriage ride, creak as I move down the path. There's something sobering about seeing the guts of a celebration, about watching the illusion unravel fold by fold. Cassie's team works methodically across the lawn, stacking ghost chairs with eerie precision. A few volunteers from Channing's side loiter by the catering van, trying not to meet anyone's eyes. The glamour has evaporated. What's left behind feels more honest. I roll up one of the aisle runners, the satin edge still damp from a spilled mimosa and the frantic pacing of a flower girl who couldn't wait to pee. Every turn of the fabric brings yesterday back in sharp, stinging flashes. Calandra's face when Sterling cornered her, that tight, splintered expression she wore like armor. And then her eyes when Channing delivered that glass-edged toast. I hadn't meant to misread her, but I did. And I left. I left her alone in a room full of curated cruelty and polite predators. That sits in my chest like iron. I finish with the runner and pass it off to a woman wheeling a storage cart across the grass. She thanks me with a weary smile, the kind you give a stranger who's doing more than expected but still doesn't quite belong. She's not wrong. This place, this world still doesn't feel like mine. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the next move is to carve out something that does belong to us. I head toward the staging tent, where Cassie's perched on an overturned linen crate like it's her throne. Clipboard balanced against one knee, headset askew, she's issuing directions rapid fire to a cluster of vendors who look 2 clicks from mutiny. She catches sight of me and squints. Didn't peg you for a cleanup volunteer, Hale. Don't get used to it, I say, dragging the back of my glove across my forehead. I'm not doing your dirty work. Noted. She flips a page on the clipboard. What do you need? I've got a question, I say. And maybe a proposition. Cassie raises a brow without pausing her notes. Sounds vaguely ominous. I step closer, voice lowering into that gear I reserve for moments that actually matter. What if Brown Sugar Affairs didn't just survive this PR mess? She glances up, watches me. Go on. What if they owned the rebuild, made it the story? That gets her attention. She leans back slightly, giving me the kind of look usually reserved for untested wine labels. Curious, skeptical, almost intrigued. What's in it for me? I'm talking about a joint event series, I continue. Venue walkthroughs, vendor spotlights, inclusive planning panels that center voices like Calandra's, not just as a gesture, but as the damn standard. We flip the narrative, use the scandal as scaffolding. Let her tell the story, with receipts. Cassie lets out a low whistle. Well, I'm serious, I say, dragging a hand through my hair. She's not just some planner trying to claw her way out of bad press. She built something worth protecting. And after watching this circus tear her apart piece by piece, I'm not letting them get away with it. She folds the clipboard shut slowly. You're not doing this just to fix her image. No, I say. I'm doing this because I believe in what she's built. And because no one's ever stood beside her like she deserves. Cassie is quiet for a moment. Wind stirs the edge of the tent flap, flutters a loose cocktail napkin across the lawn. Finally, she nods once, sharp, measured. If you're serious, I'll run numbers. But I'll tell you now, it's not going to be simple. Nothing about her ever is, I say. That's what makes her worth it. Cassie tilts her head, smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You're not the jerk I thought you were when you first walked in here. Don't spread it around, I say. I've got a reputation to protect. She snorts and walks off to corner a vendor about loadout timing, already scribbling notes on the back of a packing slip. And I stand there for a beat longer, the blueprint of a new idea beginning to take shape in my mind. Not just a comeback plan, a beginning. I'm elbow deep in a bin of melted ice and half-empty water bottles when I hear it. One of Channing's great-aunts, or maybe a twice-removed godmother with an accent thick as her perfume, leans over to another woman with a fan flicking theatrically between them. Well, she murmurs in that brittle, conspiratorial tone Southern women use when they're about to decapitate someone with a compliment. I suppose anyone can slap on a suit and pretend to belong. Even the help. And that planner was something else, wasn't she? The word help hangs in the air like rot beneath roses, drawling just enough to humiliate, just enough to be deniable if anyone dares challenge it. I set the bottle back into the cooler with deliberate calm, the crunch of the plastic against the ice a warning shot. I take my time straightening up, stretching to full height, brushing my palms against the thighs of my dusty pants. Then I pivot, one slow step, then another. The woman blinks up at me, startled, like she didn't expect the help to have ears, or eyes that could look her dead in the face without flinching. Ma'am, I say, voice low and steady. If pretending is the concern, I'd look a little closer at your niece's vows. Cassie chokes on a sip of water behind me, and I don't have to glance at her to know her grin is savage. The woman's smile freezes on her face. Excuse me? No need, I reply. You've said quite enough. And just like that, I walk off, with the knowledge that the words will ripple, because cruelty wrapped in pearls is still cruelty. And I'm done pretending it's polite. Word spreads quickly. It always does here, faster than hors d'oeuvre and more potent than the champagne. By the time I return to the rental truck with a box of lanterns, one of the catering staff nods at me like I've earned something permanent. Thatcher Hale, it seems, doesn't just stand next to Calandra Brown anymore. He stands for her. By late afternoon, the light cuts through the sky at an angle that always makes me uneasy. Soft and golden, but stretching shadows in the wrong places. It's the kind of light that pretends to be gentle right before it vanishes. I don't even realize where I'm headed until I'm there. The greenhouse. The door creaks open, hinges whispering secrets I never asked to hear, and I step inside. The air smells like wilted roses and possibility gone to seed. Petals are still scattered across the tiled floor, some browning at the edges, others shockingly pink in the dust. A lace handkerchief lies crumpled beneath a table, probably from the last-minute setup chaos. But it looks like a ghost's accessory. I stand there, hands loose at my sides, and let the memory reel spool up in my chest. Her voice wary, then warm. The cadence of it when she said my name like it tasted expensive. The way she looked up at me in this very space, as if for one stupid, impossible moment, she believed I might stay. And I did. I do. The problem is she still doesn't trust that I mean it. I sink down onto the edge of the table, elbows on my knees. The sun slices in through the grime and dust on the windows like godlight, streaking across my boots, warming the crown of my head. I close my eyes. I don't need more reasons to fight for her. I've got enough already carved into me like tally marks. But I find more here anyway. In the ruined petals, in the scent of her perfume lingering in the air, in the echo of our silence that felt louder than any argument. Because this wasn't a mistake. Not the kiss, not the lie, not the fact that I'd do it all again just to feel her trust me for 1 second longer. I open my eyes and rise. We're not done yet. The last centerpiece box is heavier than it should be, crammed with an overambitious mix of crystal vases and leftover pillar candles that smell faintly like vanilla and too many expectations. I hoist it into the back of the catering van with a grunt and wipe the sweat from my neck. The air tastes like salt and old endings. My phone buzzes in my back pocket. I almost ignore it. I'm halfway through my mental checklist. Coolers returned, linens bagged, chairs accounted for. But something in the vibration feels different. Like it's carrying weight I haven't braced for. It's Tasha. I swipe to answer, already preparing for some logistical issue or a tongue lashing. Storage keys, invoice confusion, damaged deposit follow-up. But her voice slices through the static clean and sure. You're coming back home soon, aren't you? No preamble. Just the truth, handed over like a compass she's already calibrated. I rest my forearm on the open van door, fingers curled loosely around the edge of the frame. Is that your way of telling me I'm not done with this yet? She chuckles, but it's low and serious, tempered like steel. Thatcher? If I thought you were the problem, I'd have told you before you even zipped your suitcase. Then what is this, I ask? A rescue mission? It's a recognition mission, she says, voice even. You've made your point here. Loud and clear. But if this, whatever this is between you and Calandra, if it's real, then you don't win the game by staying behind on the battlefield. You win it by showing up where the future is. Atlanta. Home. The word hums under my skin like a low-frequency current. She's not gonna make this easy. She never does, Tasha replies without hesitation. But she needs to see what you look like when you're all in. Not as a +1, not as a fixer, as a man with a spine and a plan. The line goes quiet for a second. Long enough for me to feel the decision settle in my gut like a stone that fits perfectly in the palm of my hand. You're not asking, I say, not accusing, just noticing. Nope, she agrees. This is a directive. The line clicks off before I can respond. But I don't need to. She knows. Hell, she probably knew before I did. I lower the phone slowly, thumb resting on the screen like it might still vibrate with the echo of her voice. My other hand grips the open van door, knuckles gone pale from the pressure I didn't realize I was applying. The driveway yawns in front of me, wide, sun-dappled, and deceptively simple. But the direction doesn't feel right. Not yet. If I leave now, I'm doing what every other man has done to Calandra Brown, stepping out when the room gets too complicated, letting her clean up the mess with a smile and a perfectly curated exit strategy. And I didn't come all this way just to be another name she has to swallow like regret. I close the van with finality, like a chapter that doesn't need burning, but does need a better ending. Inside the estate, I know they're setting up for the farewell brunch. I saw the servers earlier, rearranging the patio tables and ironing linen napkins that looked like they'd been cryogenically preserved since the 90s. Somewhere in the kitchen, Miss Bet's probably terrorizing someone into toasting the cornbread properly. And somewhere else, maybe in a suite or on a balcony or in the last quiet room left in this damn house, Calandra is getting ready to walk into one more room full of expectations. I don't know what I'm going to say. Hell, I don't even know if she wants to see me after yesterday. But I know this. I'm not walking away again. Not before I get to talk to her, even if it's just one more time. I pop the van's gear into park, kill the ignition, and lean back in the seat. The leather's warm beneath me, sun-soaked and cracked, and for once I let myself take a full breath. Let the brunch come. Let the whispers come. Let the world see her soft launch us into something real. Because I'm not going anywhere. Not until she's ready to leave together.
Chapter 33. Calandra. The gift opening breakfast venue is breathtaking. I pause in the threshold just long enough to absorb it. The final metamorphosis of this weekend's stage play. Gone are the cascading garlands and ornate archways meant to awe. What's left is restraint masquerading as elegance. The long, sun-drenched banquet tables are dressed in champagne linens, the same hue as old money and polished veneers. White orchids spiral delicately around golden charger plates. Their blooms taut and intentional, like everything else in this room. There's a harpist nestled near the bay windows, her fingers pulling ribbons of melody from the strings that float gently above the soft clink of silverware and mimosa flutes. I've walked into thousands of rooms like this, pristine, controlled, exquisitely staged. But this time, I don't enter with a clipboard pressed against my ribs or a Bluetooth earpiece clinging to my jaw. No backstage whispers, no to-do lists lined up like landmines. Just my spine, straight and unflinching, and my name, whole and undiluted, announced by the quiet hush that spreads across the brunch like a ripple in cream. The guests look up, some blink with surprise, others freeze with that tight societal smile that says, she's not supposed to be here like this. A planner is supposed to fade once the sparkler exit wraps. She's supposed to slip out the service door while the bride's dress is still spotless. But I don't flinch beneath their stares. I don't tuck my chin or temper my pace. I am not their afterthought or their cleanup crew. I'm wearing ivory today. Not bridal ivory, not that syrupy saccharine tone reserved for virgin illusions and couture gowns, but something tailored, sharp. The dress hits mid-calf, vintage Dior from a secondhand boutique in Buckhead. I found years ago when I still believed in reinvention as salvation. The sleeves are fitted, the collar sculpted high and wide, like armor, remade for peacetime. A single brooch sits above my sternum, an heirloom from Miss Bet's personal collection, a brass filigree knot that once belonged to her mother. It's not ostentatious. It's not a billboard. But it is a signal, a whisper of continuity through fire. The room registers me like a change in temperature, not a gust, a shift. To my left, Sterling's mother clutches her pearls in a gesture so practiced, it might as well be part of her cardiovascular system. A cluster of bridesmaids, some of whom took great joy in pretending I didn't exist 3 days ago, exchange hushed commentary behind the rims of their mimosas. The photographer, poor thing, looks like he doesn't know whether to snap a candid or turn tail and flee. And then there's Channing. She's standing by the far end of the bar, flanked by a pair of blondes and florals, and a family friend whose name I'll never remember, but whose face I've memorized out of necessity. Channing's dress is blush-toned silk, draped like it was pinned on her by a stylist with something to prove. Her posture is impeccable, her smile measured. Her hands move as she talks, elegant, expressive, trained for audience engagement. She is still the girl who gets what she wants, or at least, the girl who knows how to look like she's already gotten it. But she's strained around the eyes, not sleep-deprived, calculated. She's been pulling the strings since the beginning, and now they're fraying. And Sterling? His seat is conspicuously empty. It's not a folded napkin that gives him away, not a misplaced boutonniere or a note tucked under a dessert plate. It's the silence of absence, the vacuum of it. Like the room instinctively knows the groom has become persona non grata overnight, but hasn't quite caught up with the headline. I don't need an official announcement. I don't need the scripted line. But Channing provides it anyway. She raises her glass a half-inch in the air when she notices me standing there, then turns back to her audience, her voice pitched perfectly to Carrie. Sterling's feeling under the weather this morning, poor thing. Too much champagne and not enough water, I'm afraid. We'll let him rest. I have no problem receiving gifts on our behalf. The lie floats effortlessly through the space, featherlight, graceful. The crown stays on. She pivots from Sterling's absence like a Broadway understudy, seamless, sympathetic, and skilled in the art of redirection. I can't fault the performance. Hell, I wrote half this script. But what I feel now isn't betrayal or even bitterness. It's detachment. A clean separation from the woman I used to protect and the machine I helped her build. I actually feel sorry for her. Because I've learned something these last few days. You can be indispensable and still be disposable. You can be a cornerstone in someone's empire and still end up with dust in your mouth when it falls. Channing raises her mimosa too early. Early enough to remind the room who still holds the narrative leash. She lifts the slender glass with two perfectly manicured fingers. Almond-shaped nails lacquered in a color I can only describe as bridal spite, and clears her throat in a way that draws attention without appearing to demand it. The crowd falls into place with practiced instinct. Heads turn. Forks pause in midair. Even the harpist lets her chord linger. To love, Channing begins, the smile on her lips brighter than the morning sun pouring in through the French doors, and to letting it grow, even when it doesn't follow the script. I don't react, not even with a blink, but I watch the wave break across the guests like wind on still water. It's not chaos. Channing's too good for that. What she cultivates instead is doubt, soft and invisible, but just as potent. The woman across from me tilts her head slightly. A groomsman whispers something to the woman on his arm, who immediately pulls out her phone under the tablecloth. A rustle of suspicion skitters through the crowd like static, barely perceptible. But I feel every note of it tighten behind my ribs. I sip my water, eyes fixed on the curve of Channing's smile. It doesn't quite reach the muscles near her eyes anymore. The skin there is drawn tight, taut like a bowstring. She tucks a strand of hair behind one ear, an unnecessary motion for someone whose updo hasn't budged since dawn, and lets out a laugh that rings too high, too sweet, like bell tones in a haunted chapel. This is image maintenance at its most desperate. Legacy triage dressed up in monogrammed brunchwear and bottomless citrus cocktails. Sterling isn't sick. He isn't sulking in some suite upstairs with a cold compress and a tumbler of regret. Sterling is gone. Erased. Neutralized like a wine stain nobody wants to admit ever touched the linen. The seat beside Channing remains conspicuously vacant, napkin folded into a swan that wilts a little more with every minute. His name card is missing entirely, as if he was never assigned to this reality in the first place. The groom of the hour, white-collar aristocracy with veneers and a crisis of ethics, is now a ghost everyone is too polite to summon. And Channing? She's holding court with the poise of a woman who's chosen her narrative and is going to drag it behind her like a designer train, even if it's soaked in gasoline. I watch her closely. Not for the show. I've seen that 1,000 times. What I study now is the glitch in the mask. How her hand trembles ever so slightly when she sets the mimosa down. How she leans too hard into the arm of the cousin beside her, as if proximity can rewrite memory. How she avoids my gaze like it might scald her. She knows I know, and for once I let her feel it. Let her sit in that space where the lie starts to curl at the edges, where all the frosting in the world can't keep the cake from collapsing. Because the thing about curating illusion for a living is that you learn to see through it. You learn to smell it coming like ozone before lightning. And this This brunch is an exercise in revisionist history, dressed up in floral centerpieces and heirloom silver. Channing's trying desperately to protect her reputation. Blur the details, smooth the edges, crop Sterling out of the story before anyone zooms in too far. But the room isn't buying it. Not entirely. And I'm no longer the silent one behind the curtain, adjusting the light so no one sees the cracks. Today, I am one of the witnesses. And no amount of toast making or teeth baring will make me invisible again. The champagne is sweating now. Condensation rolls down the necks of unopened bottles like the slow drip of truth no one wants to mop up. Plates are being cleared in quiet choreography. Servers in black and white uniforms gliding between tables with the precision of a closing act. Jazz filters in from hidden speakers, something brushed in low tempo, designed to smooth over awkward silences with faux elegance. It can't quite do the job. Whispers have taken up residence under linen-draped tables, passing from one clutch of guests to the next like illicit love notes. Sterling's absence is now an open wound no one wants to acknowledge, and Channing, resplendent in her post-nuptial armor of silk and social currency, is holding it together with eyelash glue and vengeance. And I am done waiting for permission to be seen. Thatcher's at my side, standing like he was built for this. Broad shoulders, steady gaze, the faintest scowl etched into the lines of his face, like he already knows what's coming and refuses to flinch from it. His suit jacket is slung over one forearm, sleeves rolled, forearms tanned and dusted with traces of whatever work he did this morning before showing up clean and calm. He doesn't reach for my hand. But when I slide mine into his, he wraps his fingers around mine with the quiet confidence of someone who has nothing to prove but everything to offer. I turn toward a small circle of guests, some from Sterling's side, some old clients of mine from years ago. Their conversation falters as I approach, eyes flicking from my hand to Thatcher's face and back again. I could ease them into it, make it soft, make it corporate, wrap it in some benign label that preserves their comfort. But I don't. This is Thatcher Hale, I say, voice clear but not loud. My partner. It lands like glass dropped onto tile. There's no tremble in my voice, no smirk to soften the blow. Just the word, partner, offered like the simplest truth I've ever spoken. Because it is. I feel it hit before I see the reactions. The subtle recoil of one woman's perfectly lined lips, the blink, blink, blink of a man who swallows too fast and coughs into his cloth napkin. One of the groomsmen, Sterling's college roommate, I think, lets out a stifled noise, halfway between a choke and a gasp, which earns him a disapproving look from the old woman beside him. Thatcher doesn't flinch, doesn't grin like a man trying to pass a test. He just stands there, hand in mine, gaze steady as if he's done this 1,000 times, claimed a woman, not with conquest, but with presence. I spot Channing across the room just as she turns. The moment she sees us, sees me, something in her posture changes. Her spine straightens like a rod being jammed through her corset. The pleasant mask she's been holding aloft all morning doesn't drop, but it tightens. That's the thing about beautiful eyes. They wrinkle when the truth enters the room. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. The message in her glare is as old as any dynasty. You don't belong here. Not like this. Not with him. And still, Miss Bet lifts her glass, a slow, deliberate toast that catches the light like something sacred. Her fingers don't tremble. Her eyes, sharp and weathered like she's seen this performance before, lock with mine across the room. And for a breathless second, I feel something burn hot in my throat that isn't shame or nerves or fear. It's pride. She sees me, not as a planner, not as the professional buffer holding everyone else's disaster at bay. She sees me as Calandra, a woman standing with her partner, not hidden in the wings, but center stage, and she approves. The introduction has landed. The gift brunch swirls around us like an opera on its last aria. Lush, layered, a little too long but still trying to end on a triumphant note. Dessert trays shimmer beneath miniature cloches. Elderly guests dawdle by the mimosas, more interested in gossip than citrus ratios. Someone is laughing, chanting maybe, but the sound lands brittle, lacquered over the tension like cheap top coat. I wrap up some final venue details with Cassie, then sweep the room, intent on finding Thatcher. He's on the far side of the terrace now, caught in conversation with one of the venue's floral consultants and a man I vaguely remember from the rehearsal dinner. They're trying to figure out how he fits, why he's here, what his role was, as if partnership must be justified like a seating chart. And he answers with a slow smile and the kind of offhand ease that disarms even the most pedigreed suspicion. No official title, I hear him say, voice warm but edged with bite. But I showed up. Figured that counted for something? They laugh. Of course they do, but I see the flicker of curiosity in their expressions, that quick scan of his hands, his build, like they're trying to categorize him. Contractor? Security? He doesn't look like the rest of them. Doesn't sound like them either, which is why he's the only man here I trust. His hand drifts to the small of my back, on his way past me earlier, grounding and firm. It lingers just long enough to remind me I'm not navigating this alone. But he doesn't hover. He lets me take space without asking for any of it back. I sip my champagne and watch him from across the room. We don't nod or wink or play to the room like co-stars in a social media reveal. We just look. And it's more intimate than anything I could say aloud. His gaze holds mine like it's been waiting through every misstep, every silence, every half-wound apology for this exact moment. Not for fanfare, but for recognition. I see you. I choose you. I'm not here to fix you. I just want to be in this. That look sinks into my skin like sun-warmed ink, rewriting every doubt I've carried in invisible script only I can read. It doesn't ask for belief. It confirms it. This isn't salvage work. It's foundation, steel and bone and new blueprints, drawn from everything we burned through to get here. Across the room, someone snaps a photo, but I barely register the flash. Someone else? An older man in seersucker and pastel regret. Murmurs to his wife behind a program, but the words don't land. The whole room could fall away right now. Chandeliers crashing, linen erupting into ash, and I'd still feel Thatcher's eyes on mine like a brand I welcomed. Because this moment isn't meant to be subtle. It's not a strategic rollout or a planned reframe. It's a soft launch in name only, because there's nothing soft about what pulses between us now. It's not about headlines. It's not about rebuttals. It's about standing in full light, bruises and all, and saying, "Here, this is us. No more pretending. No more shrinking." I cross to him slowly, the heels of my shoes clicking against the flagstone. The echo follows me like a rhythm I didn't realize I was keeping all along. "I thought you'd be gone by now," I say, fingers brushing the edge of a patio chair before I decide not to sit. "Didn't feel like the right ending," he says, not smiling but soft around the mouth. "Besides, I had one last thing to do." I raise a brow. "And what's that?" He shrugs, gaze skimming the view, before it returns to me with surgical precision. "Let you know I'm not leaving unless you tell me to." The words aren't dramatic. There's no flourish, but they settle somewhere deep in my chest, in the hollow place that used to brace for exits. I step closer, enough to smell the sweat on his collar, the faint trace of vanilla and dust still clinging from teardown. "You didn't have to show up like this," I say, voice lower now because the vulnerability feels too alive to expose all at once. "Not after what happened, not after how I froze. Didn't do it because I had to." His eyes don't waver. "Did it because you mattered. Because you've always mattered. The silence that follows isn't empty, it's reverent. I want to feel it, because that's what I do. I turn emotions into logistics, intimacy into bullet points. But he's not letting me get away with that today. Thank you, I say finally, and the words feel almost foreign. Not just for staying, for showing up when it counted. He nods, slow and solid, but I see the flicker in his jaw, the restraint behind his composure. You don't owe me thanks, Calandra. You stood there in a room built to shrink you and didn't flinch. You didn't fold. You don't need rescuing. You never did. I look away because the truth feels like light through stained glass. Too beautiful and too much. I'm not sure I know how to do this, I admit. The soft launch. The real thing. All of it. He reaches out, fingers grazing mine where they rest along the back of a wicker chair. You don't have to know. You just have to let it happen. And for what it's worth, his voice dips, not tender but certain. You were never broken, Calandra. You were made to outlast glass ceilings and glassy smiles. You just forgot for a second. The words are gentle, but they land with the force of a cathedral bell, shaking something loose in me I didn't realize I still held so tightly. I don't cry. Not this time. But I let the weight of everything he's saying shift something in me. A corner turns, a wall lowers. Not all of them, but enough. What do you want from me? I ask. Not because I owe him a deal, but because I'm done performing. He tilts his head, eyes steady. I don't want anything you're not ready to give. I'm not here with a script or a deadline, just standing here. With you. Not behind. Not in front. Beside. For a planner, for a woman who's made a career out of expectations and perfectly timed reveals, that might be the most radical promise of all. He doesn't ask what's next. He just waits, like the answer isn't something that needs to be rushed or ribboned, like I'm allowed to choose the pace of this unfolding. And for once, I believe him. The clink of cutlery grows sparse as brunch draws to a close, replaced by murmured goodbyes and the rustle of linen napkins being folded with distracted grace. The servers move like shadows now, clearing half-eaten scones and empty champagne flutes as guests begin to peel away in pairs and polished trios. Some linger near the terrace, trading contact information and gossip like party favors. Others glance in my direction with something I didn't expect. Not suspicion, not pity. Respect. The kind that doesn't come from spectacle or scandal, but from someone doing the one thing most people never find the courage to do. Stand still the fire and refuse to flinch. I catch snippets of conversation as I make my way toward the ballroom doors. Someone says my name, not in the tone that precedes judgment, but like a woman re-entering her own mythology. Another guest asks if I'll be taking on new clients after everything. And a third, older woman I don't recognize, places a hand on my arm and murmurs, "Well done, dear," before disappearing into the hallway like some sort of benevolent ghost. Miss Bet, of course, is holding court by the mimosa bar, hat tilted rakishly to the side, and a sprig of lavender tucked behind one ear, like she's daring the next generation to call her irrelevant. She winks when our eyes meet. No fanfare. Just a look that says, "You did it, baby girl." I nod in return, and it feels less like gratitude and more like mutual recognition. Thatcher finds me just as I'm retrieving my clutch from the check-in table. His tie is loosened slightly, the top button undone like a man who's survived battle and decided the armor doesn't serve him anymore. He doesn't say anything at first. He just reaches out, slips an arm around my waist, pulling me in. I don't hesitate. This is what being accepted feels like. I look back as we walk and see that Channing is still inside, chatting with a pair of distant cousins who don't realize they've been drafted into image control. Her laugh carries, too bright, too brittle, like a glass wind chime in the middle of a thunderstorm. I don't look twice. I don't need to. That story, the one where I played stage manager while she orchestrated the spotlight, is over. We walked through the open double doors of the ballroom, the late morning sun catching the pale gold thread in my dress and the polished leather of Thatcher's shoes. Someone snaps a photo. I hear the artificial click of a phone camera, and I don't flinch or turn my face. Let them see. Let them rewrite their little scripts to make room for this scene. The woman who didn't break, walking out beside the man who didn't let her walk alone. There's no music trailing us, applause, or neatly staged ending. Just gravel underfoot, the scent of wisteria behind us, and the future ahead. This isn't an exit stage left. It's the softest, boldest kind of entrance, and it's entirely mine.
Chapter 34. Thatcher. The moment I step inside the shop, the scent hits me like memory wrapped in steam. Citrus balm, crushed violets, and the faint trace of lavender hanging in the air like a prayer whispered too close to the bone. It's not overpowering, just present. Like the building itself remembers what it's meant to be. The brass bell above the door doesn't clang the way it used to. It rings softer, lower, like it knows something's shifted since I walked out of here last. And it's not just the shop, it's me. Miles is already behind the counter, back turned, earbuds in, swaying a little as he arranges eucalyptus into a ceramic vase, shaped like a curled fist. It's one of the new pieces he sourced from that black ceramicist in East Point, the one who makes every vessel with a cracked thumbprint along the base as a signature. It's defiant and intentional, and exactly the kind of statement I never used to care about until I realized how much people mistake pretty for safe. He glances over his shoulder when he hears the door close, pulls out one earbud, and grins. Well, well, look what the wedding registry dragged back. I missed your voice, I say, dry. It's been at least 48 hours since you said something irritating. I aim to serve, he replies, lifting the vase and giving it a theatrical turn. You like it? It's for the counter display. Thought we'd stop pretending everything has to be pastel and palatable. I nod. It's bold. Good, he says. Bold's the only thing worth selling anymore. He turns back to his arrangement without waiting for a response, and I let the familiarity of the place settle around me. The front windows are still streaked with condensation from the overnight rain. The neon sign glows fainter than I remember, half obscured by a new installation of trailing ivy and origami butterflies. Someone's been tinkering in here, and not just for maintenance. The layout's been shifted slightly, the workspace reorganized. My absence wasn't a pause. It was permission for growth. I moved toward the work table in the back, tugging off my jacket and draping it over the rolling stool by the cooler. My sleeves are rolled up by habit before I've even touched the first box of new inventory. The stems are packed tight in water-streaked cartons, some still bearing the scent of early morning deliveries, damp paper, crushed greens, and soil that hasn't yet decided what kind of story it wants to tell. Each time I slice open a box, it feels like a reset. A new canvas, Gerberas, spidery and orange, delphinium and muted sapphire, ranunculus with petals layered so tightly they look like secrets. The colors hum quietly against the morning light filtering through the blinds. I line the buckets in order of fragility, a ritual I don't question because it's the only one that's always made sense. You okay? Miles asks, not looking up from his bouquet. I nod, though he can't see me. Just adjusting. To what? Being home or being changed? He always cuts too close without warning, like he's been preloading the question for days. Both, I admit, grabbing a roll of twine and threading it through my fingers like it might tether me to something I'm still figuring out how to name. The truth is, I thought returning here might ground me. But the soil underfoot doesn't feel like where I started. It feels like where I've chosen to stand. And that's a whole different kind of homecoming. Outside, the street begins to stir. Muffled car horns, the bark of a street vendor calling out from the corner, the sharp click of heels against the pavement. Atlanta doesn't wake up slow. It jolts into motion like someone flipped a switch. But this shop, this is the eye of the storm. Always has been. It's where everything slows long enough to see what you've actually built, what you've left behind, and whether the two still fit together. I push the bucket of garden roses into the cooler, then pause. I've got something in the works, I say, more to the stems than to Miles. Oh, he says, finally turning to face me. Something dangerous or something smart? Maybe both. He leans against the counter, arms crossed. You look different. Thanks, I say, arching a brow. That wasn't loaded at all. I'm serious. It's in your shoulders. You're not bracing anymore. I consider that. I'm still bracing, just not for the same things. Good, he says, because the storm's coming. Already came, I murmur, wiping my hands on a towel. But I think I brought something back from it. What? Clarity. He lets that sit between us for a moment, nods, then flicks his wrist like a conductor signaling the next movement. Then, let's get to it. I finish sorting the last of the carnations, white and ruffled and unapologetically common, and stack the empty boxes into a tidy graveyard by the delivery door. My phone buzzes once in my pocket, a reminder ping I set earlier. I swipe to silence it, but I know what it means. I've got a draft waiting upstairs. Something raw and pointed and already half viral in my imagination. But I haven't hit send yet. Not because I'm afraid. Because once I do, there's no pretending I'm not all the way in. I glance around the shop one more time. The sun's higher now, catching in the dust motes drifting near the shelving display like they're suspended in amber. Miles hums a tune I can't name, his hands moving with the confidence of someone who knows exactly how to make beauty out of chaos. This place is ready, and so am I. The upstairs loft still smells like old paper and eucalyptus oil, a scent that's somehow both grounding and nerve-sparking. I duck beneath the sloped ceiling, careful not to knock over the stack of unfiled invoices teetering near the mini-fridge. This space wasn't built for grandeur, just function. A folding desk, a battered laptop, and one framed print that reads, "Florals for all, nonsense for none." It started as a joke. Now it's doctrine. The screen glows as I wake the laptop, the cursor blinking like a dare. My op-ed stares back at me in stark black serif on a white field, the headline sharp enough to pierce through silk. Pretty pictures, ugly truths. When allyship in the wedding industry. Ends at the hashtag, no alias, no vague, anonymous insider clause to buffer the blowback, just me. Thatcher Hale, florist, former +1, and now, apparently, a man with something to say. The piece is clean. Surgical. Every word trimmed of sentiment, but full of clarity. I've edited it 6 times already, making sure it cuts deep but not wild. No sensationalism, no emotional grandstanding, just facts. Sharp as pruning shears and twice as precise. I talk about tokenism, how it sneaks in like filler greenery, barely noticed but always present. How the industry throws around the word inclusive the way you toss a lemon wedge on a plate. Not because it adds flavor, but because it looks like effort. I talk about brochures with staged black brides, but no black vendors on call sheets. About panels titled Diversity in Design that don't feature a single planner who wasn't grandfathered in by nepotism or name recognition. I talk about the way allyship folds when the stakes sharpen, but mostly I talk about Calandra. Not as a case study, not as a warning, not as the polite face people like to hold up when they want to seem evolved. Oh, no. I talk about her as what she is, a blueprint, a woman who didn't wait for a seat at the table, but brought her own damn blueprint and started laying foundation. Someone who didn't ask for rescue, didn't soften her edges to make people comfortable. A professional who built a business not just on aesthetics, but on ethics, on intention. I say her name without disclaimer, not a planner I once worked with, not a friend caught in controversy. Just Calandra Brown, founder and lead architect of Brown Sugar Affairs, who got dragged for doing what the industry pretends to celebrate. I include quotes. Receipts. Not just my own experiences, but snippets from clients who witnessed how often she was asked to make herself smaller in rooms that couldn't hold her excellence. A line from a vendor who admitted she'd been told to keep it classic, not too cultural when working a wedding with a black couple. A photographer who confessed off the record that a brand campaign featuring Calandra was pulled after feedback from an unnamed executive about her hair. And I say this: if your version of allyship only thrives under soft lighting and pastel themes, it was never real to begin with. I stare at the last line. Let it sit, let it sting. And then I move my cursor to the corner of the screen and hover over the submit button. My thumb itches. My spine feels like it's been stretched tight over a steel wire. There's no part of me that doesn't understand what this might cost. Vendor relationships, sponsorships, invitations to future events where I've been the white face that blends in easily with the draped linens and champagne flutes. No one's going to pat me on the back for this. Hell, most won't even reply to the link. But I also know this: silence would make me complicit. And I've already seen what that costs her. Just as I hit submit, Miles pushes the upstairs hatch open and ducks his head inside, a tangle of baby's breath in one hand and a bottle of ginger ale in the other. You good? He asks, catching sight of my face. Yeah, I say, voice calm, steady. He raises a brow. Like good? Or the kind of good where you're mentally preparing to burn down the internet with your bare hands? I don't answer right away. My palms are sweating. My throat's dry in that too many truths swallowed way. But the pressure behind my eyes isn't fear. It's something cleaner, like a cracked window finally letting air back in. I just did it, I say, nodding toward the screen. Op-ed's live. Miles blinks, then whistles low. Under your own name? Damn right. You didn't even make up a cute pseudonym? I was kind of hoping for something like the Anemone Avenger. I let out a dry laugh, tension cracking somewhere in my chest. Next time. He leans against the beam near the stairs, thoughtful. You know you don't have to do this, right? You don't owe anybody a public reckoning. Maybe not, I say, standing. But I owe her a future, and that means torching the old thing to make room for something better. Miles nods. Then he grins. You better warn your inbox. The first 2 hours after I hit submit are excruciating in their quiet. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a flurry of notifications. Maybe some smug email from a vendor with a thinly veiled threat in corporate language. Instead, the only thing I hear is the rustle of cellophane and the occasional drip from the leaky faucet near the fridge. Outside, Atlanta breathes heavy through the windows, its usual early afternoon mix of sirens, car horns, and construction clangs bleeding faintly into the shop. Inside, it's all muted tension and floral foam. I retreat to the main floor with a galvanized bucket of delphinium stems, lush blue, the color of sky over steel, and start trimming them with more force than necessary. The rhythm keeps me grounded. Cut, strip, submerge, repeat. Miles works a few feet away, assembling a sympathy spray for a family who lost their matriarch, humming off-key to a Stevie Wonder deep cut playing through the speaker in the back. He hasn't said a word about the op-ed since this morning. Not a joke, not a pointed question. Just presence, which I've learned in his case is more valuable than praise. When my phone buzzes once on the counter, I ignore it. When it buzzes twice, then 3 times in rapid succession, I flinch. But I keep stripping stems. Calm is a discipline. At least that's what I tell myself. Miles glances over without pausing his ribbon work. Either you're going viral, he says, or you forgot to silence your group chat again. And if it's Leo's Fantasy League talking smack, I'm confiscating your phone until Tuesday. I wipe my palms on the hem of my apron before picking it up. It's not Leo. It's everyone. Mentions, tags, screenshots, a half-dozen Instagram DMs, most from strangers, Twitter notifications stacked like Jenga bricks. My name on a retweet from Brides in Bloom, quoting the line about allyship that ends at the hashtag. Another share from a southern wedding planner I've never met, with a caption that simply says, "Finally, someone said it." My chest doesn't tighten with panic. It tightens with velocity, like the pause just before a match flares to life, like the breath before a first kiss, like forward motion finally answering gravity. I set the phone down. Steady hands, Thatcher. Don't get cocky now. But then the backlash comes. Because of course it does. It's not a tidal wave. More like a splatter of hot oil, fast and stinging. A former client from Asheville, one who'd once demanded blush peonies in November and then refused to pay for the import fee, writes a Facebook post saying I've become unprofessional and hostile to traditional clientele. A Charleston florist, one of those boutique types who describes herself as a floral intuitive, shares a vague story on her account about biting the hand that feeds and how negativity begets negativity. She doesn't tag me, she doesn't have to, but for every one of those, there are 3 more that strike deeper. A queer planner from Birmingham DMs ME to say they've been passed over for 10 straight months by the same 5 preferred vendors, all of whom had claimed budget limitations the moment pronouns entered the chat. A stylist from Brooklyn emails to say she's forwarding the piece to her agency, calling it required reading. A wedding blogger asks for an interview. 1 request becomes 3. Then 5. By late afternoon, my inbox is a mess of subject lines that oscillate between "loved your article," "would you be open to a conversation," and "urgent response requested." The urgent one is from a sponsorship partner. Well, former partner. I open the email and read the first line 3 times before it truly lands. My teeth clench. My thumb hovers over the forward button for a second before I think better of it. No point in tossing a grenade before I have a map. Instead, I read the email again, noting the passive voice, the careful avoidance of names, the way they use associate, as if Calandra's identity is somehow too volatile to spell out. But before I can even decide what to do, another ping cuts across the screen. And this one's different. A wellness brand I've vaguely heard of. Some high-end line that mixes adaptogens with gold leaf and calls it balance. Wants in. They call Calandra a cultural force and say they're prepared to offer a joint campaign. The pitch deck is attached. I haven't even clicked it before another email rolls in. And another. A venue collective based in Napa. A boutique champagne label. A makeup brand focused on melanin-rich tones. All of them referencing the same thing. The article. The impact. The shift. By the 5th alert, I'm not grinning. I'm exhaling. Because this is what real change looks like. Not neat, not universally applauded, not wrapped in branded hashtags and diversity committees. It's messy, loud, sometimes unpaid, sometimes uninvited. It's Calandra's name being said not as a whisper or an afterthought, but as a center point. It's my inbox, not just reacting, but reflecting. I rise from the desk, stretch the tension from my shoulders, and head back down to the shop floor. Miles is finishing a bridal bouquet, pinning coral spray roses beside a freesia cluster when I join him at the table. He looks up without asking, just raises one brow. Backlash? Yep. Good kind or bad kind? Both. He grins. Sounds like progress. We don't talk about it until the shutters are drawn and the bell above the door has chimed its last note of the day. The shop smells like bergamot, crushed mint, and a hint of fading freesia. There's a kind of peace that settles in after closing, a stillness carved from repetition. Wipe down the counter, sort the receipts, sweep the petals from under the prep table like they didn't witness 100 quiet moments that felt like prayers. Miles is wiping a spray bottle with one hand and folding a stained apron with the other when he finally says it. Just a thought he couldn't keep to himself anymore. You did it, buddy. I don't look up from the register drawer. I'm counting out the last few crumpled bills and rolled quarters. The physical proof that despite the chaos, people still came in, still bought joy by the stem. I shrug once, jaw tight. Yeah, well, about time someone did. He doesn't press. Just leans against the edge of the counter, arms folded, and gives me that sideways look he saves for moments when my mouth says one thing, but my shoulders give me away. You think she'll be mad? I ask, finally breaking the quiet. For going public like that? Miles lets out a snort, then shakes his head like the question itself is misguided. She's not the type to be mad you picked a side. She'll be mad that you beat her to it. The words land with a thud in my chest, solid and undeniable. I don't say anything at first. Just tuck the last roll of quarters into its slot and close the drawer with a soft click. But when I glance up, past Miles, past the cut stems and faded price tags, I catch sight of myself in the mirrored backsplash behind the espresso machine. The man staring back at me doesn't look particularly noble or brave. He doesn't look like a rebel or a headline. He looks tired, sure. Dusty around the edges. Shirt sleeves rolled up. Hair a mess. But there's something else, too. He looks like someone who finally stopped apologizing for giving a damn. At last, I don't flinch away from the reflection. I grab my jacket, toss Miles a nod, and head for the door. Lock up for me? Always? Back in my apartment, the city hums like it never learned how to sleep. Outside, lights flicker in windows across the street, shadows pacing behind closed blinds. Sirens pass 3 blocks down, distant but familiar, like a lullaby with sharp teeth. I kick off my boots by the door and drop my keys in the ceramic bowl Calandra gave me. It's lopsided. She called it a charming flaw. I told her it looked like a topographical map of her nonsense tolerance level. She laughed so hard she choked on her wine. I haven't thought about that night in weeks. But now it returns with precision. The wine, the offbeat bowl, the space between us where no one else got to interfere. I walk to the kitchen, pull a ginger beer from the fridge, and hold it in my palm for a second before cracking the tab open. It hisses like it's relieved. I do what I've been avoiding all day. I record the voice note. No script. Just the truth, spoken out loud like it matters. Hey, I start, the single syllable catching more weight than I mean it to. I steady my tone. Thought you should know the op-ed's live, under my name. I pause, choosing my next words carefully. I don't want to oversell or understate. I want her to know what this is, what it isn't. I didn't write it to rescue you, I say. I wrote it because no one else with a mic was saying what needed to be said. Another breath. Then the kicker. The fallout's already started. But so has the rebuild. If you're still in, I am too. I listened to the playback once, not because I'm unsure, but because I want to feel it land. It does. Right in the center of my chest. I hit send before I can second-guess the phrasing. Then I lean back, take a long sip of ginger beer, and lift the bottle in a quiet toast. To the woman who built an empire in stilettos and silence. To the me that finally stopped being scared of speaking up. To the chaos we didn't choose, but sure as hell chose to walk through together. I don't know what her reply will be. I don't know if there will be one tonight. But I know one thing, and it settles into me like gravity. I'm already moving forward.
Chapter 35. Calandra. The loft smells like orange oil and old paper, the kind of scent that clings to vintage bookstores and artist studios that have lived a few lives. Light streams in through 2 cathedral windows, catching on flecks of dust that swirl like glitter in the air. The building used to be an upholstery warehouse back in the 60s, according to the landlord. Now it's part photo studio, part co-working space, part downtown rebellion against Atlanta's glass tower sameness. Exposed brick lines the walls like vertebrae, rough, grounding, unapologetically imperfect. A neon sign in the corner reads, "Create louder." And someone's left a brass floor lamp on with a shade that's clearly been painted by hand. Tasha walks in ahead of me, heels clicking against the wide planked wood floor, a leather-bound notebook clutched to her chest like she's entering a war room instead of a creative hub. The mismatched velvet chairs around the paint-splattered coffee table look more like a dinner party setup than a strategy session. But I chose this space for a reason. I didn't want a hotel conference room. I didn't want sleek. I wanted something that had survived a fire and still held its shape. Something honest. I set down my tote bag, pull out the folders I printed this morning, and begin laying everything out with surgical precision. DM screenshots from planners around the country, op-ed clippings, press analytics, and a color-coded spreadsheet of sponsor losses, pending negotiations, and unexpected new offers. I tuck a pink post-it under the chart labeled Strategic Gains, where the champagne brand is already asking about long-term collaboration. Across the table, Tasha raises an eyebrow as she flips open her laptop and begins syncing files to the shared drive. You sure you want to do this here? I don't hesitate. This isn't a cleanup session. It's a coronation. She exhales through her nose, something between a laugh and a warning. All right then, Your Grace. More chairs scrape back as the team files in. Celine, our creative strategist, wearing a flannel shirt tied over a power dress, like she can't decide if she's here to brainstorm or break a kneecap. Andre, who handles influencer collaborations, juggling an iced oat milk latte and 3 phones like he's managing a tour. And Maya, my new intern who already looks more prepared than I've ever been. Once everyone's seated, I take the floor. Not by standing up or banging a gavel, but by simply lifting my chin and letting the silence bloom. I've run enough meetings to know when you don't have to raise your voice to lead. This isn't about saving face, I begin. It's about saving the blueprint. We're not here to plan for survival. I look at each of them in turn. Tasha's knowing nod, Celine's quick breath in, Maya's wide-eyed focus, Andre's ready smirk. We're here to plan like we intend to dominate. I let that sit in the room for a beat, long enough for it to stretch around our ribs and settle in our bones. Then I drop the first folder down in front of me, open to the compiled feedback from wedding planners across the country. Bolded headers read things like, "Finally someone said it and now I don't feel alone." Some of the notes are anonymous. Others include names, credentials, portfolios that rival mine. We've been playing by rules that were never designed to protect us, I say, flipping the pages slowly. And when we finally called it out, the industry blinked, not because they were shocked, but because they've always known. Tasha opens a second tab and projects the rebrand presentation on the loft's blank brick wall. The new logo glows like gold against firelight. Beneath it, the tagline scrolls into view in crisp serif typeface. Unapologetically ours. Unmistakably luxe. Celine whistles low under her breath. Damn, she's got claws now. Had them, I correct, mouth twitching. I just finally stopped filing them down for client comfort. Laughter rises, the kind that doesn't need to be polite. It rolls through the space, buoyed by relief and caffeine and the sense that we're finally facing the right direction. Tasha clears her throat, more formally now. Thankfully, the op-ed worked in our favor, not just because Thatcher used his name, but because he centered truth, not ego. The response shows the hunger's there. We're not building from scratch. We're building on public momentum. Let's capitalize before it plateaus. Maya raises her hand, tentative. Do you think more people will step up like that? The question catches me, not because I haven't thought about it, but because I have. At length, in the quiet hours, when Thatcher's voice still loops in the back of my mind like the click of a slow-loading web page. Some might, I say, not unkindly, but I'm not banking on it. I'm more interested in building a system that doesn't need rescuing to begin with. Andre snaps his fingers once. Say that again for the folks in the back. I let myself smile then. Not the kind that softens, the kind that sharpens. Because today, I don't feel like a planner or a professional martyr. I feel like a storm that finally figured out which direction to move in. The whiteboard in the corner is already covered with notes. Social engagement spikes, analytics from the op-ed's reach, a crude drawing someone added of a phoenix with a bouquet in its beak. I don't erase it. It feels accurate. We start campaign development this week, I say, collecting the folders. Editorials, branded interviews, a docuseries teaser if we can pull it off, and let's book the fall showcase launch by Thursday. I want venue options on my desk tomorrow. Celine raises her coffee like a goblet. To the rebuild? No, I say, voice quiet but firm. To the takeover. And just like that, we begin again. Tasha's tapping her nail against her laptop like it owes her money, eyes scanning a pitch deck we barely slept creating. I've lined the windowsill with empty coffee cups and half-drained LaCroix cans like sentries guarding what little energy we have left. Still, I feel clear. We've always had to speak two languages in this business, one for the client and one for survival. But today, I only speak mine. Press is leaning in. Tasha murmurs, flipping her screen toward me. 25 reposts. 6 independent planners with over 50,000 followers are linking to the op-ed. Her brow arches like she still can't believe it's real. Girl, your man didn't just light a match. He set fire to the whole damn brochure rack. My stomach tenses, just for a second, but I don't flinch. I've listened to Thatcher's voice note 3 times. Not to dissect his tone or guess at subtext, just to hear the truth laid bare. He didn't write it to save me. He wrote it because no one else would. And that I can respect, that I can build on. I slide a few folders toward the edge of the table. Let's stop designing for damage control. We're not building a bunker. We're building a launch pad. Tasha grins. Finally. The elevator dings, and I expect the brand liaison from the Champagne Collective. Maybe someone from the venue syndicate. Instead, I get Jasper, my ex and former partner in crime. His suit's too crisp for a drop-in. His smile too polished to be sincere. That same smirk he wore when he asked for the passwords to our shared account the day after our breakup. As if love had ever been transactional. What the hell is he doing here? Tasha hisses in my ear as she heads to the kitchenette, arms laden with dishes. I'll handle it. I breathe, steeling myself for what's about to be most unpleasant. Calandra, he says smoothly, stepping into the loft like it's still 2019 and I'm still spinning excuses for his temper. Got your assistant's email about the rebranding session. Thought I'd offer some insight. Tasha doesn't move, doesn't blink, just comes back out from around the kitchen wall and says, "We didn't send that." I stand. Then it must have been a calendar misfire, he says. Too fast. But while I'm here, you're not, I interrupt, voice even. We closed that account. You're not a stakeholder in this brand or in me. His expression flickers, just once. Then it's back. The smirk, the spin. You're spiraling, he says. This whole media moment, it's not sustainable. Sponsors will start pulling out. They already have, I say. And then they tripled. Silence cuts across the loft like a knife gliding clean through fondant. I don't raise my voice. I don't apologize. You don't get to speak for me anymore, I say. Not here. Not in any room I've built. He blinks. Just once. Like maybe, for the first time, he realizes I'm not bluffing. Tasha steps in then, not to defend me, but to hold the line I already drew. You can go, Jasper, or I can have security meet you in the lobby. But what you're not going to do is waste another second of this woman's time. He throws me a look like I've betrayed some silent contract, like I owe him a version of myself that no longer exists. Is this because of him? He says, voice low but still slicing. I don't answer that, because it's not. It's because of me. He stares another second too long, then turns, mouth tight, suit stiff, and disappears down the elevator shaft like a vanishing credit score. The moment the doors slide shut, the air feels breathable again. Tasha exhales with a whistle that's half laugh, half war cry. Damn, she mutters. I've wanted to slap him with a calendar invite for years. We regroup after that, me with a lemon ginger tea clutched between my palms, Tasha with her laptop like it's a weapon and a lover all at once. We have 2 new offers on the table, she says. A sustainability-focused planner collective and a bridal brand that actually wants to talk about representation in real numbers, not just stock photo diversity. I nod. Let's meet with both. No hesitation? She asks. No apology, I reply. She doesn't smile. Not this time. She nods. I scroll through the pitch draft we've been polishing. I delete 3 entire sections. The language is still too safe, too curated. Let's stop talking about optics, I say. Let's talk about power. By the time the light begins to shift across the floor, staining the brick wall in ribbons of amber and gold, I feel something I haven't felt in months. Not vindicated, aligned. I check my phone again. No new messages from Thatcher. And I don't need them. His voice note still plays in my mind like a vow. I trust that voice. Not because it promised anything, but because it didn't try to be a performance. I pack up slowly, collecting the folders, the pitch deck, the coffee cups with my lipstick smudged along the rim. Tasha lingers in the doorway, watching me like she's seeing something more than just a strategist or a survivor. Ready to head out? She asks. Almost, I say, glancing at the whiteboard we filled earlier. I circle one phrase. No more permission. I grab my bag and walk out the door, not chasing a legacy, owning one.
Chapter 36. Thatcher. The studio is all exposed brick and high windows, the kind that lets sunlight pour in like it's got somewhere to be. There's a scent in the air, fresh greenery, old wood, and the faint ozone bite of too many extension cords powering softbox lights and backdrops. We're deep in Old Fourth Ward, in a converted textile warehouse that now rents by the hour to influencers and indie photographers chasing authenticity on curated sets. They've done their best to make the space feel romantic without tipping into saccharine. There's a love seat upholstered in deep emerald velvet, low coffee tables stacked with modern wedding magazines, and a faux arch covered in untamed florals that's trying just a little too hard to look effortless. The clipboard-wielding assistant calls it a vision of dual brilliance, a phrase that sounds like it came straight out of a pitch deck. But Calandra doesn't flinch. She steps into the room, her heels striking polished concrete with quiet authority. She's wearing a deep plum blouse tucked into tailored cream trousers, minimal jewelry, nothing flashy. Just her name, her posture, and a stillness that reorients the entire shoot around her before she even says a word. One of the stylists tries to herd us toward the love seat, adjusting throw pillows and murmuring about cozy chemistry. Calandra gives them a smile so gracious it almost hides the steel underneath. We'll stand, thanks, she says, and we'll start with the wide shot. Together. Us side by side. That's what she wants on record. And I back her without hesitation. We make small adjustments, light angles, lapel checks, but we don't let them dress us in sentiment. This isn't about proving we belong in each other's space. It's about showing we built it ourselves. The interviewer's name is Elisa. She's all gloss and warmth on the surface, peach-toned lipstick, a notepad that looks like it's never seen real scribbles, and a laugh that lands half a second too early. The kind of professional whose charm has sharp edges. I've met a dozen just like her at galas and gallery launches. We go through a few fluff questions first. How we met, what makes collaboration work, favorite wedding trends this season. Calandra fields them like she's adjusting table settings, precise and polished without being canned. I drop in with a few jokes about running late to our first meeting and mislabeling boutonniere, and the crew chuckles right on cue. And then Elisa pivots. "So," she says, flipping a page and tilting her head like it's an innocent follow-up. "Let's talk about the op-ed, Thatcher. That was quite the statement. Some would say risky. Did it cause any friction between the two of you?" The camera's still rolling. A boom mic inches a little closer. Somewhere offset, someone clicks a pen. I look directly at her. It didn't cause friction. It clarified everything. Elisa's brows lift. "Clarified?" Calandra's voice slides in, smooth and certain. "It proved what side he was on, and that he was willing to take the heat most people avoid. That's not friction, that's partnership." Elisa smiles, but the edges have tightened. "But surely it put brown sugar in the spotlight for the wrong reasons." "No," Calandra says, "and it's not a correction. It's a closure. It put the industry under the lens, and if a little discomfort is the cost of truth, we're comfortable paying it." The air shifts. The crew stops pretending to look busy. Someone behind the monitor nods, almost imperceptibly. The photographer switches to candid shots without being asked, catching the subtle lean of our shoulders, the shared breath between us. Elisa clears her throat. "Well, that's refreshing." "We're not here to be refreshing," I say, keeping my voice easy. "We're here to be real." Calandra's fingers brush mine, not theatrically, but with the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly what kind of future she's shaping and who she's building it with. And I stay still, let the cameras catch all of it. They switch lenses after the interview, angling for something more intimate, whatever that means in the eyes of a brand manager who's probably never been in love outside a launch strategy. We humor them for a few setups, her laughing near my shoulder, both of us reaching for the same clipboard. But nothing staged hits quite right. Calandra shifts. She takes my hand, her fingers sliding into mine with that slow, deliberate grace she does everything with. Her thumb rests against the inside of my wrist, grounding me. Suddenly, I feel the whole room still. The flash pops once. Then again. It's not about proximity. It's about alignment. She doesn't smile for the camera. She's looking straight at me. "I meant what I said," I murmur, just loud enough for her to hear, about this not being temporary, not just for damage control. "I know." Her voice is steady, but her fingers squeeze mine just slightly. "So don't talk about fixing what's broken. Talk about building what lasts." My breath catches. Not because I'm caught off guard, but because I feel the blueprint settle into place. Her language is always architectural when it matters most. I nod once. "So let's build." The photographer exhales behind the lens like she's witnessing something sacred. Someone whispers, "That's the shot." And I don't bother looking to see who it was. The moment doesn't belong to them. The photo might, sure. But what we're building, that's ours. They post it within the hour. A local wedding venue with mid-tier reach. But top-tier aesthetics uploads the shot to Instagram. A soft-focus photo of Calandra and me, standing hand in hand beneath a tangle of eucalyptus in golden light. The caption reads, "Power meets partnership. Collaboration looks like this." No tags, no product placement, just the image. It catches fast. By the time I finish breaking down the backdrops with Miles back at the shop, our phones are lighting up like it's launch day for a viral bouquet. Clients, vendors, even a few former skeptics start sliding into DMs and comment threads, using words like authentic, refreshing, and finally. One comment just says, "We see you." No hashtags, no filters. But it's not about virality this time. I don't even check the likes. It's the private messages that hit harder. Planners who've been passed over for high-profile events now asking if we'll co-host a panel. A venue in Birmingham offering Calandra a weekend residency. A queer couple from Decatur who say they're building their wedding around the team that finally said the quiet part out loud. And somewhere between the reposts and the direct inquiries, Calandra sends me a single text. "You ready to make this permanent?" I stare at it longer than I should, not because I'm uncertain, but because I feel something shift in me, something I didn't know I'd been holding off. A choice. I text back. I already did. The sun's lower now, casting everything in that late afternoon gold that makes even parking lots feel cinematic. Calandra and I duck out before the crew finishes wrapping the chute. We end up on the back patio of the venue, a small gravel courtyard where string lights are already starting to flicker overhead. The air smells like lemon thyme and heat-soaked stone. She perches on the edge of a bistro table, legs crossed, still in that sage wrap dress that looks like it was made for her shoulders. I stand in front of her, hands in my pockets, watching the last of the setup crew drive off in a dusty rental van. I don't want to do this just for show, she says after a beat. The panels, the partnerships, I want real change, real choice. And I want to make sure we're not just another trendy post. I take a slow breath and move closer, closing the space between us without a single word of persuasion. Then let's set the terms ourselves. Her gaze flicks up to mine, sharp as ever. You sure? It's not always going to be polite. Or easy. I didn't fall for you because you were easy, I say. I fell for you because you never asked permission to take up space. And now you're building new space for other people too. That earns the softest smile. She slides her phone across the table toward me, the screen still open to our photo. The comments keep climbing. We're not just collaborating on press releases anymore, she says. We're writing new rules. I reach across the table and thread our fingers together again, gently this time. No flashbulbs, no production crew, just us. Good, I murmur, because I'm tired of following old ones. We step back inside the venue to grab our things, her binder, my bag, a pair of sunglasses she left on a windowsill. One of the interns working the chute stops us near the door. Hey, they say, shifting nervously on their feet. I just wanted to say, thank you. I've interned on like 6 of these campaigns and no one's ever said half the stuff you two said today. Or meant it. Calandra doesn't miss a beat. Then you're about to change that. Next time you walk into one of these, speak like you own the room. Not like you owe it something. The intern blinks, nods once, and disappears down the hall. We ride the elevator down in silence, but it's not empty. It's thick with momentum, with a kind of forward motion I haven't felt since the first time I wrote my name on that op-ed and hit publish. Calandra's reflection catches in the mirrored wall beside us. Strong, self-assured, completely and unapologetically hers. I glance at her just before the doors open. We still a soft launch? I ask. She laughs, low and full, the kind of sound that doesn't apologize for taking up space. We're infrastructure now, she replies. Let them catch up. We step out onto the street, into the blur of headlights and sidewalk chatter and Atlanta's humid promise. Finally, since everything cracked open, I don't feel like I'm balancing 2 worlds. I feel like we're building one of our own.
Chapter 37. Calandra. The road curls like ribbon through piney backcountry, and I realize somewhere around the second, "Welcome to so-and-so county," sign that I've stopped clenching my jaw. It's not a conscious choice. It just happens. The kind of release that can only slip in when your body stops believing it needs to be armor. Thatcher drives with a hand on the wheel and the other resting against my knee, his thumb tracing lazy circles on the denim. There's a soft hum coming from the stereo, something low and twangy and full of steel guitar. Music that doesn't demand anything from you, except to feel what you feel. When we pull into the gravel lot beside the cabin, it's almost too picture perfect. A cedar-paneled A-frame wrapped in ivy, its porch strung with cafe lights that don't look like they're trying too hard. A single rocking chair leans against the railing like it's been waiting for us to finally show up. There's no concierge, no schedule, no itinerary. Just a key tucked into a lockbox and the smell of distant rain mixing with honeysuckle. I step out of the truck and stretch, barefoot before I realize it. The air smells like lake water and sap, and something faintly citrusy that reminds me of summers I only ever read about in books. My lungs expand like they forgot how small they'd become. Inside, the cabin creaks like an old man settling in for a nap. The floors are uneven, the couch cushions mismatched, and there's a vintage tin sign over the fireplace that says, "Don't feed the bears," even the handsome ones. I laugh for the first time all week, a real laugh, and Thatcher just raises a brow like he knows that sound is a kind of landmark. There's no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no stuffy playlist or lighting app or escape hatch, and somehow, that's the most luxurious thing in the world. We hike after breakfast the next morning. Or maybe it's more of a scramble up a deer trail that looks like a suggestion, not a plan. My shoes aren't exactly trail ready, and halfway up, I curse myself for packing linen instead of lycra. Sweat slicks between my shoulder blades, and my edges have long since surrendered to the humidity. Thatcher's a few paces ahead, annoyingly sure-footed in a sleeveless shirt and cargo shorts, like some kind of off-duty lumberjack. He pauses every so often to check on me, offers water, a hand, a smug smile, and finally, after the fourth time, he says, "Just a little farther." I snap. "Thatcher, if you tell me this is the last incline one more damn time, I swear I will push you off it." He turns, eyes wide, lips twitching. "I'd survive the fall. You'd have to carry the guilt. Not if I pushed you with enough satisfaction." I fire back, hands on my hips, breath ragged. The smile slips off his face, but not in a bad way. He steps closer, offers the bottle of water like a peace treaty. "You okay?" "No," I say, too fast, and then softer, like the truth is a rock I've been trying not to trip over. I don't know how to just be okay anymore. The breeze stills. The only sound is the cicadas humming like they know every secret we're about to unpack. I look at the forest floor, at the dappled sunlight playing tag across moss and fallen pine needles, and I let it spill out. I'm tired, Thatcher. Not just, I need a nap, tired. I'm tired in my bones. Tired of being 2 steps ahead of every assumption. Tired of filtering my joy through the lens of whether it makes other people comfortable. Tired of holding everything together just so nobody else feels like it's falling apart. His hand finds the back of my neck, gentle, anchoring. No advice, no solutions, just touch. His thumb strokes once against the shell of my ear, and then he says, "You don't have to explain, but if you want to fall apart, you can do that with me. I'll be here when you're done." I look up. His face is open, unafraid of my unraveling, and that's when I realize I haven't trusted anyone with my mess since I first learned how to hide it. I don't answer. I just let him pull me into his chest, arms wrapping around me like bark around a storm-struck tree, and we stand there, on a hill halfway to nowhere, sweating and salty and saying everything without moving our mouths. It starts with trail mix, not some epic betrayal, just a stupid, rustling plastic bag and the sound of almonds clinking against dried cherries while I'm trying to enjoy the silence. "You didn't bring the one with dark chocolate?" I ask, already knowing the answer. He shrugs, still chewing. "Didn't think it mattered." I stop walking. It always matters. You just don't notice until it's missing. Thatcher turns, brows drawn. Are we still talking about trail mix? I hate how fast my breath catches. I hate how I feel it. This rising tide of frustration that's only partially about the snack. The rest is older, rooted in the feeling of constantly being the one who has to anticipate, prepare, correct. I plan everything, I say, voice sharp like gravel. I track the weather. I book the places. I check the reviews. And you just show up and assume the path will be clear. He bites the inside of his cheek, looking down at the trail like maybe it can offer a different script. I thought that was the point of this weekend, that I planned it, that you got to rest. I cross my arms. heat rising in my chest. Resting in someone else's plan is not the same as being seen. There's silence, the kind that stretches just long enough to make you wonder if you've said too much or not enough. Then he says, carefully, "I see you, Calandra. I see the woman who spins magic out of spreadsheets and holds up entire rooms with her bare hands. But you don't make it easy to help." I flinch. Because he's so goddamn close to the bullseye, I want to throw the darts back at him. And maybe, he adds, quieter now, you don't know how to be helped. Maybe it's easier to fight than to be vulnerable. I look at him, really look, and suddenly I'm not angry anymore. I'm scared, because he's not accusing me. He's inviting me to stop running, and I don't know what to do with that kind of invitation. We don't talk again until we're back at the cabin. The windows are open, letting in a breeze that smells like pine needles and dusk. I light one of the hand-poured candles on the mantel. Something earthy and herbal with a label that says, Solace, in faded cursive. Thatcher's sitting on the floor, back against the couch, his hands loosely clasped between his knees. "I'm sorry," I say. He doesn't look up right away. When he does, it's not with triumph or smugness or any of the expressions I've learned to expect after a fight. It's with something softer, something that makes my throat tighten. "Don't be," he says. "You don't owe me softness." But I won't pretend I don't want it. That undoes me. I walk to him slowly, like I'm afraid the floor might give way. I sit beside him, our shoulders touching. The candle flickers, casting shadows that move like sighs across the floorboards. "You scare me sometimes," I admit, voice so low it barely counts as speech. Not because of who you are, but because of how easy it is to want you around. He turns, brushing a curl from my cheek. "I'm not a trick, Calandra. I'm not waiting to vanish." I nod, but I don't speak. Instead, I reach for his hand and bring it to my chest. "Feel that?" His palm settles over my heart, steady and warm. "Yeah?" "That's not armor. That's me." He leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away. I don't. Our mouths meet. His lips are soft, familiar. The kiss isn't about claiming. It's about staying. We move from floor to couch, from kiss to hush, from hush to the kind of slow, tangled embrace that's less about lust and more about learning the shape of each other's quiet. By the time we're wrapped in the linen blanket he pulled off the bed earlier, his legs looped around mine, his fingers playing lazy chords against my hip, I whisper it into the hollow beneath his collarbone. "I trust you." He doesn't flinch, doesn't joke. He just presses a kiss to the top of my head and says, "Good. Because I've been waiting for that longer than you know." The sun comes in, slanted through the sheer curtains, brushing golden fingerprints across the pine floor. I blink against the light, but I don't move. Thatcher's still asleep beside me, one hand tucked under the pillow, the other resting across my thigh like a placeholder, as if his body knows mine won't vanish, but it wants proof anyway. There's no morning breath panic, no rush to wrap myself in a robe or pull my hair into something respectable. Just the soft hum of birds outside and the slow, steady rhythm of a man breathing next to me like we share the same oxygen. I've done mornings like this before, after flings, after fights, after long nights that tried to masquerade as something meaningful. But never like this. Never with this stillness in my chest that doesn't feel like waiting for the other shoe to drop. I sit up slowly, letting the sheet fall around my waist, and look at him. Really look. His mouth is slack in sleep, but there's a little line between his brows like even now, he's half prepared to argue his case. I brush it away with my thumb, and he stirs, blinking up at me. "Hey," he says, voice still hoarse. "Hey," I echo. And it lands differently this time. It's not a placeholder. It's a beginning. He reaches for me, palm warm against my thigh. "You okay?" I nod. Yeah. Actually, yeah. He doesn't smother the moment with declarations or questions or overthought plans, just lets it breathe. I no longer feel the need to narrate my way into control. I just let myself exist inside the quiet. We take our coffee on the porch, 2 clunky mugs, and a silence that hums rather than aches. The lake in front of us is still, its surface kissed by sun. Somewhere in the distance, someone's chopping wood. I lean back in the rocker and curl my fingers around the mug like it's the only anchor I need. I used to think rest was a reward, I say, watching steam curl into the air, like I had to earn it with burnout. Thatcher hums. And now? Now I think, maybe it's fuel. Maybe you don't have to collapse to deserve quiet. He doesn't interrupt. He just offers a slow nod, then reaches across the space between us to lace his fingers through mine. Calandra, he says, like the word itself deserves to be spoken gently. Whatever comes next, whatever pressure, press, plans, I need you to know something. I glance sideways. You're about to propose a pop-up wedding truck, aren't you? He snorts. Not quite, though don't tempt me. I laugh, and it feels so good, so right, that I almost miss the shift in his voice when he says, I'm in this. All the way in, not just the business, not just the brand, you. It's not a vow. It's not even a promise. It's a confirmation. One I didn't ask for but needed anyway. I squeeze his hand, and for once, I don't rush to qualify the emotion, don't break it down to make it safer or more manageable. I just let it exist, let myself feel it, salt, heat, and honey. That's what this weekend has been. The sting of truth, the fire of confrontation, the sweetness of choosing anyway. And as we sit there, side by side, in the soft light of something quietly beginning, I realize this isn't just the weekend we let go. It's the weekend we finally held on.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The Romantic Suspense Audiobook Bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 38. Thatcher. The lake doesn't make a sound when it decides to keep your secrets. It just cradles them, soft and wide and infinite, like it's heard too many already to flinch at a few more. I'm sitting on the dock, barefoot, jeans cuffed, heels hanging over the edge, watching the sky mirror itself in the ripples. It's late enough in the afternoon that the light turns syrupy, not golden, not pink, something in between, like heat and honey colliding in the clouds. The kind of light you'd bottle if you could, if only to remind yourself later that days like this actually happened. Behind me, I hear the creak of wood and the rustle of linen. Calandra. Her steps are slow, unhurried. She doesn't sit right away, just stands there, arms folded, like she's reading the horizon for subtext. You ever think about what it would have looked like, she says, voice low, if we'd never said yes to any of this? I don't answer right away, because I've seen that other version too clearly before. Me stuck in Charleston, letting legacy shrink me down. Her carrying other people's expectations like they were designer luggage. I say, I think about it just enough to know I'd never want to go back. That earns me a glance, measured, searching, like she's lining up the edges of what we are now against what we almost weren't. She sits beside me, close enough that I can smell the citrus of her shampoo mixed with something warmer, something distinctly her. She props her chin on her knees and stares out over the water like she's trying to memorize it. I thought I was done trusting men with my business, she says. Hell, I was almost done trusting them with my time. And now? Now I'm considering what it might look like to trust one with both. I pull the envelope from my back pocket without ceremony. Just thick cream stock with the Brown Sugar Affairs letterhead embossed in soft matted gold. It catches the light between us like a secret I'm ready to share. This is a draft, I say, handing it to her. Not a demand, just an offering. She opens it slowly, fingers steady even though I catch the smallest hitch in her breath. Inside, a preliminary partnership agreement. Equal stake. No executive titles unless we both sign off. No vote without a voice. She reads it twice. Doesn't rush. I give her the space because this is the moment that matters, not the logistics. The choice. She folds it in half and looks at me. You don't want to run your own shop anymore? I do, I say. But I want it to mean something more than bouquets and budgets. I want it to change things. And this, I gesture between us, this is where that starts. She looks back at the lake, then at me. Her eyes are steady. You really think we can flip the industry from inside the room? I think we already have, I say. Now we just make it permanent. She leans into my side and I wrap an arm around her without thinking. It's not a victory lap. It's a grounding, a recalibration. Her head rests on my shoulder and I feel the shift. The sky deepens above us and I think maybe this is what legacy feels like when you're not trying to perform it. Just build it. Calandra's laptop is balanced on a striped towel beside her, and she's scrolling through a spreadsheet like it's a thriller novel. The wind tugs at the hem of her linen shirt. Her curls are pinned up in that way she does when she means business, and I can tell by the way she keeps chewing the inside of her cheek that she's calculating. Not just figures, but futures. You really think we can sustain both expansions? She asks without looking up. The venue series and the mentorship grant. I pluck a blade of grass and twist it between my fingers. Not if we keep doing it the way we've always done it, but if we cut the dead weight, any sponsor that balks when equity costs them something real, will be lighter, more honest, maybe a little faster. She finally looks up. We? I meet her eyes. I said what I said. A pause stretches between us, not tense but weighted, like fabric before the first cut. She pushes her sunglasses up into her hair and shifts, drawing her knees close, considering. I know that face. She's toggling between logic and instinct, between risk and return. I want a seat, I say, not just in the narrative or at the events. I want a stake, a literal one. I want in. You don't just mean as a florist, she says, but it's not a question. No, I mean as a partner, in strategy, in outreach, in what we build next. Calandra doesn't blink, doesn't fidget. She just nods slowly and says, then we need to draft new terms. And God, I love that about her. No gushing, no grand theatrics, just clarity dressed in backbone. I shift closer on the blanket, stretching my legs so they touch hers at the ankles. Let's make this plain then, I say. I don't want to be your co-star. I want to be your co-founder. Whatever we create together, I want my fingerprints on the brick. Her smile is slow, unguarded, a sunrise not trying to impress anyone. Then let's break the damn ground. We sit in silence for a while after that, not out of awkwardness, but because the words have settled, solid, anchoring, like pylons in the lake bed beneath us. A dragonfly hovers over her knee, then zips away and she follows it with her gaze like it's carrying the next big idea. You ever think we were meant to meet like this? She asks, finally. Not through glossy proposals or industry panels, but through chaos, through the kind of unraveling that forces you to rethread your name? I think you were always going to build something massive, I answer. But maybe it took falling apart for us both to find out how we wanted to build it. Together. She draws a lazy circle on my forearm with her fingertip, absent but purposeful. I used to think survival was the win, that just staying afloat with my dignity intact was enough. It's not, I say, and she nods before I can explain. Now I want scale. Legacy. Not just for me, for all of us. For the planners and vendors who don't get to bring their full selves into the room. For every little girl who watches her mother bend and thinks silence is what strength looks like. You're thinking like a CEO, I tease, but I mean it, and she knows it. Damn right I am. We sketch it out right there on the dock. What a training cohort might look like. What a new vendor certification could require. How we'd vet venues for actual inclusion, not just rainbow-tinged brochures. We dream in layers, in legacy, in timelines and budgets, and hope with teeth. But then she leans in, brushing her lips against mine like punctuation. Not a period. An ellipsis. A promise there's more. You sure about this? She murmurs against my jaw. I close my eyes. I'm not just sure, I'm sold. And beneath us, the dock creaks in soft agreement, weathered wood bearing the weight of two people who no longer need rescue, only momentum. Later, we haul in the last of our things, her tote full of annotated notebooks, my canvas duffel that still smells faintly of eucalyptus and pine soap. The lake house door clicks shut behind us, but it doesn't feel like an ending. It feels like a closing bracket, a sealed chapter. The space is already half-packed, but we linger in the kitchen anyway, half-lit by the sinking sun bleeding through the blinds. She leans against the island, still barefoot, still wrapped in the same sweater I tugged off my shoulders when the breeze turned sharp that morning. Her braid is a little frizzy at the crown, her lip gloss long since kissed away, and I can't stop looking at her. Not with hunger, though, there's always that. With awe. You ever think we're getting ahead of ourselves? She asks. Her voice isn't small. It's careful, like someone checking for cracks before laying the next tile. Every day, I answer. But that's what happens when you stop surviving and start building. Things move fast when you finally want them to last. She holds my stare, searching for something. I don't know what exactly, but I know she finds it, because when she steps forward and slides her arms around my waist, it's not for comfort. It's for grounding. I rest my chin on the top of her head. Whatever comes next, I murmur. We lead with it. No hiding, no shrinking. No edits, she says into my chest. No apologies. We hold still like that, while the fridge hums and the floorboards creak under our weight. It's not dramatic. It's not even romantic in the usual sense. But it's holy in its own way. Two people promising something wordless. I've got you, and I'm not leaving this time. Not when it's hard. Not when it's quiet. Not when it would be easier to fade. The truck is loaded. The house is locked. The lake still ripples in the rear view like a mirror trying to memorize us before we leave. Calandra slides into the passenger seat with a thermos of tea and a file folder labeled Q4 Planning, because of course she does. But her other hand reaches for mine on the gear shift, and I let her keep it there. We don't talk much at first. Just the sound of the tires on old gravel, the occasional caw of a bird overhead, and the faint crackle of a podcast she's half listening to and I'm completely ignoring. Atlanta is still hours away, but the air already feels charged with the next phase. You know what I'm most scared of? She asks after a long while, voice softer than I expect. Tell me. That people will think this was a pivot. Like I only got loud because I had to. That I'll be expected to mellow out once the news cycle moves on. I glance over. She's not crying. She's not even trembling, but her jaw's locked tight enough to crack a pearl. They'll expect whatever makes them most comfortable, I say. But you don't owe them comfort. You owe yourself the truth. And you've already chosen it. You just have to keep choosing it. She exhales slowly. Then she leans her head against the seat and closes her eyes. Then let's make the truth too loud to be ignored. I drive with one hand on the wheel and the other in hers for the next 10 miles. And I know, deep down, beneath the logistics and the contracts and the market research, this isn't just about fixing what was broken. It's about designing something that never needed to be fixed in the first place. We're not heading back to normal. We're heading forward into what we were always meant to build.
Chapter 39. Calandra. The new office still smells like fresh paint and ambition. The exposed brick walls catch the last blush of daylight, soft and golden, like the final exhale before something big. My desk is clean for once. Every proposal filed, every ribbon sample tucked into drawers I haven't had time to label yet. There's a bottle of wine breathing on the console, a pair of tumblers Thatcher picked up from a pop-up vendor last month, and a low jazz playlist crooning through the studio speakers like it belongs here. I light a candle, not for mood, but for ritual. Orange blossom and cedar, grounding. The scent curls around me like armor I don't need anymore. Behind me, the elevator hums open, and I don't have to turn to know it's him. I feel the shift in the air, the gravity of his presence recalibrating the room. Thatcher steps inside like he's walking into church, slow, deliberate, reverent. His suit jacket is slung over one arm, the sleeves of his button-down rolled to the elbows, forearms dusted with whatever project he was elbows deep in before coming here. He doesn't speak right away, just looks around like he's seeing not the space, but the version of me that built it. "I thought you said this place wasn't finished," he says at last. Voice low and just a little hoarse. I smile, setting the candle down and turning to face him fully. It's not. But tonight it's enough. He crosses the room without hesitation, his boots muffled against the jute rug, and stops just short of touching me. There's a pause, like we're both listening for the same invisible signal. It comes when I reach for the wine and pour us each a glass, mine deep red, his a shade darker in the low light. We clink without fanfare, and the moment stretches. Not heavy, not tense, just full. To the launch, I say, and the madness that's going to follow. He takes a sip before replying. To building something that doesn't require a spotlight to shine. I should be buzzing with nerves, thinking about tomorrow's panels and press interviews, the flood of orders that will hit our inboxes before noon. But here, now, with him watching me over the rim of his glass, I feel anchored. Like everything I used to chase is already here. Like I don't have to prove a damn thing. We sit on the velvet settee by the window, side by side, but not touching yet. The flowers he brought, hydrangeas and moonlit garden roses, spill from a copper vase nearby, petals opening slowly as if they too know what's coming. The conversation wanders. We talk about Miles, about Tasha's latest viral reel, about the intern who accidentally posted a blooper reel to our client grid and somehow tripled our followers. It's all light, easy, familiar, but the undercurrent is there, electric and expectant. When his fingers brush mine and linger, I don't flinch. I meet his gaze, steady and sure, and I know we're not dancing around the edge tonight. We're walking into something that's been waiting for us. And this time, I'm not afraid to feel all of it. Thatcher leans back, one ankle over his knee, wine glass balanced loosely in his hand, like it's just another extension of him. He looks at home here in a way that startles me. Not because it's unexpected, but because it's unshakably real. Like this isn't a borrowed evening. Like this could be always. "You've changed the space," he says quietly, nodding toward the corner shelves stacked with design portfolios, swatches, and candle samples. But it's more than that. I laugh under my breath, unsure whether he means the furniture or me. You mean it's not just chaos with a pretty accent color anymore? He doesn't smile. His eyes stay locked on mine. I mean, you finally left room for yourself in it. That sentence hits low and unguarded, like a seed I planted a long time ago finally decided to grow. My shoulders drop, just a fraction, but enough to feel it. The letting go, of the performance, of the curated strength, of the reflex to earn my space, even in rooms I built with my own damn hands. I set my wine glass down and draw one knee up onto the couch, angling toward him. I didn't know if I could, I say. Not really. Not without it falling apart. And now? I search his face for sarcasm or softness or a sign that he's just echoing back what I want to hear. But all I find is truth, unflinching and gentle. I hold it there in the quiet between us, then shrug. Now I think, maybe falling apart was the only way it got real. The jazz fades to a lower register, brushing through the air like silk through fingers. Outside the window, the skyline softens under twilight. Glass towers throwing their last gold across the concrete. Inside, the only light comes from the candle on my desk and the warmth radiating from the man across from me. Thatcher shifts forward, both feet on the ground now, elbows on his knees. You don't owe anyone the polished version of you anymore, he says. Least of all me. I tilt my head, studying him. You sure? The polished version throws a hell of a launch party. I've seen her, he says. But I'm here for the version who doesn't flinch when someone calls her too much. The one who builds cathedrals out of spreadsheets and doesn't apologize for taking up space in her own name. The words settle between us like slow thunder, not loud but impossible to ignore. He doesn't reach for me yet, doesn't pull me in. It's my choice, and we both know it. The agency of it is as intoxicating as the wine. I stand slowly, not because I'm uncertain, but because some things deserve full ceremony. I cross the room and stop in front of him, letting my fingers drift to the collar of his shirt. My thumb brushes the spot just above his heart. You said once that I didn't have to perform to be chosen. I remember. Well, I lean down, kiss the corner of his mouth. Not a tease, not a prelude, just a promise. I'm choosing too. I don't know if it's the wine or the candlelight, or the way Thatcher's eyes stay tethered to mine, like he's watching a sunrise and not a person. But something shifts. A deep, slow burn that's been smoldering beneath the surface, waiting for the moment one of us finally stopped bracing for the collapse. I unclipped the bracelet from my wrist, the one my mother gave me when I opened my first storefront, and set it gently beside the wine glass, not as a farewell to who I was, but as a soft thank you for the me that hustled so hard she forgot to exhale. Then I reach for his hand, the one resting on his thigh, fingers calloused from hauling floral crates and building archways in the rain. I thread mine through his without flourish, without question. This isn't strategy, I murmur. His jaw tightens like he wants to say something but doesn't. Instead, he lifts our joined hands and presses his mouth to my knuckles. One kiss, deliberate and slow. I know. I don't want to lead alone anymore, I tell him, my voice barely a breath. Not in the business. Not in the quiet moments either. You won't, he says. Not unless you want to. The air around us rearranges itself, becomes something warmer, heavier. No longer a room we occupy, a room we've claimed. We don't move fast. There's no rush, no choreography, no lighting trick to flatter the angles. Just the soft shuffle of his feet as he rises, the rustle of linen as I ease back onto the couch, the quiet way our bodies find each other like we've done this for years. Only never like this. Never without caution shadowing every step. He kisses me like a declaration whispered beneath a vow, and I kiss him back like a woman who finally knows the shape of her own yes. My dress slips from one shoulder, then the other. His hands map the stretch of my back like it's sacred ground. We shed everything that isn't needed: doubt, defense, daylight. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. We stay like that for a long time. Foreheads pressed, arms entwined, breaths shared, the sweat on our skin cooling in the soft hush of the room. Eventually, I curl in next to him, the curve of my body fitting perfectly into the space made for it. He brushes a strand of hair from my face, fingertips reverent. Outside, the city readies itself for another day. But in here, with his heartbeat steady beneath my ear and the scent of orange blossom still hanging in the air, I know the truth. We're building something beautiful, and we're just getting started.
Chapter 40. Thatcher. The chandeliers drip light like champagne down the long arch of the ballroom, turning polished concrete floors into something close to holy. There's a hum to the air tonight, that pre-storm tension that doesn't rattle. It awakens. People mill around tables laced with gold leaf menus and glass water goblets that catch the light like prisms. No one's slouching. No one's phoning it in. This isn't just another industry launch. It's the launch. The one that says we're no longer working to get in the room. We are the room. Calandra walks in beside me in slate-gray silk and silver heels that could pierce bone, her curls twisted high and tight like a crown. She's not wearing armor. She doesn't need to. That dress fits like power tailored in affection, measured but not constrained. She's been speaking at these kinds of events since she was barely out of grad school, but tonight, something's different. It's not her posture, not her speech cadence, not the way she makes eye contact like a woman with nothing to prove. It's the absence of apology. There's no clipboard in her hand, no manicured smile built to soothe egos. Just her, upright and magnetic, absorbing the attention without flinching under its weight. A few people turn as we pass, whispers hushed under designer perfume and half-drunk champagne. I hear one person murmur, "Is that him?" Like I'm a subplot in a scandal. Another gestures toward us and says, "Power couple goals," like we're already on their vision board. I don't mind it. Not because I crave the attention, but because I know what it cost her to walk in like this, with me at her side, not behind her. The event coordinator greets us at the foot of the stage. She's all teeth and posture, practically vibrating with sponsor-approved enthusiasm. "We'll cue your intro after the third speaker," she says. "You'll have 10 minutes total. 5 for the co-keynote, 5 for joint conda." Calandra thanks her smoothly, already in her zone. I just nod and offer a firm handshake, the kind that says, "We've done harder things than public speaking." The woman hands us each a mic and disappears into the wings. We're left with the sound of footsteps echoing in the prep hallway, the echo of distant applause, and the stillness between breaths. She turns to me. "You ready?" I tilt my head. "Only if you are." Her mouth twitches, not quite a smile, more like a fuse lit under control. "Then let's burn it down." The stage isn't massive, just a raised platform backed by a digital display bearing the Brown Sugar Affairs logo on a soft gold background. The lights are warm, not clinical, but I can still feel the heat hit my face as soon as we step into the spotlight. Calandra speaks first. Her voice doesn't just fill the room, it settles it, like the sound of a piano chord resolving after too long in suspense. She doesn't recite numbers, doesn't lead with awards. She opens with memory. I started in this industry handing out umbrellas at a plantation wedding where the groom didn't know my name. Where the bride's aunt called me the help and the venue coordinator asked me if I was lost. I told myself I'd earn my place, that one day I'd be running the show, But even when I did, the questions didn't stop. They just got dressed up in nicer words. There's a pause. No coughs. No chair squeaks. Just stillness. I'm not here tonight because I want to be tolerated. I'm here because I stopped waiting for that and built something better instead. I didn't do it alone, and I'm not doing it quietly. She steps back, and I take the mic, the hum of her words still reverberating in the marrow of the room. I came into this business as a florist who knew his way around wire and foam, but not around gatekeeping. I didn't understand what Calandra dealt with until I started watching how rooms shifted when she spoke. How people praised her ideas in public and then rebranded them behind closed doors. I take a slow breath, the kind I only learned how to control after years of swallowing my words. No more of that. I wrote an op-ed that pissed people off, not because it was untrue, but because it was uncomfortable. But if the truth is a splinter, I'll keep pulling it until the wound heals clean. We didn't build this brand to survive your discomfort. We built it to reimagine the table. Someone in the back lets out a low yes, followed by 3 polite claps that turn into a wave of applause. Calandra places her hand lightly on my hip as we bow our heads together for a beat. A gesture that isn't staged, isn't curated for virality. It's acknowledgement. Gratitude. The kind of touch that says, you didn't have to, but you did. I look out at the audience, a sea of polished suits and curated smiles, and I say, this isn't a pitch. It's a promise. We'll keep saying the hard things. We'll keep showing up. And we'll keep building the kind of industry where love, real love, doesn't require a filter. Applause now, not tentative, not scripted. Rising and rising like a tide we stopped trying to control and finally decided to ride. The applause stretches longer than I expect, long enough that I glance toward Calandra to check if we should leave the stage. She doesn't move yet. Neither do I. She lets the sound wash over her like a baptism, not with arrogance, but with the clarity of someone who's gone a dozen rounds in silence and is finally being heard in stereo. She reaches for my hand, not for optics, not for reassurance, but for grounding. Her fingers are warm and steady, threaded through mine like rope instead of ribbon. We don't wave or pose. We step off the stage in sync, just the two of us moving through the tide of standing ovation and flickering phones like we're already somewhere else entirely. Backstage, a young intern offers us bottled water, eyes wide like she's seen a myth made real. Calandra accepts one, cracks it open, and takes a single sip before passing it to me. You're sweating, she murmurs, brushing a thumb across my temple, and it feels less like flirting and more like triage. That bad? I ask, dragging my sleeve across my forehead. That honest, she says, and it lands with more weight than praise ever could. The event coordinator reappears, breathless with a clipboard clutched against her ribs like a life raft. You two were incredible, she gushes. Social's already lit up. We've had 3 photographers ask if they can send shots for magazine placements. You're trending. Do you want a quote ready for press? Calandra barely blinks. No quote. The woman pauses, clearly unsure if she misheard. None? Let them print the speech, Calandra says. No edits. In an instant, the spin cycle dies on the vine. We didn't do this for virality. We did it to carve out a space where we don't have to perform proximity to power. We are the power. We walk down the corridor side by side, our pace unhurried despite the buzz gathering behind us. I hear someone call my name, a blogger I recognize from the industry panels last spring, but I don't stop. Calandra doesn't either. We've said everything we came to say, and for once, it's enough. The venue's outdoor terrace wraps around the top floor, framed in wrought iron and fairy lights that flicker like static in a storm. We step out into the air, cooler than expected for downtown Atlanta, but soft in a way that makes you exhale without realizing you'd been holding your breath. Calandra leans against the railing, overlooking the city like it's a puzzle she finally solved. Her silhouette glows in the amber wash of the terrace sconces, and I feel something in my chest loosen, not from relief, but from recognition. I know this woman. Not the version curated for boardrooms or bridal expos. This one, quiet, open, battle-tested and still choosing softness. I didn't think I'd ever feel proud during the fight, she says. Only after. You were never supposed to survive it just to apologize for winning. She lets out a breath that borders on a laugh. You always say things like that, like truth is your second language. It is, I say. And you're fluent too. You just spent years translating for people who didn't want to understand. She turns toward me fully now, her hand still resting on the iron rail. The lights behind her flicker again, as if the city's eavesdropping on something sacred. You know what scares me? I step in closer, not crowding, just close enough that our shoulders graze. Tell me. It's not the work, or the audience, or the press. It's how easy this could have been to miss. I nod. Same. We stand like that for a beat, not kissing, not performing, just knowing. And then I lift her hand to my lips and press a kiss to her knuckles. Not the way you do when you're trying to impress a room, but the way you do when you finally found a hand that doesn't tremble when it holds yours. This time, I murmur, lips still brushing the bone of her hand. We get to write our own vows. She doesn't cry. She doesn't swoon. She smiles, the kind that starts slow and finishes in her eyes. And just like that, the world tilts a little. Not away from chaos or compromise, but toward choice. And for the first time, it doesn't feel like a performance. It feels like forever with the lights still on. Inside again, the lights dim for a final slideshow, casting a slow-moving kaleidoscope of legacy weddings across the ballroom's back wall. Black brides in cathedral veils, queer couples on courthouse steps, elders renewing vows in their church basements. Every image feels like a soft rebellion, not just against exclusion, but against the notion that love has to look one particular way to matter. Calandra rests her hand lightly on my chest as we stand along the edge of the room. She doesn't need to say anything. I feel it in the way her fingers settle against the cotton of my shirt and linger there like punctuation. A period. A choice. Brown Sugar's going to have to hire more staff, she says, not as a complaint but as a forecast. We've got 3 new partnerships to onboard and 6 press requests waiting on Monday. You say that like you're surprised. I'm not surprised, I'm just... She pauses, and then her lips curve into something real. I'm ready. I want to bottle that look, that voice, that moment, not because it's flawless, but because it's earned. So, I say, what's the long game? Calandra doesn't flinch. Not just weddings, not just events. I want workshops, scholarships, space for black creatives in this industry who've only ever seen their ideas get diluted. And I want to do it with someone who's not afraid of the fallout. You already are. She tilts her head. And you? I want to help tear down what's broken and build something honest in its place, I say, letting each word land without polish. And I want to wake up beside you while we do it. She gives me a look that feels like an answer. We don't need a spotlight to validate it. We've got each other, and this ballroom full of ghosts turned believers. And when I take her hand again, there's no audience in my mind. Just the feel of her fingers curled around mine like a vow we never had to speak out loud. When we leave the venue, the street is quiet except for the hum of streetcars and the clink of champagne flutes being cleared inside. The air smells like night jasmine and spilled citrus. A breeze lifts the hem of Calandra's coat as we walk the short distance to the valet stand, and she leans into me, not from exhaustion, but from ease. This time, the silence between us doesn't ask for explanation. It just is. The valet pulls up in her car, headlights scattering across the sidewalk like the last strobe of the evening. He hands over the keys with a shy smile and a, "Y'all were incredible in there." Calandra thanks him with a nod, but it's the way she slides her fingers between mine again that holds all the gravity. Before she steps into the car, I tug gently on her hand to slow her. She turns and I press another kiss to her knuckles. Softer this time, less ceremonial. Not a full stop. A breath. A promise. She opens the door but pauses. Thatcher? Yeah? You know what scares me now? I shake my head. That I might actually get to be happy. Like, unashamedly. I walk around to the driver's side and kiss her like we're alone in the world. And maybe we are. Then let's make that the goal, I say. No shame. Just us. We don't talk about proposals or rings or a timeline. There's no hashtag to mark this moment. Just the way her eyes soften and hold. Just the way she exhales like she finally believes we can hold all this without it slipping through our fingers. As I watch her drive away, taillights blinking red against the skyline, I don't feel an ending. I feel the first line of a new chapter we get to write ourselves. No template, no apology, no edits.